mean,
if you're to take.
But look, I just want to say, listen, yo, Tehuti is a close brother of mine, excellent scholar. You know, y'all better watch out because he's gonna be straight chopping some heads off.
Man, you got props from a Hebrew, bro.
The oldest known spiritual book to speak on the afterlife.
Get that Palo Santos burning. Start burning that Palo Santos and that sage together. You can mix them together in the bowl.
They gonna need
some frankincense oil in there. Oh my goodness. Let's go. What the blood seed, Lord.
Brought out the holy tablet.
Oh man. It's on.
The Per M. Haru.
Coming to you live. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates. You've heard many teachers out there before in the so-called conscious community, but none with the demeanor, calmness, and detail as Tehuti Amun-hotep Ra on such topics as breaking out of the matrix, truth on religious origins, underground conspiracies, secret societies, mental, physical, and spiritual health, the Anunnaki, the Neteru, Kemet and the origins of Maat, meanings and symbolisms of Meduneter, the only one who will stand in front of question of this wide range of subject matters, answer, question, and debate. Some have podcasts, but Tehuti is the teacher, so he has a pod class. Subscribe to the channel for updates, classes, and much more. Join the chat, call in, participate live. Get your notepads ready. Welcome to the Tehuti Podcast. Open your mind. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates.
Correction.
All right, man. You already know what it is. That's the anthem for the debate music. Y'all already know. We got our brother Tehuti in the building, and he is going up against a heavy hitter, you know, who have been featured on this platform for a while now, Vocab Malone. I don't think Vocab, I hope Vocab put in his homework. I hope he knows a little bit about Tehuti and
I appreciate everybody.
Press 1 for Tehuti. Press 2 for JJ, y'all.
Yes, I appreciate always being here. It's fun, it's educational. It's good to hear all these crazy views and just hear where people are coming from. Peace and love, everybody. Check me out every Friday, 7 p.m. Pacific on the Tehuti Podcast on YouTube.
That's your words.
Brother,
Stand on
that's
it, man.
not the topic of the debate, JJ. That was not the
I'm
topic.
talking about the whole war. I'm talking about the whole misinformation. I don't give a damn about the topic of the debate.
No, if you look at the community wall, I mean, damn, Tehuti is like dusting you on that shit. He killing you, Jay. And this is why you upset.
correlation of her not being a literal person with having the sun on her head? I'm trying to link in why you're bringing up the sun is on her head.
I'd love to know how you think that a literal person could exist with the sun on their head.
So because this image has the sun on her head, therefore this cannot be a literal person. Is that your stance?
That's exactly what I'm saying. And I also want you to recognize that I'm saying the same about a rule and the same about a star.
Okay, great. Can I screen share, please?
Yes, sir.
So it's the brother Jabari.
Remove Jabari.
Sorry.
Okay. The brother Jabari stance is that because this image has a woman with her son on her head, her stance is that makes this woman not real. When I asked him if that was his stance, he said yes. I'm going to screen share, please. That is the premise that we are using. And I want to know is was Anksenamun a real woman, Jabari? Yes or no? Anksenamun, or was that a myth?
Are you referring to Anksenamun, the wife of Tutankhamun?
Yes. Was that a mythological netter, or was that a real person?
She was a real person.
Everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Everybody see Anksenamun with the same sun on her head and the same two horns on her head that the statue of Atet has? Everybody, can you see that, sun Eder?
Yes, we see it.
Okay, this woman is Anksenamun. She has the sun on her head, the exact same sun on her head, and she has the horns on her head that Aset had on her head. And I made sure I asked Jabari clearly, what is the purpose of bringing up the sun? Is it because this woman has the sun on her head? Does that make this woman a myth or untrue? And he said that is the stance. Well, here we have real person that the brother Jabari just acknowledged as a real person with the exact same symbol on her head, and nobody's going to ask what's the temperature of the sun. So we need to erase.
So wait. Let me see.
I got to finish though. I got to finish.
Go ahead.
You need to remove, Jabari. You need to remove the statement that you made. The premise that because you said because, and you agreed that because this woman has a sun on her head, then that makes her unreal. When Anksenamun is a real woman, and can everybody see the sun on her head? That's a real woman. So yes, real women are depicted with images of symbolic suns on their head.
Can I ask you a question, dear brother?
But as soon as you acknowledge, my good brother, as soon as you acknowledge that having a sun on your head does not make you unreal. And you answered and you agreed with your stance.
I think you're not my question. You are not answering my question. You are not, and I know you are. That's because you have a smirk on your face, because you know you're not answering the question. And this is a simple question. In fact, you asked me when we started to go back to the question. I don't know to watch the videotape of being beaten, but let me show you the videotape again. Because we could have started someplace else. But you asked the question. And I started by asking you, how hot was the sun?
All right. Let me say something.
Let me finish on that. And I wanted you to explain to me whether it is possible for a literal person to have the sun on their head, and you are not answering that as yes or no. I'm not sure.
That's your question. Is it possible?
I've asked it like 7 times, brother.
It's not possible, and that's why that is symbolism. Anksenamun and Aset were real.
Answer the question. You're not answering the question. Is it? Let me ask you again.
It's not possible, but you set your premise on it.
This is 8. I'm going to ask it to you one more time, and hopefully you'll give me a clear answer. Is it possible for a literal person to have the sun on their head?
No.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Let me right quick.
Yeah, sure.
Now, Jabari, you know I love you, brother. You did get hit with a straight right on this one right here. If the brother asks you, Jabari, hold on. In all fairness, the brother asks you Now, I agree. But because of the answer to you when he asked you the question, you definitely said the woman have a son on her head. She can't be real. Brother then showed you a son on the head of another who you did say was real. That's all it is. Hey, Jabari, Floyd Mayweather, the best of them gets hit with a jab, brother. That don't mean nothing. Come back and show the brothers and sisters out there why you are the Floyd Mayweather of the House of Consciousness. That's it, brother. It ain't nothing.
This is the reason why you have to.
All right. Hey, peace and Black Power family. Welcome to another Son of the TV House of Consciousness production. Y'all already know what it is. The brother making his way back to the House of Consciousness. He is now official House of Consciousness member. Welcome to the party, brother Tehuti. He made his official step through the door a few days ago, taking on the Floyd Mayweather of consciousness, brother Jabari. Most people in the got brother Tehuti winning. Now, hey, majority rule. I can't be biased. I got to go with the majority, okay? Because I'm not the referee. So don't get mad at me, brother Jabari. Oh, man. Well, I just got to keep it real. I'm going to keep it real, man. I can't be biased when it comes to this. You know, I got to show love to everybody because I'm bringing on the people on the platform. I got to keep it real. Check, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to brother Tehuti. Now, I know a lot of y'all might get mad, but I'm going with the majority rules. It's the people who is making the call. Don't get mad at me, Jabari. You know I love you. You know I love you, Dr. Anika. But I got the W to brother Tehuti. Now, you got the majority. And there's a lot of people that I read the comments. They say, yo, I love you, Jabari. You know I fuck with you, Jabari. But I got to give it to Tehuti. I'm reading these comments. I'm like, God damn. You know me. I was going with my man Floyd Mayweather all the way. But I got to be fair, and I got to keep it a buck. So as it stands right now, brother Jabari has, hey, and you know the best lose sometime, man, you know? The best lose. Cigarette. See, when you look at Floyd Mayweather, in order to beat him, you got to knock him out. In Tehuti, you gave Jabari a little knockout hit. You know what I'm saying? Because you caught him. I'm going to be real. You caught Jabari in that opening argument when you asked him about the son. I got to give you that. And then you caught him again later on when you asked him about something else. I'm giving you that. How could I be biased? Everybody know I fuck with Jabari. See, when you look at Floyd Mayweather, in order to beat him, you got to knock him out. In Tehuti, you gave Jabari a little knockout hit. You know what I'm saying? Because you caught him. I'm going to be real. You caught Jabari in that opening argument when you asked him about the son. I got to give you that. And then you caught him again later on when you asked him about something else. I'm giving you that. How could I be biased? Everybody know I fuck with Jabari. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother.
Where's the... Oh, there you are, Nia. Oh, there you are. Greetings and peace, everybody. Mic check. Mic check, mic check. Let me fix this. Mic check, mic check. Can everybody see me okay? I'm clear. Peace. It's going to be a good one tonight. That's going to be great. Okay, everyone. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. We're going to get started here. Let's go ahead and look in the chat and see who's here and give everybody their respectful shout out and respect. Before I start, before I begin, let's see who's here in the chat supporting. Let's see who's here. Of course, we got Manku Ara Mary Maat, the very first one in the pod class to get his new name. Shout out to you, good brother. Nook Punuk, you remember that class? Nook Punuk, that's right. Shout out to you, my good brother. Awesome. It's going to be a nice one today. It's going to be different today. It's going to be a little different today. Okay. Peace to the new people. I see a new person here. Or I did. Oh, I think I do. Sakina / Ora. Peace to Sakina / Ra. We got Marcel the Great. Peace from Arkansas. Peace from Arkansas, bro, Tehuti. Oh, I didn't read what Sakina said. She says, peace at the Crown Tehuti. Peace. Robert Williams, shout out to you. Carolina Mencia, shout out to you. Peace. Kinetic energy / comedic energy / many different things. Shout out to everybody in the chat. We see a lot of people here. I put a lot of names up there before. Shout out to the new person here, Young Jew. That's an interesting name, Young Jew with it looks like a lion. Shout out to Young Jew. Peace to you. T-Bull. Peace to you. Shannon, of course. Peace, good brothers and sisters. T-Bull says, Jabari, body Jabari with that one line. Shout out to you. Young Jew says, lost all respect for Jabari after that one. Shout out to you. Khalil Lowe says, Rahubat Yas Ya'asar. Peace to you. Peace to you. Okay, we got everybody here. We got a lot of people in here. We're going to get started. We got Jody. Peace to Jody, all the way from the Podcraft from back in the day. And Jody put a happy face. Happy face. Okay. And of course, the man himself, Kamit 101. 101. Shout out to Kamit 101. Kamit 101 is going to be in a feature today. So is Comedic Metergy and a couple other brothers. A quick feature. We're going to talk about the cleansing of the black man's mind and how he portrays himself after he gets this information. I'm going to give a quick little segment on that, but we're going to do that after some questions. We got Boots. Okay, peace, Boots. Shout out to you. Nice. Okay, everybody. Oh, I didn't even read what kinetic energy said. Clear as understanding given to us by Tehuti. Wonderful. Let's get started, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti pod class, not podcast, but pod class. Before we start, because we always start off with a particular vibrational energy and frequency, we stand on Maat. We stand on the principles of Maat from the scribe Kagimni, Ptahhotep, Amenemopi, Kemwesi, several others that receive the principles. So before we begin, we're going to start with the affirmation. Those who don't know it, no problem. You can just read it as we say it. Those who know it, you can say it in your head. You can say it out loud. You can have your whole family say it with you. But yes, this is the only podcast that actually is starting with the affirmation of Maat. If everybody can hear me, I'm going to do a mic check and a visual check. If you can hear me and see me, press 1 or uno before we start. Hear me or see me, press 1 or uno before we begin. Oh, Neith is on this side. Let me check the room and see who's pressing 1. Let's see. Press 1 if you can see me and hear me. Marcel, the great, the comma great. Press 1. Catalina. It's Catalina. Her name is there twice. Let me see. Carolina. Okay. There twice. Anki Maat 1. Catalina 1. Marcel the Great 1. Stephen E 1. Okay, everybody can hear me. Uno from Angela out the gates. Boots. Now press 1. Okay, everybody can hear me. Boots, Robert Williams, Connect Energy. Everybody can hear me. Let's get started with the most unique the only pod class on the planet. Let's get started with the proper energy, with the frequency of Ma'at. We'll start with the feminine energy, since all of you now in my class know what the word feminine and female means now. Let's go ahead and start, and we should be able to understand the affirmation even more. We'll start on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Anki em Ma'at, Un and S. Nin tet aset em Ma'at. Min hapapat em Ma'at. Per and hu hiui, per ikut. I live for Ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness, and I come forth as conscious light. Let's begin, everybody. We'll begin with the frequencies of Ma'at first, and now we'll introduce the Tehuti pod class. For all the new people that are in the room, welcome. For all the old people in the room, thank you for your continuous support. My name is Tehuti. I'm in Hotep Ra. I've been a teacher for a lost amount of years. I don't know. I think it's been decades. I've been teaching for a long time, before there was an internet, before there was a Google, before there was a YouTube, before there was Wikipedia. I was teaching masses of people, anywhere from 30 to 600 people at a time. And I was raised and sparked by the fact that I was put to the test by being placed in front of hundreds of people. People would come from different countries, different islands, and they would come and they would question me. And this developed me into the being that I am today. And I must have been developed back then to be able to do that in person. You can't Google anything. You can't Wikipedia. You can't YouTube. It's just you and 10 books. And people from Trinidad, people from the UK, people from Canada, people from across America, people from all over the place, Barbados, flying in and just saying, I have a question about asteroids hitting the Earth. I have a question about, are snakes evil? I have a question about what's older, Hebrew or Middle. I have a question about why are there different blood types? And that developed me into, or sharpened me more into the being that I became today. So I was a part of that particular organization until something's on the screen. 1 second. What is that? Okay, it's off. Is that still on the screen? Okay. I excelled in a particular organization. I would join groups and work with groups until I would excel past them. And I joined a particular group until it got to the point where I started excelling and teaching past what appeared to be the rest of everybody, according to the actual teacher himself, who told the group that if they want to learn how to teach, they should come to me. And this is because I was using a diversity of multifarious sources, which everyone should be doing, because knowledge is not limited to one source. So I realized that I would use my inner source, but I would use several articles, archaeological finds, anthropology, things that were not written by this particular group. And because of that, and because of the way that I taught, is this on the screen? That's an illusion. Okay, because of that, the other teachers told me that I had to get rid of all of my literature that was not written by the particular group. And so they came to me with torches, lit torches, like the medieval times, like the 1400s, like the Spanish Inquisition, with torches to burn people. They came with lit torches to my premises, and they said, we must burn all of your literature that is not written by this organization, or you have to leave the organization. Of course, I had over 5,000 books of literature that was written by several different authors, scientists, archaeologists, anthropologists, theologians, all types of different people, physicists, lots of physicist books, historians. And so, of course, I declined that. And the teacher at the time told me that I had to leave because it was dangerous for me. And what made it even more interesting was he was teaching about, it had to be about, I don't know, 2,500, 25, maybe 2,000 people, several people. It was his family day, so everybody from across the world came to see him. And he told everybody, I have a student here. When a student grows to a certain level, he will crucify the teacher. Nobody knew he was talking about. I was sitting there listening. Everybody's there listening. Wondering, what is he talking about? And he said, you, Amenhotep. And he pointed to me. He said, go ahead and ask one of your questions the way that you ask it. The way that you ask it, go ahead and ask me one of your type of questions. So I went ahead and asked him a question. And as I was asking it, he put one hand up like this. And as I was asking, he put another hand up like this. Then he crossed his feet. Then he leaned his head to the side. And he said, see, I'm crucified. He said, a student gets to a level where he bypasses the teacher. And at that point, I knew it was definitely time for me to keep moving on. I got to move on. I could not. It was dangerous. I was being threatened. All type of strange things were going on. So, and I bypassed the teacher according to his words. So it was time for me to move on. I left that organization just as a member, but continued to help individuals. And then I went back with business ideas, actual successful business ideas to help with finances, until the same people in the organization that I housed and took off the streets ended up robbing me. And some of them had to leave the city because I found it was them that robbed me. So they had to remove themselves from my presence. And I cut all of them off. I said, I can't deal with you in the information or in business. I can't make you thousands of dollars and open up LLCs with you. And I can't teach you. It's just too toxic and poison in here. I'm just going to regress back and just teach my inner family and a few people. So I started teaching just my inner family and a few people. And then I moved to Canada, built a family up there, taught my inner family. I performed on the streets, and I would teach people on the streets. I would literally set up beside Christians, do a show based on magic and Hika right beside Christians, as the Christians are teaching about the evil magicians. They're pointing to me as I'm spinning around and there's forks flying around me and bending and there's fire popping off in the air. The Christians are saying, and the evil magicians, they're using me as a part of their sermon. And after the sermon, after my show, I would start teaching the people that they were more interested in seeing the magic than hearing John verse this. And so I ended up teaching those people. And then I moved to California and I secluded myself just to teach my goddesses, mates, and the inner people that were close to me. And then I eventually met a brother named Ahati Maat, who's coming into the room soon. And he was the one brother that I felt was genuine, that I could teach. He would follow me around everywhere I go on the beaches performing. He would start to carry my bags. He was a Hebrew Israelite. And he showed dedication, motivation, inspiration, and loyalty. And I would just take him to secret places and I would teach him one-on-one, and then I would go back home. And then eventually I invited him to my house and taught him with my goddesses. I trusted him in my home. There was no other males allowed in my premises. And I brought him. And he saw me teach and teach and teach for years. It's been about 7, 8 years. And he would go onto YouTube. I wasn't really a YouTube person. I was an internet person. And then he came back to me one day and he said, Tehuti, Pharaoh, Amenhotep, The people on YouTube, they need to hear you. The other teachers there they're cussing, yelling, arguing at each other, talking off the top of their heads, not showing resources. They don't even follow anything. They're just teaching it for historical purposes. They don't follow anything. You need to hit the people with how you do it, so those souls out there can really see what the truth is and make the decision. I digress. I did not take up that offer for a little bit. And then I told them one day, okay, I'll take up that offer. I'll come out into the public. And I went out into the public into a debate league called the Lions Den, where he said there were Hebrews who wanted to interview me. And they interviewed me. And in interviewing me, the head champion there, whose name was Judah Nazareth at the time, he challenged me to his belt. And I said, I don't really know what this is. I'm a teacher. I don't know belts. I do jiu-jitsu. We get belts at the end from my teacher, but belts in what? Debating belts? Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'll teach you and we'll see how it goes. So they set up the debate with me and the champion there. He put his belt on the line for me. I didn't ask for such. And we had a debate called the Torah, Hebrew Israelite Torah versus Maat. And they had the judges stacked up against me. It was 4 Bible believers and 1 non-Bible believer. He called himself the Kemetic killer, so they're supposed to come and just kill me. And all I did is I went there and taught. I said, how does this work? They said, we have 3 rounds, 15 minutes, and you get your time, and don't cut the other person off. And I say, well, I don't cut them off anyway. I'm a teacher. So I get 15 minutes to teach? Oh, beautiful. And I'm undisturbed. I just can teach on the topic for 15 minutes, and then he gets a turn to attack me. And I said, okay. Plus, I knew snake style. So I taught for 15 minutes, gave him his opportunity, taught for another 15 minutes, gave him his opportunity, taught for another 15 minutes, and asked him some key questions, and won the debate, and ended up being the champion of a debate league that I did not come to win. I did not come to be a champion of anything. I'm just an awakener. So, but they're challenging me on that which I live. So it's kind of hard to be a street fighter and challenge Jet Li to his way of life. This is my life. So it's very difficult to debate me when they just study for the debate. When I close down the computer, I live this with my goddesses. I live this with my family. It's not a debate for me. So it's not going to be quite fair. So anyways, it went on and I won, and they kept putting people in front of me saying they're going to give me big names and big names. I said, I don't know any of these names. We're going to give you Jabari. We're going to give you Unc West. We're going to give you Commission. We're going to give you, let's give you this person. Let's give you that person. Do you know who Tariq Bey is? I said, not really. Do you know who Captain Desariak? I said, I don't know. I just teach. I don't know about this WWF stuff, but go ahead. Give me the person. And person after person, they challenged me, and I kept beating them one after the other. And I said, this is easy. I'm just teaching. I don't know. Are we debating? I guess. I'm just teaching. They shut the computer down. Their name is Yashallah, Mashallah, Yashida Hebrew, Yish Israel. When they shut the computer down, they're Gary. So when I shut the computer down, I'm Tehuti. To the children, when I open the computer up, I'm Tehuti. So it was hard for them to debate me, and I just kept beating them until the actual league started turning against me, where the owners of the league, a particular female, started putting out posts against me as the champion of the league, and it got too strange. And I said, I can understand, though. It's a Hebrew league, and I'm here with Uwajits and serpents and spiders and Purim Haruz in my back, and they have to call me the champion. So they had about 35,000 people a part of that, and of course they were disgruntled and angry. How can a person teaching Kemet, standing on Maat, be the champion of our Hebrew league? So they started putting posts up against me, going against me, and I told the owner, I said, this is not for me, unless that person, her name was Carlaway at the time, unless she debates me. Don't put up any more posts about me. I want to debate her in the public. And of course, he didn't want that. So I said, I'm going to gracefully bow out. And several people actually left the league when they saw that happen. They eventually went back. But so I went on to teach on Killer Priest. I was actually teaching on Killer Priest while I was with that league still. So I went on to teach with Killer Priest and started getting a lot of viewerships on the Killer Priest show, because a lot of people that knew me from 1994 and afterwards recognized me, because my name wasn't Tehuti back then. So they recognized me, and it was getting a lot of views, and new people were hearing it. And I was setting back up my one-on-ones like I used to do back in 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, in the 2000s. I started, and they wanted one-on-ones. So it ended up being too much, and people were paying handsomely because they understood what it is that I have to give, just like a doctor is paid handsomely because of what it is that I do and what I represent, and the energy you get when you get my one-on-ones, and the life-changing energy that you get. You can actually change your life, and they know that. So they're paying me considerably, but I had to stop and say, I can't do all these one-on-ones. So I announced on Kill the Priest, which led us to where we are right now. I said to everybody, I'm going to open up a section on my YouTube channel called the Tehuti Pod Class. You no longer have to pay me for one-on-ones. No more $50 one-on-ones, $60. Sisters are paying me $200 for 3 hours. No more of that. You can come to the pod class for free, but we are going to work off of a reciprocity system. Let me move this to the side. Hold on. Okay. Okay. We're going to work off of a reciprocity system where, yes, you're going to come to the class, but in order to participate and ask me questions, instead of sending in super chats because I had no monetizations, I created this system, and this system has been, I invented this system on YouTube, to my knowledge, where you can send in Cash Apps and PayPals. Let me put that down at the bottom. So welcome to the Tehuti Podcast. Support the channel and the teachings. Donate. Cash App, $TT Amun. PayPal at RockySV. So I created was a public view of reciprocity for the other Kemetic teachers to see. The other people to see, because I saw people on other channels saying, my Cash App, it does work, everybody. Hey, I only got 6 hours for teaching. How come you all aren't donating? And I knew why. People give money to that which they respect and want to give money to. That is the only answer. People will go to the casino with $400 and they will say, I'll probably lose it, but the excitement and fun of playing in the casino was so fun. Even if they lost 400 and made 100, they'd be so excited that they made 100, not knowing they really lost 3. They made 100, they keep putting their money in, and they're enjoying themselves. Thus, they go home, I blew 200, but hey, wasn't that fun, everybody? Wasn't that awesome? Right? But if you walk up to them in the street and say, hey man, can I get $400? I want to fix up my car. They'd be like, what? I don't have any money. I work for my living. I don't have any money to give you 400. And the same person at the casino blowing 400, buying lottery tickets, buying the new clothes, buying stuff for Christmas, because people will spend money on that which is important. So I wanted to set an example to the other Kemetic teachers to let the people know in the public that I'm going to show that knowledge and the changing of your life is important. And when you see the quality of the way that I teach, you will understand that. And all I'll have to do is sit here silently and say, I am not going to speak until you send in the toughest questions, the easiest questions, whatever questions you send in, and I will base my class around your questions, creating a very difficult situation for me. That means that I come unprepared, but I have to teach the class as if I chose a topic and developed a lecture on it. You all control the pod class. For the very first time in YouTube history, a teacher stands before you and says, whatever you all ask and demand, that is what I must teach on. I have no choice. I could come here wanting to teach about the inner earth. I could come here wanting to teach about Mars. I could come here wanting to teach about a pharaoh. I cannot do that. I am the Saba. I'm just a door. You see, like the door in your house, you can't get into that other room unless you open the door, but you have to open the door. Then when it swings open, you walk in, but you're the one that opened the door. I call myself Saba because Saba means a gateway and a door that you all control. So you all send in your questions through the Cash App and the PayPal. It actually shows reciprocity and it actually keeps me here. So for example, Owen Hythe, who's in the room probably right now as a Scari, he sent in 4372 for the Council of Nicaea. Now, this is not particularly just for the question, it's for the support, because once Owen Hythe saw the way that I teach, he was like, forget the pay for the question. I'm supporting to keep this person here. Okay. Raphael Gary asked a question about the white man coming from the black woman are monkeys. That's $25. $20 from Robert E. Williams in the room right now. Says if there's no Jesus and no family. The Monster Can Meet 101 with 7572. And it goes on and on. Those are the cash apps. So you can actually write a cash app at the bottom. And I found that PayPal, you can actually type in more. Hikakepara, he sends in how do we access our genetic memories. And then with the PayPal, look how much you can write. This is Beged Leisure, one of our biggest donators. Him and Rigo. Rigo right now, consistent biggest donator. But look at all that he typed. And it doesn't matter what you type in. I have to answer the question. That is the difference. I don't say, that is pseudo. Don't ask those kind of questions here. Why are you wasting my time? That's just, here's what all the fake teachers say. That's a silly question. What you should be asking is, have you ever heard that before on any other channel? That's not the right question. What you mean to ask is, how do you know what's going on? What I mean to ask is exactly what I asked. That question is not relevant. The important question that lies here, it really is, and then the teacher asked the question and then already has the prepared answer. Of course, the teacher can answer the question because he's the one that asked it. I don't do that. I see the question, read it word for word, and I answer the question and write a mini book I have a mini book for your question. Thorough, neon writing, artifacts, articles, blood tests, anthropology, archaeology, language, psyops, secret videos that were taken off people's phones. I have them. All types of information that I give you here at the Tehuti podcast. And that is why we have people sending in donations like Lamar for just reciprocity. He didn't even ask a question. He just sent for support. Anthony Jackson, appreciation, $25 just for appreciation. The Sika Kepara again. This is Black Yellow Card, $45. Thanks for the knowledge and the 8-pack. What does this message mean right here? Where have you ever seen this on any conscious channel? Thanks for the knowledge, 8-pack time. What could that possibly mean? Thanks for the knowledge, 8-pack time. Thanks for the knowledge, 8-pack time. Because as a Saba, I don't just open the door psychologically and historically. I also can change what your body looks like. Go and watch my past 2 shows ago, Tehuti's Transformation, where I transform my body. So I give information that can actually transform your body on health, physically transform your body. That means you can be in the podcast today, look a certain way, and set up a consultation with me, set up a diet plan with me, and 6 months from now, come back on the panel and you'll look different to everybody. That's what happens here at the Tehuti podcast. Whatever you want to ask me about. Ahati contacted me, said, I heard you're doing counseling now. It's whatever. I don't do counseling. I do whatever you ask. So if you send a question and saying, I want to speak with you about raising a family, is that counseling? I guess it is. But I had a meeting, a one-on-one with someone, and they may be in the room right now, all of them, and I completely changed their family. Their family has completely changed from sending in a question through Cash App. And they're ever grateful to me. I change families. That is what we're here to do. Let's get started here. And of course, all of this in the room. Oh, let me click this off. Hold on. As far as what's going on in the room, we have people in the room that help control and make this room smooth. Now, in most cases, these people would be called moderators. Almost every chat room that has several people in it, they have what's called a moderator or moderators, or sometimes even 20 moderators. Well, a brother named Stranger actually took the word moderator and brought it back to its origin and created the Maatorators. The Maatorators, these are the people you see in the room with the wrench. Moderator comes from Maat, mod, and mid, and mut, and mat, and all of that. Mother, all that comes from the word Maat and Mit, all the same word. The moderators who keep things smooth as Maat, as light as a feather, are the beautiful Nania Set Mer, Ankia Maat, Ahati Maat, and the scribe, our technician. The warrior Hati Maat, the secretary Ankia Maat, the beautiful assistant Nania Set Mer, who takes care of things that you all can't see that happen around me that keep the podcast going. Ahati Maat, who protects me, and the scribe, who is the technician of the website. The brothers, when I answer this first question, they will come on and break down the website. Okay, now that you know that, everyone, you understand that, let's go ahead and stop that. Now that you understand how the Tehuti podcast works, please support with Cash App TT Moon and PayPal Rocky SV. This is how I actually survive. I actually live off of teaching people, changing your mind, changing your physical body. I take people to the gym. I take people to my home, train them physically, change their body, create diet plans. My whole life is centered around being Tehuti, the conscious life changer. The Saba is all that I'm here for, to change you. Once you're changed, you will know what to do from there. If you believe that that is more valuable than the waiter that you gave the tip to. Remember that? Remember last time you took your wife or your husband to Red Lobster, Olive Garden? Or any Taco Bell, the guy ran out with your taco and came to the car. He walked about 20 feet and you gave him a 20, a 10 for a tip. You tipped him to walk to bring you the food that you already paid $50 for, that the chef in the back cooked. The chef cooked it, you paid for it. The waiter just walked it from the kitchen to your table, maybe about 45 steps. And for that walk, you gave him $25. You gave him $10. You gave him $50, a $5, for him just walking over to you. He taught you nothing. He did nothing for you but bring you your food that you paid for. And that's how he makes his living. And my friends, people that I know who are waiters, they say they come back home with $300 a day. I said, what do you do? They say, I just walk people's food over to them and set it down and tip my hat. Or say to the lady, say to the husband, you have a beautiful wife. Oh, man, thank you, man. Yo, take this 20, man. Thank you, man. Take the 20. My wife is beautiful. Yeah, take it. You have a beautiful wife. 5 words and a 25-foot walk, and they made $20 to $40 or $15. I'm going to stand in front of you right now and teach you for 3.5 to 5 to 6 hours. If you believe that that to you is more important than the waiter you tipped, then please support the Tehuti podcast. And the newcomers that are here, you'll see once I start teaching. Let's get it started, everybody. Welcome to the pod class. We are going to get into the very first question of the pod class. Let me take a look and show everybody right in front of you how I answer questions. Shout out to the new people. We got new people in the room. I always shout out the new people. Islam is my faith. How can I live Maat and keep my faith? Shout out to Kelson Knowles. I don't know if you're related to Beyonce, but shout out shout out to Kelson Knowles. Islam is my faith. How can I live Maat and keep my faith? Beautiful question. We actually have a special section, a segment today, everybody, where the crowd can, after I answer these couple questions that are in, the crowd can send donations for me to speak live with any one of the people in the room that are not for what it is that I'm teaching or may want to learn more. Usually a question I answer is anywhere from 15 minutes, sometimes to an hour, 45 minutes, 8 minutes, 30 minutes. I will spend the exact amount of time. If 2 people donate, they say one person sends in a 10, one person sends in a 15, talk to Kelson Knowles. I will actually designate half an hour to show you how I talk and convert people. I'm not a debater. I'm a converter. When people talk to me, they change. That's what happens. It could be on the spot or gradual because they subconsciously want to. You know how they say persons, places, and things start with a capital? And when you capitalize on a word or a letter, you emphasize on it because it's in your subconscious. What does it say? Islam is my faith. Look how Islam is written. Islam is my faith. How can I look how Maat is written? Listen, everybody. This is within us already. It's already within us. Islam is in small letters. Maat is in all capitals. It's already within us. So once I talk to somebody, I just open the door and create the segue, and boom, they smoothly roll in. It could be today or 4 months from now. Everybody moves at their pace. So that's going to be the bonus edition at the end. It's going to be live interaction where you can donate, pick a person or two people in the room, and they can come up. I don't ever do this, right? They can come up to the panel for free, and or they can donate too and come up, and then I will actually speak with them and walk them through. And that is a way that I will teach my students live. How do I talk to my friend who's in Islam? How do I talk to my friend who's a Hebrew? How do I talk to my friend who's a Jehovah's Witness? How do I walk them through, Tehuti? Well, let me show you live. All right, we'll get into that. Shout out to everybody. Marcel said that's dope. What better than a live class, right? Squano says, brilliant idea. You will not see me yell at the person. You will not see me call the person a name. You will not see anything as such. What you will see is me walk them through, smooth as a serpent moves. When a serpent moves, you can't hear it. The body is made of a plastic type scale. It's smooth, but it gets to its destination faster than you can without legs. All right, let's get started, everybody. Let's get started. We got Maat, daughter of Ra, in the room. Shout out to everybody. This is going to be a great one. We're going to get right into the question. We got shout out to Islam Salam. Shout out to you, good brother, or it could be a sister. I don't want to gender guess. Kemetic beliefs are pagan origins, no doubt idol worshiping. Shout out to you. Peace and love, and welcome to the Tehuti podcast. And like I say, for any of the new people that are, this is the first time you're actually seeing this in the room, things like this, and this is great. People can send donations, and you can choose me to speak with this person, and I will talk smoothly, calmly, and you will slowly see what happens in front of you. Shout out to you, Islam Salam. You may be one of the designated lucky people that come to get up in the front for my students who will actually donate money for you to have time to converse with me live. And you will be shown so much love, compassion, and breakdown that name may change. All right, let's go, everybody. Let's get started. Let me show everybody how we answer questions here at the Tehuti pod class. Are you ready? Press a 1 if you can hear me. Press a 1 if you can see me. If you can hear me, of course, on the hat representing is Lillith, all the way from Zimbabwe, all the way from Zimbabwe, what the Europeans call South Africa. Her name is Lillith, where you get the English word knit from, which means to bring forces together. Representative of the symbolic Amun is invisible forces that are actually holding the atoms together, cause the electrons to be held together, strong nuclear force, weak nuclear force, being pulled together into the nucleus to actually keep things together. That is an invisible force that we in Kemet call the Neith, that they develop knitting from, holding the force together. That is the spider that represents that. She is a unicorn spider. In my hand, bringing me peace and tranquility, is Nakash. This is Nakash. This used to be known as the Tehuti pod class snake. Him and Zebra. This was the iconic snake in the very beginnings when I was on Kill the Pre-Show. He is all the way from South America. He represents the red and the black, as you can see, because he is hypomelanated. He has so much melanated that it actually diffused his normal colors and caused him to have black on him, and a dark red and mostly black, which is black stripes, which he's not supposed to have. But he's hypomelanated. His name is Nakash. Nakash, which comes from the word Nechesi, which means the enchanter, the whisperer. And that was the word that was stolen and used in Genesis 3:1, speaking about the serpent in the garden. It used the word Nakash from Nakash, which was the enchanter in Kemet, taken to make into the red devil. And thus I have my beautiful red serpent. The two colors that they try to convince us are evil. Black is evil, red is evil, Nakash is evil, and the snake is evil. Well, I have all of them right here. Mwah. Let's be evil. Everybody ready? Let's get started, everybody, in the Tehuti Pod class. We are going to start with the very first question that was sent in. Shout out to everybody. Let me go look, everybody. You're going to see what happens when a question is sent in the Tehuti Pod class. Let me go ahead and pull it up. Oh, right off the bat, first of all, I see some of the donations that were sent in. Wow. Thank you all. Appreciate that. Let me also say this before I start. Actually, let me go ahead and do this before I start. The donations that are sent in already, and we just begun the class, are massive monster donations. Let me go ahead and pull up the questions. And the questions, okay, what's already in the Gmail is incredible. I want to put this in the room before we even get started. Okay, before we get started, let me go ahead and put this in the room. So you all can see what's going on, because some people are actually donating not just to the pod class, not to questions, but they're donating to what's called the emergency fund. And I want everybody to know about that. And I want to let everybody know and thank you, because it's actually going very well. I actually had a what's it called? Email screen scan meeting, signing documents and papers about this particular situation, and it is moving very well. Thanks to the people in the pod class. I have faith in you that all of you are assisting this situation. And let me see if this can go in. Let me close this out. They put this in the room here so you all can see what it is that I'm speaking on. And let's see. Boom. Okay, beautiful. Good. Now I'm going to screen share and show everybody what it is that Tehuti's talking about here. Then we're going to get right into the question after this. So here it is. These shout out to the heavy hitters. 2 are for your support. So I want everybody to know that around the end of December or January, around December, I got information from the situation that I am living in, from some investors that actually purchased for a good purpose, for the stopping of gentrification in this area. They started purchasing a bunch of properties to stop the gentrification. Well, in that, they had a program that was dealing with the finances of the properties, and it's a long story, but my name got wrapped up in the program as a mistake from the government, and it ended up being reversed on me. What was what was supposed to happen, which was benefits, actually got reversed on me, and actually put me in a situation where they had my name attached to owing thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars from a mistake that the government told me when I contacted. They were not allowed to give me any further information, so thus I could not correct anything, because they said they are not allowed to give me. I said, this is me. I'm the one whose name is on this paperwork that you made a mistake in. And so because of that, I could have been taken off this Tehuti pod class, because I'd have to do something else for means of income. Actually, I would probably have to leave this entire area, because it's a part of a project of anti-gentrification, and I wouldn't have been a part of that, and I would have had to have actually up and left with 10 thousands on my name. So I announced that to the pod class, that there was an emergency situation, that if you want to see Tehuti here, send support, and just type support. It doesn't have to be for a question. It just has to say the word support. So I wanted to give a shout out to the people who actually were doing that since I announced it on a consistent level. So I call them the heavy hitters that actually helped and are still helping, because this is going to go on for maybe another month and a half, hopefully, maybe 2 months. before everything is completely solved. It's going in the right direction. As of today, it was a great meeting because the people that actually want to gentrify are actually on my side. It's the government. Of course, the government going to be on Tehuti's side. The government, the same government, when my daughter was trying to cross the border, pulled her to the side and said, "Is this your father? We're looking for him." So, do you know where he is? So, yes, the government doesn't quite like Tehuti, but the supporters do, and the people that want the anti-gentrification do. So, two for your support, the heavy hitters, large and consistent donators to the Tehuti Emergency Fund. Moderators, go ahead and put the link in the room for the Tehuti Emergency Fund. We'll go through this and then I'll go to the very first question. Shout out to the heavy hitters. Tua for your support. Tua for your support. All praise to all of you for the support. The large and consistent donators to the Tehuti Emergency Fund. Tua. They are Hika Kepara, Nito Campbell, Rigo, Kamit 101, Askari, Menku Ara, Marie Maat, Terry Patty came out of nowhere, just became a huge donator, aka T Dog, Rebel Minded also came out of nowhere for me. He said he's been following for a while, but boom. Raphael Gary, he made 8 donations in one day. Raphael Gary, Comedic Metter G, also known as Kinetic Energy. Shout out to you. He has a big donation in here right now that I'm going to announce after I do my first answer. He said, I'm going to set the trend back. Shout out to you. Lisa Marie. Shout out to Lisa Marie. Lisa Marie, shout out to you. Contact me. I don't know what happened. We were supposed to have a meeting, talk, but go ahead and contact me. Good sister Lisa Marie. Ahati Ma'at. Shout out to Ahati Ma'at. Scribe with 3 eyes, 3 lines. Arcad Infinite. Trenton Donaldson, a.k.a. Atum. Netter Unkhotep, who I believe has a donation in here right now today. Vinny Black Lodge, known as Eni Black Lodge. Jonathan Hacker, who actually just has one in here now for support. Ooh, Jonathan Hacker, aka Starfeather. Bella, Boss Fee, aka Black's Alucard, who actually started it all off. He was the very first person to start giving large donations for no questions. He was the first to do that. Boss Fee. Amun Ma'at Ra come out of nowhere with nothing but large donations. He started, when he heard about the fund, he started donating 100, 200. It was amazing. Shout out to you, brother. Amun Ma'at Ra. Stephen Escalar, the first to have a one-on-one class with me after I announced on the Killer Priest show. Major donator. He's actually contacting me for a diet plan right now. Shout out to you. Anthony Drain, who donates before the class starts. So does Nito Campbell. Nito Campbell and Anthony Drain. Nito Campbell donates in sets of 9. It's either 18, 27, 36, 72, something. It's always in sets of 9. Shout out to both of you. And Anthony Drain always donates before the class even starts. Netzer Unkotep L is the same as Netzer Unkotep L. I have his name twice. Anthony Peden, known as Cash Peden, who started this awesome donation program where he donated $1.99, $2.99, $3, $4, $5, $6, $7, $8, $9. He donated like 12 times. 111, 222, 333, 444, 555, 666, 7. You keep going and going. Shout out to Anthony Peden, Cash Peden, E-Manifesto, major donator, supporter. Shout out E-Manifesto. Shout out to you, good brother. I have those 3 classes ready for you. You sent me a message that you wanted to get 3 Medinator classes. They are ready for you. Contact me, good brother. Stranger, huge donator, who named the moderators. Robert E. Williams, awesome donator, supporter. Vortex Ninja, who's actually a ninja. He doesn't donate, or he's actually a ninja. He's gonna wait for it to get to 11 o'clock tonight, which is about when I'm gonna close. And right there, boom, right around 10:30, 11, when I'm gonna close, then he's gonna donate. Watch this, everybody. Vortex Ninja, he donates like a ninja. Anu Antu, shout out to them. They give donations as a couple. Mushman, shout out to you. Lemon T, Wilson, shout out to you. Raw Minerals, Shimbo Shane. I don't know what happened to Shimbo Shane. He disappeared a little bit after Tehuti most disappeared. Hope you're safe. Both of them are Hebrew Israelites converted on the spot after seeing my classes. Shout out to you, Bev and Michael Godfrey. There may be more. I got to find more space on this to fit people. I'm out of space. I got to make maybe two. I'm soon going to be two of these because there's new people that are going to be donating as well. Shout out to you and everybody. Tua. Worship and praise. I worship and praise all of you who have supported. Peace and love. Now, let's get to the Tehuti pod class. Are you ready, everybody? Shout out to the new people. Focus Pocus. Shout out to you. Are you ready? Shout out to you. Oh, it said Kelson is my brother. Kelson is the one that said Islam is my belief. Beautiful. Arcad, send a donation, and Kelson is going to come up on the screen and talk with me. We're doing live at the end of this. Live. Let's get into the very first question. Are you ready to see how does Tehuti answer questions different from everyone else? Why? He's getting all these large, consistent donations that we don't see any of the other YouTube teachers getting. That's because I'm not a YouTube teacher. Let's go, everybody. Ready? Let's pull it up. Here we go. First question in is first question is we have one about Lillith. Is brother Jay Kirkland in the room? Oh, Rebel Minded. Yep. Shout out to you. Have a person too, a Hebrew. Send a donation. He can come in too. Shout out to you. Is Jay Kirkland here? He had the question. Jay Kirkland has a question. Is he in the room? Jay Kirkland? Maat still talking about Erykah Badu. I said, hey, Saba, Erykah Badu is also an usher for the dead, as well as a doula bringing life. Wow, see that? She's an usher for the dead and brings life. Beautiful. She's transcended just being a musician. Thank you for that extra information. That's beautiful. All right, everybody. So Jay Kirkland's not here. I will answer the question, but we're going to get into, I want him to be here. Let's get into the question here. I want to show everybody the diversity of questions. So one question that's in is about Lilith. I see a lot of sisters saying, I have the Lilith energy. How many people here have heard of Lilith? I have the Lilith energy. Lilith was the secret wife of Adam. Lilith was the mother of Adam. I have the divine Lilith within me. Lilith resides in me. You don't know about the dark Lilith. I don't know if you ever heard of Lilith, but that question is sent in. Who is Lilith? What is her connection to the Natiru? We're going to get into that. That is from Jay Kirkland. But I'm going to show you the diversity of questions. Okay, Mr. Nakash, we're going to put you over here just for a little bit. Divine Isis has heard of her. Wonderful, wonderful. Okay, so let's go ahead and get into the first question is, one is on Lilith, and then I see the next question. Look at this. Look at the diversity of which you can ask in the Tehuti pod class. Let me go to the next question. Look at this. What is this? For the first question in the Tehuti pod class, I'm going to go ahead and do a screen share to show you all. Let's get into it, everybody. It's going to be a great one, a beautiful one today. When you new people see the questions here that are asked and the diversity, you will see. Watch this. Look at this first question here. Let's see. What's this first question? Let me go ahead and put it on the screen here. What could be the most diverse question somebody could ask Tehuti that pertains to life, but nobody would ever think to ask about? People ask me about God, the Natiru. People ask me about melanin. People ask me about archaeology, anthropology, school shootings, all PSYOPs programs, Monsanto, spiritual out-of-body practice. But everybody, look at this question right here. Uh-oh, hold on. I do have a snake on the loose in this house, so thought I heard something. Maybe not. Okay. Okay, let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the pod class. Press another 1 if you can hear me. Press a 1 if you can hear me. And if you can see me clear, sharp on the screen. We are going to get into the very first question of the Tehuti Pod class. Let's get it in, everybody. We're going to get into the first question, and then we're going to get into yours, Jason. I have the other one already pulled up. Yours is going to be a nice long one. So it's going to be this one, and then yours, Jason Kirkland. Because I saw you ask a question here about Lillith. So wonderful. Glad you are here. So I already pulled up the other question because I didn't see you. So we're going to get into that. And then we're going to go right into yours, Jason Kirkland. So look at the diversity of questions. Here we go. You all can see me, hear me. Wonderful. Uno, 111, Shannon. Shout out to the new people, Amakem. I love that name. Amakem. Nice name. All right, shout out to you. Shout out to everybody. Oh, Ariel Trill Productions. Ariel Trill Productions, shout out to you. I don't know if he makes trap music or airplanes. I'm not sure, but shout out to Ariel Trill. Shout out to you, good brother or sister. Shout out to you. Ariel Trill Productions. Shout out to you. I see him here all the time. Okay, let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. Are you ready? Here we go. There's nothing in my hands. Here we are. Let's do the present. Boom, screen share. Share screen. Entire screen. Boom, boom. Gonna close this out. We're gonna close this. We're gonna blow this up here. Here is the question, everybody, coming in from Octavius Sly. He's actually a consistent supporter. He sends $11.55 in, but he also sent in some other support for something else, and he's consistent. So he's not just sending this. There's some people send support for other things as well. Shout out to you. He actually got some Menetta class and something. Yeah, Menetta class. Look at this, everybody. What part does fungus play in the origin of physical life? What? Please go to your other YouTube channels. Please go to the Kemetic teachers. Please go to your high priest and everybody. Please go there and say, hey, Dr. such and such. Hey, priest such and such. Hey, conscious man. Hey, brother. What part does fungus play in the origin of physical life? Shout out to you, Octavius Sly, putting me to the test, asking such a random, beautiful question. Shout out to you. Thank you so much for asking. Can you guys believe that question? What role does fungus play in the origin and physical life? Nice question, right? That's a fantastic, that's your kind of question, right? Kemetic Energy, you're actually studying plants right now. That's right up your alley. Kemetic Energy is actually studying plants right now. Shout out to you. That's a great question. Maat daughter Ross says, great question. Annie said, Mer says, great question. Can Tehuti answer that? Hey, that's not in the Medu Netter. That's not in the Purim Haru. How in the world is Tehuti going to answer that? He's a Kemetic teacher. He's going to start talking about fungus? Look at, people love this question. How beautiful that people love a question that's never even been asked in the conscious circuit. Has anybody ever seen in a debate conscious circuits? And the role of fungus is no, but we innately all like that. When we think of fungus, we think of things growing in our foods, things that can kill us. Most people, when they think of fungus, they don't usually smile unless they smoke up some mushroom, but to each his own. Let's get into the answer, everybody. Everybody loves this question. Wow. Everybody loves the fungus question. This is great. Get ready for more mind-blowing answers. So here we go, everybody. Back to the screen share. Wonderful, wonderful. Oh, that's the Tehuti logo. Wait a minute, that's not it. Hold on, everybody. Hold on. Go ahead and stop us a second. Let me X all of these out. X out. Yes, X that out. I'm going to X all these extra things out, so you all don't see a bunch of extra things. We're going to cut all the extra stuff out. And here we go. Let's get into the question, everybody, in the Tehuti Pod class. I'll put it back on screen share. And like I said, you all ask the questions. I answer them. I am your Saba. You just send in a question. I never say, who cares about fungus? Why would I care about fungus? I don't care about fungus. Y'all don't care about fungus. We're about feeding the children. Y'all don't feed the homeless people. That's an escape from any question that people can't answer. Yeah, y'all want to focus on fungus. But what about the children? Help me feed these homeless children out there. All right, here we go, everybody. You ready? Let's get into it, everybody. Boom. There's the question once again. I'll blow it up for the new people that may have come in and seen. And the question is, I'll blow it up really big. What part does fungus play in origin/physical life? Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Pod Class. We are about to get into it. Boom! Here it is. Look at this, everybody. Here's how I answer questions for all the new people in the room. Look how I answer your questions. Get ready for your personalized book. Let me get this water in. Let me drink some water and some fungus that's in here right now. Oh. Delicious. Water and fungus. Thank you. Gotta get in the fungus, man. Woo! That was good. All right, everybody ready? Let's get into this, everybody. Let's get into it, everybody. The question is asked, what part does fungus play? 734. What part does fungus play? Origin, physical life. So I actually screenshotted his question and put it again for everybody to see. Oh, hold on, I gotta put my timer on. Boom. All right, so the question is asked. So here we go. Welcome to the pod class. Can a question like this be asked on any other conscious? Whoa. Wait a minute. Can a question like this be asked on any other conscious/Kemet channel? Let that breathe for a moment. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod Class, where there is no limit to the diversity. There's no limit. So welcome to the Tehuti Pod Class, where there is no limit to the diversity of questions you can ask, and have faith that you will not be mocked, but get the most detailed answers. Let's begin with, what shall we begin with? Well, what is fungus? What is fungi? That's the best thing to start with, right? Let's get into it. Let's get into the definition of fungus. Here we go. Let me shrink this down a little bit. Okay. What is fungus? Let me go ahead and put the scientific definition of fungus for you. Fungi, singular, fungus, fungi, singular, fungus, are a kingdom of usually multicellular, eukaryotic. So that's going to be very important. Okay. Eukaryotic organisms that are heterotrophs, which means cannot make their own food, and have important roles in nutrient cycling in an ecosystem. Fungi reproduce both sexually and asexually. Okay, they're more advanced than us in that fashion. And they also have symbiotic associations. We're going to break down symbiotic further on into the class. They have symbiotic associations with plants and bacteria. However, they're also responsible for some disease in plants and animals. The study of fungi is known as mycology. So fungus provides life and nutrients, and fungus also kills. Wonderful already. Well, welcome to the Tehuti Pod Class. Here we go, everybody. Are you ready? Now, I want to teach you, maybe for the first time, maybe you've heard it before, but there are actually 3 domains of life, which you will note fungi is on a long line which connects them all. I will explain that further into the class. So there are 3 domains of life. Let's get into that, everybody. Welcome to the pod class. Here we go. So this is the phylogenetic tree of life. Notice that we call life a tree. Notice that. Okay, so we have, these are the 3 domains in the tree of life. Bacteria, archaea, and here's the last one, eukaryota. Okay, so we look at the first section of this in blue on this tree, and we see this section here has a long branch at the bottom, all this, And we see it breaks off into gram-positives, bacteroids, cytophagia, aquifex, and a lot of names of bacteria that most of us have no idea what they are and have never said any of those words before in our life, right? Okay, now we're going to move on to the next section, which is in a maroon kind of reddish color. Okay, archaea, right, is actually the smallest of the sections. See, right? Halophilus T. Celler, Parodictum, all these words, which again, we've probably never heard of, have never said in our life, but these are the three sections and domains of life. Now we're going to get into eukaryota. These ones you're more familiar with, because these are the ones closest to us, and in actuality, we are in these ones. Notice the long line. See this long line here? Okay. Notice the long line right there. And what do we see? We see slime molds. Everybody's familiar with slime molds. You probably saw them in your bathroom or at a pond. Slime molds. Of course, we're familiar with animals. Fungi right there. Plants. We're familiar with plants. Okay. See how most of the eukaryota, we're familiar with most of these because they are the life that is closest to us, and we're actually in the animal kingdom. Look where fungi is on the line, and look where the tree here starts and connects with these, and look how long the line is. Do you notice that fungi goes along the longest line? These branch off, short, small lines, branch off, a long line here, branch off, branch off, branch off. Look at the line of fungi. Fungi seems to be along the longest line, actually connecting to the very beginning of this phylogenetic tree of life. Let's get into why that is and how fungi actually connects these things. Let's go. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. Fungi are the most vast, most unknown life forms on Earth. So imagine that. They're the most vast of all the life forms. I mean, there's more of fungi than any other life forms. And diametrically, they are also the most unknown. They're the most that's here around us, but yeah, they're the most unknown. Isn't that interesting? And they're on the longest line. They're the most vast, and they've been here the longest too. So fungi are the most vast, most unknown life forms on Earth. How many species of fungi do you think there are? Let me go into the room. I like to be interactive with the room. Let me go in the room and ask the room. How many species of fungi do you think there are? How many species? Not how many fungi, because obviously there's millions of, but how many species? Like, are there 4 species, 5, 10, 20 different species of just fungi? Can fungi branch off into 20 species? Does it have 100 species? How many species of fungi are there? Go ahead and type it in the room real quick. Don't go look it up. I'm looking it up. No, go ahead and just type it in the room. How many species of fungi? Thousands. That's good, Starfeather. Shout out to Starfeather. Thousands. Somebody put 2 million. There's put 2 million, thousands, million. Lots, right? Lots. Squano put 2? I don't know. Oh, maybe that's for something else. Okay, thousands and thousands. There's a good one. Unknown. Remember what I said? They're the most vast but the most unknown species. So of course, there's a number right now, but they're still discovering. So that's a good answer right there. That's a very good answer. Everybody's answer is actually correct because everybody's answer is within the number. Everybody's answer is within the number. Let's go, everybody. Welcome to the pod class. So they are the most vast and the most unknown. And let's check out the different species. Now, what I have here are the species you see in the end. When I say the end, by the time you see this is the end species that mostly interacts with your physical touch, mushrooms and things that look like plants. The actual fungi species, the majority of them are actually invisible to your eye. This is the last, most physical, solid stage of them that you can actually pick from the ground. This does no way represent the amount of species there are that are actually, in most cases, invisible to you. So when people think of fungi, they usually think of the mold or the fungus in their bathroom that they got to get the pesticide, the people to get out, or they think of a mushroom that they can pick up. Fungi is actually invisible. But yes, look at all these. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Lots of fungi here. Lots of how many? They've counted 5 million. Do you see that, everybody? 5 million of only 1% is known. 5 million. So everybody was right. And even Shannon can be right one day because it could be billions because it's the most vast unknown species. What does that mean? That there's fungi they haven't discovered yet. Fungi that break off into other fungi they haven't even discovered yet. But they've discovered so far that they can name 5 million. 5 million species. Did 2 of them get on the boat with Noah? Noah said, I want 2 of these fungi, 2 of these ones, 2 of these. Make sure this fungi gets, or the fungi over here, 2 of these ones, because fungi and plants would get wiped out in the flood too, wouldn't they? Bible made a biggie, big mistake. All the animals were saved because 2 of every one was brought on the ark. 2 plants as well. 2 papaya trees, 2 pineapple trees, 2 orange trees. Nothing in the Bible about the plants. But anyways, let's go. So 5 million, of which only 1% of them are known. They have had the longest time to adapt and learn on Earth, thus making them the most efficient killers and life givers. They've had the longest time. You see their line here is super long that the fungi is on. The fungi is not on a broken line. Do you see this? See, all these are on broken, everything's on a broken off line. Broken off, this one branches out. The fungi is not branching out from anything. The fungi's line goes all the way back to the bottom of the tree. It's not branched off. It starts from here, all the way here, and it connects to all these. These ones are branched off. They've had the longest time on Earth to adapt. When I say time on Earth, I'm literally going to teach you time on the Earth. We're not even talking about the fungi in the ocean. They've had the longest time on the Earth. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the pod class. That makes them the most efficient killers and life givers, because all animals on the planet are life givers and killers. They have the ability to kill, or they need to kill to eat. Even if a grasshopper eats a plant, it's killing. It's a killing machine. But if you've been on this planet longer than all of them, you'd be the most efficient killer and the most efficient life giver and the most efficient sustainer, because you have to sustain all the different periods of life. Cambrian, Precambrian, we're not even going to name them all. Fungi had to survive all of them. Here we go. Early Earth was composed of unicellular microorganisms. That's one-celled microorganisms, which was about 3.5 billion years ago in the waters. Now, around 1 billion years after that, after Earth formed, something started happening. So there was unicellular microorganisms about 3.5 billion years ago in the waters. Then around 1 billion years after Earth formed, something else started to happen. Right here. These are the unicellular organisms that you can't see with your eye. These were here for billions of years, billions. But Earth started to form, land mass. Then came the eukaryotes. Remember that third branch? About 2 billion years ago. 3.5, you have unicellular microorganisms. Life is thriving in the waters. Earth is forming, and then about 2 billion years ago, you have the eukaryotes that we actually come from. And the fungi is the longest line of that. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the pod class. So, about 2 billion years ago, you have the development of internal membranes, right? They create internal micro environments. Microenvironment is an environment inside of an environment. It's life within life, okay? You have an environment. You're on the earth, which is an environment, and then in your body, you have bacteria and fungi and things living in your body, and they have their own environment. A whole nother world is inside of you. Well, on the micro stage, it happened about 2 billion years ago when the eukaryotes came about, which is the longest line was the fungi. All right, the advantage was specialization and increased efficiency and natural selection. So here it shows the unfolding of the plasma membrane, right? The endoplasmic. This is what I was actually teaching. This was one of the things I was teaching on that caused them to kick me out of that organization. That caused them to ask me to burn my books. That's interesting. I was teaching about cytoplasm and endoplasm. But anyways, here it is. So, and here is the eukaryotic cell. And there's the nucleus, and then evolution is what we call evolution, or what we call Kepara, is in full effect. Now, what happened after that is more complex forms of life took longer to evolve, with the first multicellular animals not appearing until about 600 million years ago, then moving onto land through lipids and self-organizing membranes around the cell, assisted by intermittent drying. So lipids started coming to the surface of the planet, and also lipids. What article is this? September 11th, 1992, New Scientist magazine. They discussed lipids coming down to the planet through meteorites that were actually passing through dust clouds that were picking up life forms, bringing them down to the earth. So they found out that some of the lipids that were actually evolving here on this planet were actually extraterrestrial. One of the reasons why several people will say, well, we came from stardust, we came from the stars. Some life did come from the stars, and lipids came, small aspects of fat came and started evolving here on the planet. Some came from the oceans. They were self-organizing membranes around the cell and assisted by intermittent drying. So what is that? Why intermittent drying? Because life didn't just come on the planet and started forming. There was a process of wetness, drying that took place. That was called intermittent drying, and that actually created the environment for these life forms that were once in the water to now live on the land. Okay, so this is called intermittent drying if you've never heard it before. So intermittent drying out can also help to drive these molecules, building blocks, to assemble into more complex. So the intermittent drying helped them assemble into more complex life structures. Classic experiment along these lines was published. Let me shrink this down a little bit, see if it can all fit in here. Here we go. Perfect. So intermittent drying can also help to drive out these molecular building blocks to assemble into more complex lifelike structures. Classic experiment along these lines was published in 1982 by researchers David Deemer and Gail Barchfeld. Then at the University of California, Davis, their aim was to study how lipids, another class of long-chain molecules, self-organize to form membranes that surround cells. They first made vesicles, spherical blobs with a watery core surrounded by two lipid layers. So they were self-protected, creating their own internal environment. Then researchers dried out the vesicles, and the lipids reorganized into multi-layered structure like stack of like pancakes, strands of DNA previously floating in the water. became trapped between the layers. When researchers added water, again, the vesicles reformed with DNA inside of them now. Okay, do you see life forming on the planet? They're re-experimenting it. So now it has DNA inside of them now. This was a step forward. A simple cell. These wet/dry cycles, which is intermittent drying, are everywhere, says Diemer, who is now at the University of California, Santa Cruz. It's as simple as rainwater evaporating on wet rocks. That's what happens. Gets wet, evaporates, dries, rains again, wet, evaporates, dry. But when they are applied to biological chemicals such as lipids, he says, remarkable things happen. In 2008 study, Diemer and his team mixed nucleotides and lipids with water, then put them through wet-dry cycles. Then the lipids form layers. The nucleotides linked up into RNA-like chains. So there's your DNA and RNA. DNA and RNA, there's your life. There's your fats, there's your lipids. And now you have DNA and RNA, everything you need to create life through this intermittent drying process that was taking place on the earth billions of years ago. Thus life coming out of water, but to this process is how the DNA gets trapped, and then nucleotides linked up into RNA chains, and boom, once you have DNA and RNA chains, the variety of life is unlimited. Okay, boom. So, but how did life begin to thrive on land? There's the question. Remember, on land, you have lava, you have drying rocks, beaming sun, drying rocks. You don't have any vegetation yet. You don't have anything to eat. What are these things eating? How are they surviving in this environment that would kill any animal today? Early Earth, 2.5 billion years ago, would kill everything on the planet today. You'd overheat, you'd get killed by lava, you'd get burnt alive, you would have less oxygen. Why? Because the plants aren't here yet. All right? The plants aren't here yet. You would suffocate, you would die. If you took your dog, your cat, any animal, a bird, and just threw it back 2.5 billion years ago, it would die. How are these evolving unicellular organisms into multi-layered, multicellular organisms trapping in DNA and then creating and mixing in nucleotides with lipids and forming RNA cycles? How are they surviving? How are these early lives that are coming on the surface surviving on land? There's nothing to eat. There's nothing to hunt. There's nothing to breathe. Welcome to Tehuti class, and here's where you actually find the answer. What was the food source? What was the food source in an area just surrounded by rocks? Remember the intermittent drying, the small life was on rocks that was super hot, lava hot, drying up, then getting wet again, drying up, wet again. What's there for them to eat? Does anybody know? Let me go into the pod class. Let me just interact with you all. What is there? How are these things surviving in this harsh environment? No trees yet providing oxygen, no food to hunt, just hot rocks, early earth, drying, getting wet, drying. What is there to eat? Woo! Sakina tapping in capital. She said, just explain this to someone today. Yes, I learned this years ago. Awesome. She said, you're so on it. Thank you, Sakina. Glad to have you here. Sakina/Ra. What were they eating? Somebody put Maat daughter Ray put minerals. Okay, minerals. Okay, Jamie X put fungus. It's actually in reverse. You're gonna find this is gonna be the fungus. It is gonna be the fungus looking for food. All right, photosynthesis now. Interesting. Not yet though. Not yet. Great. That's good, Sakina, but not yet, because we're not at the process yet of the plants yet. We're not. there quite yet. The photosynthesis and symbiotic is coming very soon, but it's not quite here yet. Something is going to form the thing that forms to create the idea that these plants had to say, let us create within ourselves photosynthesis. We're almost there, Sakina, almost there. Photosynthesis is coming up. It is coming up. Okay. Sugar, bacteria, water. Okay. Quail. Hilarious. Let me put quail. Good. Photosynthesis. These are all great answers because everything you all have named is going to be is coming up. But we're not there yet. We're at the harsh earth where it's just these lipids that are being heated, then wet, then heated, then wet, and they're just on top of rocks. Rocks is the surface of the planet Earth because there's no soil yet. Did you know that, everybody? There's no soil yet. Anybody ever think of that? Did you know the early Earth? There's no soil. Where did soil come from? There's no soil to dig, to put the plants in, to grow, to get the photosynthesis. The plants don't have the soil to grow in yet. There's no soil yet. There's just harsh rocks and cooled lava rocks. Early Earth was like a lava ball. Just hard rocks. How do they live? Let's find out here at the Tehuti pod class. You all are very intelligent. This is good. Your answers, all of your answers are going to be right because it's coming up. Here we go. You ready? Here we go. So, what was the food source in an area just surrounded by rocks? No soil yet. Nobody thinks about that. There's no soil. Plants have to put their roots in something, in soil, right? There's no soil yet. So thus there can't be a tree yet or a plant. Plant life hasn't even begun yet. So what was the food source in an area just surrounded by rocks? Well, here is where the beauty of fungus comes in to shift life from waters to land. Fungus did this for us, everybody. Fungus shifted the life from waters to land because in the waters was the abundance of food and life sources, but on the land was just hot rocks. So things would come up on the surface and they would die out. There'd be nothing for them to eat. What caused the transition for life to continue on land? Our beautiful, wonderful God called the fungus. Fungus comes in, and here is where the beauty of the fungus comes in to shift life from the waters to land. Guess what fungus can eat that no other creature can? The unthinkable. Let me go there. This is going to be crazy, everybody. Guess what fungus can eat that no other creature can? What type of advanced life form is this? What can fungus eat that no other creatures can? Somebody put atoms. Is this before Tiamat? Hey, Illy Abel. This is way before Tiamat. This is way before Tiamat. Fecal matter, each other. Interesting. Rocks, atoms. Interesting answers. Let's get into it, everybody. Guess what the fungus did? How intelligent they were. They realized there's nothing to eat. So they evolved to eat the unthinkable. Something that there was a massive abundance of. That would actually kill everything else. Guess what it was? What's happening right here? I have here an image, of course, a re-imaging of fungus. See the fungus at the top? And it's putting its roots into something. These roots that are so fragile, almost microscopic. These are microscopic, small little roots. They're piercing into something and they're eating it. Oh, fungus is awesome. Boom. Fungus can eat the rocks. What other life form on the planet? What pet do you have? Imagine you had a pet that could eat rocks. What a cheap pet. Imagine we could eat rocks. Imagine we could eat rocks. Every grocery store was shut down. Imagine your pet could eat rocks. Woo! The fungus evolved to be able to take the small little micro roots that are so breakable and penetrate the unbreakable. Rocks that you have to penetrate with a hammer. You can't punch through it with your fist. You can't smash through it with a fork. You be hitting it and hitting it and hitting it. The fungi, they say, nah, nope, we don't need your drill. We don't need your power drill. Nope. We don't need your sledgehammer. We need little teeny tiny roots. We're gonna go into the rock. This is food for us. And there is an unlimited supply because early Earth was only rock. That's why they're the longest thing on the Eurycletos chart. They lived off of eating the rocks that were constantly being produced. No soil yet. They're the first creature, plant, as we call it, to have roots that didn't need soil. And they did something amazing for every other plant. They set the stage for every other plant by doing something impossible that plants can't do. And that is, you can't put a plant on a rock and say, go ahead, eat up, boy, go ahead, eat up. I'll be back 10 years from you now. No, the seed will still be there. These penetrate the rock and they eat the rock. Fungus can eat rocks. Fungus is what breaks the rocks up into, guess what? Guess what they did? Well, early Earth and modern day plants need, what do early Earth and modern day plants need today? For the oxygen and ecosystem for life to begin on Earth. What do plants need in order to grow? Soil. Have you ever wondered where soil comes from? It wasn't here in the beginning. It wasn't here 3.5 million years ago. If you ask a Hebrew Israelite or a religious person, what does the word earth mean? They'll say, earth is the ground. Could you bring a little bit of it to me? They'll bring you soil. They'll say earth. Man was made from the soil of the ground. And see, the soil was brown, so man was brown because soil is brown, and that's earth. Earth is the soil. Nope. Nope. Soil wasn't there for your God to make anything. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuhu. Barak Hashem. No, there was no soil for your God to make man in the early Earth 6 days after it was made. Let's break the psyops, everybody. 6 days after Earth was made, 6 days after the Earth was created, there was soil here for man to come from the dust of the. This is a debate. See what I'm bringing up? You have never heard this in a debate. You're going to hear it now, though. You ever heard this in a debate? Hey, Christian, I may ask it on Sonetta. Hey, 6 days after Earth, there was no soil here. Fungus didn't make soil yet. Oh, you mean 2.5 million years ago? When the fungus went into the earth, into the rocks, and actually broke down the rocks, and actually made the soil for the plants to put their roots in, then your God came? Your God came after all this. Then God came and said, look, earth, hey, there's some earth here for us to form man. We got it. There's some earth here. If we came 3 billion years ago, it wouldn't have been here, but we would have formed in the beginning. God made man out of rocks. Anyways, let's go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti pod class. Here we go. So, soil is formed from this process of what the fungi did some 2 billion years ago when life started coming on Earth and had nothing to survive. And that's why when we look up in the Manila Bulletin, in the agriculture section, agriculture scientists may transform asteroids into soil using fungi. Let's blow it up a little bit, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti pod class. This is how I was teaching back in 1998. that got me kicked out of that organization. They say that's not written by our master teacher. No, it's in a scientific article. Our teacher didn't teach about fungi yet. Okay, so fungi are able to turn rocks into soil as their mycelium, the collective term used to describe the fungi's root-like structure, exerts large amounts of pressure on the surface of the rocks. This allows them to penetrate small cracks, breaking them down and turning them into soil through a process that takes years. So God, all praise is due to the fungi, because the fungi made your earth and soil for you to make man. So don't praise God, everybody. Praise the fungi, because the fungi made the earth for God to be able to mold. The fungi made it. All praise due to fungi. Okay. Let me shrink this down a little bit. Boom. Thus starts the fungi's essential role in the origin of life on Earth. Beneficial fungi, mycorrhizas, which are thin spiderweb-like strands of life that live in dark, moist soil. The fungi break down nitrogen that already exists in the soil, and they transport that nitrogen to the roots of plants to trade it for sugars. See, there's your sugars. Remember, somebody put sugars? Trade it to plants for sugars that plants make through, and there is Sakina's photosynthesis. See? But the fungi had to do all of this first for the plants to come on the scene, for them to do a sugar trade, and for the plants to even create the photosynthesis. They needed soil to grow in. And there it is. You've seen this on soil. You may have seen this in your bathroom. You've seen this outside. Those are little roots. You saw them and they look like spider webs. Those are little roots. Some people find them in their pottery. If you plant plants in pottery, you may dig it up in the middle of it. You're like, what's all this white stuff? Do I have a spider here? But those who know about fungi know, oh, this is good. This actually helps the plants. It actually penetrates them. We'll get to that later. All right, so the process of plant/fungi cooperation, the process of plant/fungi cooperation is today called symbiosis. Remember, at the very beginning of the class, I said there's a symbiotic relationship. It's called symbiosis. This created the environment for a green earth. This is why the earth is green. Get some more water, man. That's why the earth is green, everybody. The plants are working through photosynthesis, and they're able to form into this beautiful green earth because of this symbiosis relationship. So it creates an environment for a green earth rich in nutrients and oxygen, providing the environment for other life forms to evolve. So without fungus, there wouldn't be any oxygen on the planet. Thus, none of us, and the whale, the dolphin, the worm, the bat, the cat, the rat, the dog, sounds like a DMX song, none of them would exist if it wasn't for fungi using this process, these little webs here, right? Mycorrhizae, to break down the rocks into form soil so that the plants would have somewhere to put their roots in, because their roots weren't strong enough to go in rocks. And even if it could, they weren't designed to find enough nutrients in the rocks. But there's nutrients in the soil that's broken down, because things that die can now penetrate through the soil and provide nutrients in the soil that now the roots can feed off, all due to the great God called fungus. All praise. So the environment for green earth rich in nutrients and oxygen, providing environment for other life forms to evolve. That comes from the symbiosis relationship. Here's an example of the symbiosis relationship. The actual roots connect, which I'll show that in a moment. This is the large fungus that you see, which means if you dig into the earth, you can actually see the mushroom doing this with the plants. We'll get into it. Right? CO2 and oxygen is now formed by the symbiosis in sugar trading, in nutrients trade and nutrient swap off, due to the great god called the fungus, that none of you religious people seem to give any respect to. You'd rather give respect to the god that needed the fungus to make the soil for him to make man. Your god needed the fungus. How about that? All praise to fungi. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. But the importance of fungi's role in life on Earth doesn't stop there. Eventually, after a biological organic life evolves to need the oxygen, they inevitably, like all life, eventually have to die. So now creatures that need the oxygen to survive, that are part of this ecosystem, they eventually have to die, right? What is the difference between a dog dying in your house after a week and a dandelion dying? Yes, the putrid decay and smell of rot. So if you have you notice that, everybody? If you have a rose, you give your girl, your lady, roses, and then eventually the roses die, right? Where's the stink? You get a pet cat, and the cat dies the same time as the rose. You go on a vacation, you come back 2 weeks later, the house stinks because of the cat. But you don't ever come in your house and say, what's that smell? Is that a dead rose? Is there a dead rose in the house? Is there a dead rose here? Did one of our orchids die? No, you smell nothing. But the life forms now that in reverse need the oxygen because the plants give off the oxygen, then the life forms that are made out of flesh that need the oxygen, when they die, they begin to rot. So thus, another form of symbiosis has to form. Thanks again to the fungi. So, the putrid smell and rot. These flesh beings that would die needed a recycling system back into earth to recycle them back into earth nutrients. At this time, this is billions of years ago, there had to be a process or this whole planet would stink. Imagine that if animals and everything just died and just stayed there on the earth. If you actually speed up, you can see in nature videos when you see like a lion or a squirrel die and it's on the ground. When you speed it up, you actually see it sinking into the ground. How many people have seen that? You see it sinking into the ground. Yes, the bugs come and eat some. You see the maggots, but you actually see the thing going into the ground and it's being recycled. So these flesh beings that would die needed a recycling system back to earth nutrients. Thus, fungi form on plants and flesh and life, eating it and recycling both. Even when we think we have sealed something airtight, the fungi was already there before we sealed it. You can't beat fungi. It was here billions of years before we got here. That's why we've all seen this. How many people made a sandwich for their husband or their child or for themselves or their wife? You made a sandwich, put it in the back of the fridge or had some leftovers, put it in a Ziploc bag. That's an airtight bag, right? So it's a Ziploc bag. And then you just forget about it. And you come back and it looks like this. Your fridge is closed, sealed closed. The bag is closed, airtight. But you come back 5 days later and you start to see fungi and mold on the sandwich. You're like, wait a minute, I sealed this. How many people here have seen this? I've seen this multiple times. How did it get there? It was always there. It was there before you made the sandwich. It was there in the Ziploc bag before you bought the Ziploc bag. It was there on the bread before it got shipped to your house. It was there in the cheese before you sliced it. It was there on the lettuce, in the lettuce, helping it grow. The fungi helps the lettuce grow. It helps your tomato grow. It's in the tomato. It's already there. Before you cut it up into the sandwich, then you come back and you say, oh man, oh, this nasty fungi, how did it get here? Oh man, How did it get there? It was there before you had the idea to make the sandwich, before you went to the store, before you were born. Let's go. Here we go. So it's already there because they're part of the ecosystem, helping the wheat and the lettuce survive before you decide to make it into the sandwich. The symbiosis does not stop there. The fungi does the process of mycorrhizae. Sometimes in the plant's growth, it's blocked from the sun's light by taller plants. So sometimes you have other plants that where their roots are, they're getting more nutrients. So they're getting more nutrients, and thus they're growing faster. And in turn, because they're growing faster, they have better photosynthesis because the taller they are, the closer they are to the sun. The closer they are to the sun, the more photosynthesis. So if you take the plant that needs the photosynthesis and you put it in a shade, it's not going to grow as fast. It needs the sun for food. So here comes good old Fungi the hero, Fungi the god. Hey, greetings. Here comes Fungi the god. That I'll take fungi over any Jesus. But here comes Fungi, intercedes to help in Earth again. So symbiosis does not stop there. The fungi does the process of mycorrhizae. Sometimes in the plant's growth, it is blocked from the sun's light by taller plants. The fungi intercedes to help life on Earth again. The process of mycorrhizae actually linking the plant's roots underneath the ground where there is no sun. It links the plant's roots together so that the plants can share nutrients. It forms a partition between the plants that are getting all the nutrients because they're taller and they're getting all the nutrients from the sun, plus the fungi, the mushroom is getting all the nutrients. It doesn't need this. It doesn't need this. The mushroom can grow in dark. So that it can be under the trees getting all the nutrients, and the mushroom spreads out the roots, connecting its nutrients to the other plant's nutrients and connecting a pathway, a partition to the one that's not getting the nutrients. And then that plant starts to grow and catch up to the other plants. What a beautiful thing. And your God had nothing to do with it. Now actually causing the plant to grow faster to reach the sun for photosynthesis. Isn't this beautiful? Here it is. I have a little demonstration here. Here's one plant here growing. Here's a mushroom. Here's all its little micro roots. And then it has this long one connecting this plant's root to the mushroom, getting the nutrients here. The mushroom roots interweave inside of this plant and interweaves inside of it on the surface too and into the leaves. You can't see it. And then takes the nutrients, helps this plant out, and this plant here starts to grow up to the sun. Oh my. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. This is an example of the diversity of questions that you can ask here that you get laughed at on other channels. Why y'all care about fungi? What about the starving children? Let's get the children off the streets, the crackheads on the street. Y'all care about that fungi. Okay, so boom. So without the amazing fungi, we would have no oxygen on Earth, no life on the land, no trees, no death recycling system, and inevitably no us. All praise to the mighty fungi. I will praise fungi over Allah, God, or Jesus any day. Hotep, I am done. I'm going to check the chat to see who liked the answer, who appreciated the answer. And for all the new people in the room who are wondering why people give these big donations, this is an example of why. Because if you see this type of answer in any other podcast, please put the link in the bottom of the room and I will go there and learn from them. If you see anybody go in there and ask a question and get this type of breakdown, put the link in the chat and I will go learn from them as well. That is my answer, everybody. Thank you, Octavius Sly, for asking about the wonderful, marvelous God called the fungi, who is responsible for creating that which all the God needs of all the religions in order to form man, in order for you to breathe. God didn't breathe into you the breath of life. Fungi created the symbiosis for the plant to breathe into you the breath of life. Not God, it was the fungi. Peace. That's my answer. Let me go ahead and check the room and see how all of you got it. Was the screen showing? Boom. Here we go. Let me stop the screen share. That is my answer. Let me go check the room. I'm going to check the room. 97 people. Welcome to the new people. This is how Tehuti answers questions, which is why you'll probably never see me debate again. Let me check the room and see what everybody thought. And then I'm going to put the link in the room for the brothers to step in. They're going to go ahead and advertise the website. They're going to talk about future plans, events, different things. They're going to talk about the answers. They're going to talk about what the Tehuti podcast is about, how much they appreciate it. And then I'm going to come back and answer the next question on Lillith. We've gone from fungi to Lillith. Welcome. This is what I'm here for. Nothing else, just here for this. But from this creates everything else. So now you can teach, now you can appreciate life more. Let's check the room and see. What do we got here? Who liked the answer? We got a bunch of people putting in mushrooms in the room. Mushrooms in the room. Ava puts a thumbs up. Rigo puts how incredible life is. Fungi. Jason Kirkland puts fire, fire, fire. Rigo puts beautiful. Divine Isis says, shout out to symbiosis. Shannon says, networking. That's real networking, right, Shannon? Literal nets working. Oh my gosh. Here we go, everybody. Let's see what everybody else says about this answer. If you all appreciate it, put it in the room. Shannon put fire, fire, fire. Rigo put ancient, the ancient mushroom. Harassed it. Quick, ripe plantains with newspaper in dark. I love this name, Sheshaya. This person's named after the plants. Sheshaya puts the mushroom. Shout out to you. Everybody's putting in mushrooms. I guess y'all like the answer. Woo, 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 woo. Shannon puts in more fire. Beautiful network. Syndicate. Syndicate. Starfeather put funny guy. Okay, big vape. Just put hand clapping, hand clapping. Okay, good, good, good. Woo, can we put this in the room? Fungal spores are microscopic biological particles that allow fungi to be reproduced, serving similar purpose to that of seeds in the plant world. That's right. Shesh put, I don't know what all, I guess it's hotkeys. I don't know what that is, but shout out to Shesh. Okay, Matt, daughter of Ray, put awesome breakdown, Saba. Thank you. How many of y'all in this room has ever put the concept of an awesome breakdown with the word fungus? How many people put here awesome and fungus in the same sentence before? But this is what we do at the Tehuti podcast. Yes, fungus is awesome. Blazing answer, fire, 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 fire. Blazing answer, fire, fire. Okay, good. You all appreciate it. Awesome. Boots said that's why my Saba. That's why my Saba. Anyone got a problem? Let me know. That's my. Oh, sorry, I read it wrong. That's my Saba. That's my Saba. Anyone got a problem? Let me know. That's my Saba. That's it sounds like our cat, doesn't it? But it's a Boots. Okay, good, good, good. We got all praise due to the high, to fungi. Woo! Kinetic energy put answers synthesis at levels. Answer synthesis at levels unheard of, Tehuti. Thank you, man. Just goes to show the diversity. This is what I'm here for. Darius McNear put awesome. Shout out to Super Mario and the Smurfs. Oh my gosh. Oh man. That's hilarious. That's right. The Smurf lived amongst mushrooms, right? Shannon put what a satisfying breakdown. Sakina Ra put I don't know what those are. Are those houses, Scribe? Are those hands like this?
Those are hands up.
Oh, okay. It's showing strange on mine. Thank you.
It's adoration, Saba.
Oh, adoration. Thank you for the adoration, Sakina. It looks like houses on my end. Thank you for clarifying that, Scribe and Arcat. Learning. That's learning. Divine Isis put flowers and bullseye. Is that a UFO face and a happy face? Flowers. Okay, good. You all appreciate it. Awesome. Sakina Rock put 100% fire. Okay. An increase in people microdosing mushrooms. That's from Mako, right? Okay, good. You all love it. Angela Gates put, I think those are trophies. I'm not sure. Okay, good. You all love it. Masterclass, Jamie OX. Okay, good. You all love it. You all love it. You all love it. You all love it. Shout out to this new person here. Haven't seen this person here, but if you want to ask a question, please send your question into Cash App TT Amun or PayPal Rocky SV, and you will get the type of answer that you see that I just gave. This is all about reciprocity, respecting the teacher, and respecting the student. Shout out Ja Rashid. Peace, Saba. Are you saying vegans should? I don't even know what that means. Okay, shout out to you, Ja Rashid. Harass did. What interesting. Harass did for ye culture. I don't know what that name means. Harass did for ye culture. Only Tehuti can make you laugh while teaching about fungus. Thank you. Okay, everybody. Boom. I'm going to step away. The brothers are going to go ahead and talk. Nanya Setmer put fungus. Mushroom. How come I can't get a hottie in? Okay, there he is. Nanya Setmer put mushroom. Mind-blowing answers again and again. Okay, boom. I'm going to step off. I hope you all appreciated that. For those of you who did, once again, this is the Cash App. Even if you like the answer, and you're not the one that asked the question, but if you like the answer and you feel that I should get a tip or respect for the answer like you gave your waiter, if you like the answer, show some support. This is what I do. I got one of these more to answer, then we're going to get into some live awesome discussions and live questions and stuff. Here we go. Shout out to everybody. Brothers, go ahead and take over. Put the scribe and everybody put the Cash App, the PayPal, put it in the room, put the emergency fund. I want to see who's appreciative. Boom, I'm out.
Peace and love, Hotep to the chat. How y'all doing out there? Peace and love, Scribe, Minku, Ahati. Peace to everybody new in the chat. Shout out to everybody new just joining us to this beautiful Friday. I was out, Scribe, I've been out combating the retail matrix, brother. I missed the beginning part of the breakdown, Saba. I've been out, representing, defending Maat. Shout out to my brother from Australia who said, he asked me a question, but yeah, brother, I was out defending Maat, and you know what I mean. But yeah, what happened to respecting the truth? When we used to respect the truth and appreciate it and support the truth, whatever happened to them days, to the good old days? I was having a talk with some sisters at my job, and they were telling me that it's no more quote unquote OGs out there, original gangsters or original G's, whatever you want to call it. But I just simply look at it as elders, as, people that used to, kind of teach the youth and tell the youth to, the right thing instead of giving them advice to crash out, like they say, like a crash dummy. Whatever happened to us respecting the truth and appreciating knowledge like this? It's a shame when we really look at it, because I ain't have a real answer for her, because the truth is that, unfortunately, our people don't respect the truth no more, not like we used to. Once upon a time, we respect the lie more, and we appreciate the Tamahu standard, and we use that standard for everything to represent us. We use their standard, and their standard is murder, death, kill. It's a low vibrating frequency, if you all know what I mean. So we got to get back to respecting the truth and supporting Ma'at and supporting the truth. That's just a fact, because the children out there are not there. I'm gonna tell you something. So the young lady said to me, she said, yeah, we used to, if we were standing on the corner smoking or whatever, and an elder walked by, we would, even though we were doing wrong, we would put the cigarette down and try to hide it or whatever we was doing. And I said, that don't happen no more. She said, no, the kids don't do that no more. And a young boy stood up and he said, oh, I smoke in front of my mother. I said, yeah, you smoke in front of your mother? I'm like, whatever happened to like hiding the stuff that you were doing, even though you were doing it, but you wasn't, comfortable with doing it. Whatever happened to that? Whatever happened to the respect? We do not respect the truth. We do not respect our elders. We don't value what we're supposed to be valuing. The matrix has us reversed. We value what we shouldn't be valuing, what is destroying us and what is killing our people. And we don't value the other stuff. It's a shame. It is ridiculous. So I'm not going to be long-winded. I'm going to let my brothers talk. teachingsofmaat.org. Let's get back to valuing the truth. That was an awesome breakdown. The ending part that I caught, Saba, I'm going to go back and, I keep it in my library. So I'm going to go back and study it. And I respect the truth and I appreciate the truth. And I value that. And I don't consider myself an OG, but I consider myself one that is going to defend Maat, stand on Maat, and represent the truth every opportunity I get. So those of you in the chat, if you are not respecting the truth, then what are you respecting? Peace and love. Hotep Maat. Minku Ara, my brother, you want to speak or Hati?
Peace to you. Peace to the Per E that's in the chat and on this panel. I want to give adoration, praise, hail to our master of ceremonies, the true MC, Tehuti, who goes on other people's podcrafts, who are MCs and out MCs the MCs. He goes into the house of consciousness, and he is the consciousness that surpasses all consciousness. And I want to just say respect to you, Arcad. And I've been thinking about you a lot, my brother, because I was thinking about, I love how you address these issues. Like, you are the voice of the people. You are the people's champion. And I was thinking about how our people are under siege, and a lot of people have not made it out alive. They're in the matrix and the brainwashing. I had this thing that I realized a long time ago when I was thinking about slavery, and I was thinking about the tactic of the Tamahu is to beat the love out of you, beat the spirit out of you, beat the soul out of you, attack your mind. So those who are not understanding they're in a cultural spiritual war, they can't see the truth. They don't even know what it is. And so many of our brothers have been locked up, murdered, brainwashed. So there's a limited amount of us that can touch them with the truth. I know we have a consciousness and it's in us, and we know the difference between right and wrong. But a people that have been oppressed are so tired, they have relinquished their desire to fight for the truth. So they've thrown their hands up. And I don't want to make an excuse for anybody, but
Minku. Minku. And you know what's crazy is that we fund the system that oppresses us. We fund that system. Who pay the most court fees? Who get the most tickets? Who make up the most what's the population for nonviolent drug offenses in their system in prisons? Who do that? We do that. We make up that. We're funding the system that's destroying us. We get the most tickets. We pay the most court fines. We pay the most bail bondsmen, right? It's our people, right? The same system that oppresses us, we fund it. We giving them the ammo.
That's fact.
I just wanted to, yeah, brother, go ahead on your build.
No, I was just going to say, you said something else that was very key. And I heard an MC say this. He said, we think that imitating the Tamahu is what is successful. So they have given so many people that don't look like them their mind, their ideology, they try to define beauty. And so people are emulating that and repeating that because they have been taught the wrong way, that that's the way to go. And so people don't value the truth because they've been tricked out of the truth.
And they don't want to know the truth is what it seems, because the truth is right there and it's plain. It's plain, but you're right. They don't value the Doritos. They value the thing that destroy us. Peace and love, scribe, my brother. Go ahead, teachersofmaat.org. Join us. We got the best teacher on the internet. Y'all already know. Stop playing. I'm going to stop saying it. No, I'm not. I'm not going to stop saying it because I can't. Why? Because we got the best teacher on the internet, and y'all know that. And y'all know y'all hating out there. Y'all sneak learning. Peace and love. Hotep to y'all. Y'all learning. Y'all getting better. So, that's what matters.
Peace, Hotep, everyone. Hope everyone
Deep,
is doing
Brian.
well.
You deep,
Okay.
brother.
Go ahead while I come out and come back in.
Hati, my brother. We don't want to hog the mic from you, my brother.
No, go ahead. Keep talking.
Man, listen, we I was talking to a sister today and I was telling her we fund that same system, the medical system, all that, yo. I remember when it used to be them on medication. Listen, they got us tricked. We are food, man. Let your food be your medication. Please change your diet. Please evolve. Please grow. Please do not stop learning. Please do not. I had to explain to my brother that, yes, that brother in the chat is my brother who asked the question about Islam. That's my brother. We took Shahada around the same time. It was a long time ago. But the thing is that I never stopped learning. I wasn't looking for Maat. I tell y'all, brothers, I was just seeking the truth. I just want the truth. That's it. I'm just on my journey to just learn the truth and know the truth. And it led me back to Maat. This is what it led me back to. And one of the most important things, Saba, peace and love to you, that you taught me was knowledge itself, was who I am for real. And that is valuable. And I am eternally grateful for that. I am eternally grateful to you, Ahati, Maat, for motivating this brother to get on the internet. Because that motivated me to get on the internet too. But for me to, discover our Saba, our great Saba, like it is a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful thing that we have in our culture. And the thing about our culture is we are the standard, not them. We are the standard. So we are the standard of beauty. We are the standard of athleticism. We are the standard of entertainment, if that's what you want to call it. We are the standard. And we need to stop using the enemy as the standard and stop using the ignorance as the standard, because that's really what we're doing. And we're denying who we are for real. We're stuck in the matrix. If we could just admit that, hey, this is a lie, that's a lie, this is a lie, that's a lie, everything else is a lie, that's a lie too. There's a lie over there, there's another little lie right there. Oh, that's a little white lie. Oh, that's another little lie. They make up these funny names, these strange names to minimize or negate it. Oh, that's just a white lie. Oh, that's a fib. Oh, that's not. It's a lie. If we could just admit that everything we've been taught is a lie, then we could begin to start understanding what the truth is. But until we get to that point, we're going to continue to be stuck in the matrix as a people, because the chain is strong as its weakest link, my people. So it's us 4 up here, us 5, where my brother Scribe is at, but we could win as a team. And that's the beautiful thing that I heard my brother Ahati say one time, that you can't beat nature. Shout out to the Natiru, so peace and love to everybody in the chat. You gonna say something, brother?
Yeah, that's a great point. You can't beat nature. You can't beat like his teaching. You can't beat the fungi, the fungus. It's all around you. The energy is all around you. It's unbeatable because it's been here for billions of years. So as long as we tap into that energy, you personality-wise really don't have to do anything to improve on it. You really just got to be yourself, what you were born to be. And that's what I love about Saba, is because when he gives you your name, he sees something in you that you didn't see originally prior to learning the Medu Netter. But he allows you to still grow into your name or your position so that you become that being that becomes unbeatable. And there's nothing arrogant about that, because as long as you come with honesty, facts, truth, reciprocity, honor, loyalty, respect with your own people. I'm not saying with the Tommies, I'm saying with your people first. Then you are unbeatable, brother. That's why you can sit up here and you're getting praises week after week for speaking, when prior to all this, you probably thought you could never do this. That's why I love this, because you can truly be anything you want to be as long as you're following Maat and not wavering or bouncing back and forth within you. So, and that's really what attracted me to Saba in the first place, was how versatile he was with his teachings, that he wasn't just exclusively teaching about our culture. He was teaching about everything that we could see around us in today's day and age too. So we're not just limited to the specific teachings of Ma'at, that we can take the fungus, and incorporate it into something that we want to talk about tonight, and it meshes and it makes perfect sense. That's the beauty. That's something I could never come up with on my own. I never heard anybody else speak about prior to Saba Tehuti. And you're absolutely right. I'm actually going to speak on that Sunday about the Tomahawks. We're going to do a little more exposing. And we're gonna pull the smiles when you see them on the street, when you're walking past them, they're smiling, that nervous smile. We're gonna pull all that. We're gonna expose some of that, because it is all a lie. And I was telling the Tomahawk the other day, as long as you support this system, I hate you. I'm not afraid to say that. I hate the system. You support it, I hate you. Period. And of course, I became the N-word and all types of stuff. But the thing is, that's where I'm at today. I'm here to protect you. I'm here to protect the teachings. And I don't have time for the effery, as they call it. So here's what it is. And Maat does exposing, of course. So I'm going to leave it at that, brother. Again, the Tetechu means the spokesperson of the movement. This brother right here is he is symbolizing what Saba taught about with the fungi. He's growing like the fungi. He is totally metamorphosizing in front of your eyes tonight, and he will continue to keep growing. And I'm proud of you, brother, because we've talked offline, and I see you here. You're so full of energy, fire. It's very interesting, because I could never predicted this. When you got your position and you're going up and beyond, above and beyond. So hail you, and I'm going to pass the mic to the great Scribe. Scribe, I like the mighty Heru Bahutep behind you. I like that.
Two off for that. Two off, brothers. Go ahead.
How do I sound? Scribe. Do I sound all right?
Yes, you sound good, brother. Yes.
All right. Peace and love to everybody. Yes, excellent words. Yeah, shout out to the great brothers on this panel right here. We are definitely building and organizing and doing some things, many things throughout the week to bring forth to you all. So, you know, if you all, you know, want the opportunity to be able to come into a brotherhood and connect and find people who are like-minded and who want to build and live on Ma'at and get rid of this matrix system and find out what the truth is, you're in the right space. You know, if this is your first time here, you know, this is just the beginning of a very, very, very long and interesting journey. And it's, you know, it's one of those things to where your introduction may sting, but after that initial sting, it becomes bliss. You know, so the teachings are absolutely beautiful, and the teachings of Ma'at is here to represent that and to bring forth and show you all and to spread Saba Tehuti and his message and his teachings as far as possible. So that's why we're here. And we represent the teachings of Ma'at.org. So be sure to go to that website and check it out. I'm gonna share the screen real quick with you all before Saba Tehuti comes back and give us the teaching on Lillith. All right, so this is the teachings of Maat.org. Let's see my screen sharing. All right, so whenever you go here, there's packed full of information. You know, you can spend an hour just going through and seeing what's all here. But right now I want to show you all something that we're building and we're organizing right now to bring all of the active members, the non-active members, and all of you out there in the who just loves Maat and follows Maat and wants to connect and build with one another. So of course, here's the beautiful affirmation you can get here from the website. So when you scroll down right here, it says join our community, the TOM Discord. Join our Discord community. So we have started a Discord community, and all you have to do is click this image right here and it'll take you to where you need to go to sign up. If none of you all have heard of this, this is just it is a system to where we can all just have a group conversations. We can have meetings, video meetings, audio meetings. It's an excellent way to communicate with one another outside of the pod class, outside of the Sunday study guide class. So we wanted to bring this forth so we can continue the conversation outside of the online classes. And it's an excellent way for us to continue the conversation and get to know each other a little bit better. So, you know, we are working on many things. The great brother Minku Ara is organizing some things for us to have a physical meetup this year. So if you all would like to meet the Saba Tehuti and meet the great brothers on this panel, you know, let us know in the chat. Put a 1 in the chat if you all would enjoy or come to the in-person meetup, if we choose to have that closer to the end of this year, maybe August or September. You know, let us know. Put a 1 in the chat if you all want to do that, and if this is a good idea for us to organize this for everyone, to bring everyone together. You know, so this is what we're doing. This is what we're wanting to do. And you know, it's all thanks and gratitude to the great Saba Tehuti. And this is the seed that he planted from Podcast Episode 1. And this is what is springing forth and coming forth now. This is what's budding now. So this is so I encourage everyone to go to the website, teachingsofmaat.org, and click this right here and join the Discord community so we can continue the conversation. We're going to be bringing a lot of fun and interesting things here, a lot of information. Everything is always about the information, but you know, we're bringing forth some just some great things for us to enjoy throughout the teachings and get to know one another on a more intimate level. All right, so I encourage everyone to go here. This is open to everyone who are following Maat. All right, so yeah, just we appreciate you. We appreciate everyone in the chat, and you know, peace and love and Hotep Maat. And I'll give a little bit more on the next breakdown. So the great Saba Tehuti is here, and we'll let him control back the throne. Saba Tehuti, peace and love, Hotep Maat.
Peace. Greetings. So beautiful. I want everybody to, first of all, I see people pressing 1. Did one of you ask everybody to press a 1 in my?
Yeah, I asked everyone if they would like to have a meetup, a personal meetup, a gathering, a community gathering, if they would like that, to put a 1 in the chat. So these are the people who would like to do that.
Wonderful. I'll tell you right now, one of the goddesses that's connected to me is actually doing a retreat, and people are paying high numbers for that. So people are showing appreciation to her. I may reveal that. I want to talk to her more about that, but I want to let everybody know this. Everybody, you heard a Hati say, I think he said praise, is either praise scribe or praise arcad. He hail to one of them. Is that right, Hati? Just a few minutes ago, you said, who was it to? Which one? Who'd you say hail to?
Yes, and hail Arcad.
Okay, so I'm going to use this as a beautiful opportunity to add a little segment into the class to show you and some of the new people, not you, Ahati, but you as in everybody here, and some of the new people, what the Tehuti pod class has changed as far as the paradigm of black men in communication. And it's beautiful that Ahati just said hail to Arcad, right, Ahati?
I did, sir.
Yeah, so hail to Arcad. Arcad, can you hear me, brother?
Yes.
You've been on this earth over 35 years?
Yes.
How many people have hailed you? How many people said your name with hail in front of it? Hail.
Never. First time. First time. Well, not the first time, but not until here.
Yes. So none of your brothers on the block when you're hustling, living that life, none of them turned around and said, hail Jermaine. Hail Jermaine.
No, but you know what's interesting though is that my brother in Australia was giving me so much praise last week when we were talking. He was actually blowing my mind. I was like, I just couldn't believe it. I just was like, wow, like he was giving me his perspective and he was telling me everything that you brothers tell me. And I've been knowing him for over 20, 25 years. Like, so it was beautiful.
So I'm going to put this little section for all the new people. I want to put this little section in here to show you all something. And then I'm going to get into, we're going to do the shout outs to the donators. And then we're going to go right into Lillith. So let me go ahead and do this little section here. Anybody who's new in the room, can you press 1 for me? If you're new in the room, can you press 1? If you're new in the room, can you press 1? I know Sakina's new. If you're new in the room, press 1. If you're new in the room. I've seen a lot of new names today. I've seen a lot of Muslims. I've seen some Hebrew. I've seen young Jew. I've seen a bunch of new people in the room. If you're new in the room, just press a 1 for me, please. Okay, here we go. On my side, I'm not seeing any 1s. I may be lagging. Scribe, are you seeing any 1s?
No, not yet. It usually is a little delay.
Yeah, it's a little delay. They'll come up. Okay, new people press 1. Let me go ahead and get into this, everybody. Here we go. So Ahati said, hail Arcad. I want everybody to know that this is an example of how brothers spoke to one another in 1800 BC, before the introduction to the Tamahua Euro matrix. So before the introduction to the Tamahua Euro matrix, that's how we spoke. Before the introduction of the Tamahua Euro matrix influence the design matrix, what conscious Kemetic knowledge channel, or do you know in person, do you know or see of any brothers speaking like this with each other? So you all in this room go into the other channels, you hear them have all this knowledge, all this breakdown, they claim to be the wisest, the best debater, the this and the that. When you hear them speak to each other on the panel, do you hear any of them speaking how Ahati spoke to Arcad just now, saying, hail this brother, praise this brother? Do you see that? And this is how brothers or black men who teach, speak, debate, lecture, do they speak like this? Do you ever seen this in the other chats? Okay, does the frequency of their worship, respect of each other, do you see it come forth? Do you see the frequency of that show forth from their teachings in the way they communicate with other men? Most of the time when you go on the other channels, don't you see all the other men arguing with each other, battling? When one talks, even if somebody says something right, they'll say, yeah, that's true, but what about this? Or, yeah, they may be true, but also this. Never praising for the truth that they gave. the best thing they'll say is, I'll give you props for that. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to lie. You did pretty good. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to lie. No. Whereas, forget the word lie. Forget what you're not going to do. The brothers look at each other and just say, hail such and such. Praise such and such. People may say, no, I'm not going to do that to another brother. We're all equal. But here we go. Do you see this frequency of respect in any of the other chats? Where does this frequency of respect come from? When did people speak like this? Well, let me give you a little lesson here. And this is because 3 of the questions that were sent into the pod class, 3 have been taken away because one turned into a personal question that the person wants to talk to me about on Facebook Messenger. The other one was another personal question about gallstones. Someone sent in a question about gallstones and how to heal gallstones without vinegar, and I went and answered their question and sent it to them privately. And hopefully, about 2 to 3 weeks or a month from now, that person's partner should be healed. And when they heal, they can come back to the Tehuti podcast and say, "Yeah, Tehuti taught me how to heal this, and now my gallstones are gone." All right, so this is the story of Sinahu, and the other person who asked the question, they got to gather more information. It's actually the brother Kemetic Medoji. He's gathering some more information before he can formulate the true question properly with all the information. So this is the story of Sinahu. So the story of Sinahu is considered one of the finest works of ancient Egyptian literature, or ancient Kemetic literature. It is a narrative set in the aftermath of the death of the pharaoh Amenemhat I, founder of the 12th dynasty of Kemet in the early 20th century BC. It is likely that it was copied only shortly after this date. So this is here's the beauty about the followers of Maat, is that they left us with images of themselves with their writing. So nobody can say, you see, Christians and religious people, your God left you open. Your God left you open. That's why why do we have arguments whether Moses was white, Jesus was white? Here's something new I'm going to bring to the paradigm. Your God left you open. Why do we have arguments of whether Jesus is white or not? Jesus is white, black Jesus, Moses black. He put his hand in his bosom, came out brown, leprosy. Why do we have those arguments? You know why? Because they didn't leave you with images. When I pass, do you think anybody's going to argue whether Tehuti was a black man? Tehuti was a Chinese man named Wong Tong Feng Fei, and he was born in Hong Kong. Do you think anybody's going to say that? They're going to press play on the Tehuti pod class and see me teaching. Well, that's what the ancient Kemetic people did. You see this? They show you Amenemhat. They show you Senuseret. They show you who the people are they're talking about, and the records have dates, and they leave their original writings for you to look for. So nobody can argue that this isn't Amenemhat. They can't argue and say, no, he was a blonde guy. Nope. We left the evidence. Unfortunately, the God of all the other monotheistic religions left you all to argue. So here is the papyrus of Sinahu, and it was put on Ostrakhan from the tomb of Sinna the Gem at Deir el Medina, inscribed with the story of Sinahu. So here it is on papyrus, here it is on rock. This is the story of Sinahu. How did Sinahu speak? Let's see. Let's see if this is the speech you hear in this pod class, or if this is the speech you hear on the other so-called conscious channels with how black men talk to each other. Here it is. The hereditary noble and commander, warden of the district, officer of the estate. So right off the bat, there's a ranking system in Kemet. Right off the bat, there's a commander of the sovereign lands in Asiatics. The truly beloved royal acquaintance, the follower, Sinahu said. So there's a commander. He's a commander, but he's a follower. Where does this doctrine come from today? I don't follow no man. No, we're all equals. I don't follow nobody. I ain't following nobody. We're all equals here. What ancient writings is that? What is that? Where does that come from? Does that come from what our ancestors taught? Because here is Sinahu, and here's Amenemhat, and the person's a commander, but they're calling himself a follower. The commander, nobleman, but he's the follower, Sinahu, and he's proud of being a follower. So where does this concept come from? Where black men say, I ain't following no man. I ain't got no leaders. We all equal. We all the same here. Where does that come from? Does that come from our ancient people? Or does that come from self-hate? Because without a follower and a leader, there's no ranking system. Without a ranking system, there's no nation. What nation has no leader, no followers, no captain, no lieutenant, no governors, no mayors? We are just all equal. This is our new nation. We just all the same. We all Dogons. The Dogons don't have a high priest. Every structure has a ranking system, and the Cometians knew this. But what do you do to cause chaos amongst the black community? Tell them that they're all equal and they're all the same. Thus, there's no structure. Thus, there's no threat. So here is the follower Senahu. He said, I was a follower who followed his Lord. Now today, whenever you hear anybody talking about following their Lord, it's about an invisible man named Jesus Christ. Who in the chat room here, let me go in the chat. Who in the chat room here ever hears black men talking about another black man saying, I'm the follower and he is my Lord? Can you all put the link in the chat to where brothers talk like that? Do you talk like that about your brother? Is there any conscious man of all your conscious favorite teachers, all the groups and rooms that you go to, do you hear anybody in the room saying, I'm the noble follower and that's my Lord? He's my Lord. All you hear is black people saying, that's my Lord and Savior, talking about an invisible Jesus. But here we have a commander, a royal commander, saying he's a humble follower, and the other person he's talking about, that other black man, that is his Lord. And that's how black men used to talk. Why don't they talk like that anymore? But they say they're conscious. They say they're teaching Maat. So who here teaches Maat talks like this? Because this is how the followers of Maat spoke. I don't hear them saying, ain't nobody got no lead. We ain't got no, we all the same, man. We all the same. We ain't all the same. Everybody got no lead. We all like, man. Everybody same, man. Ain't no, you all equal, man. I don't hear Sinhu talking like that. How come? And he more likely never had that accent either. All right, so here is the follower Sinhu who said, I was a follower who followed his Lord, a servant of the king's harem. You've never heard this sentence said by a black man. He's a servant, not just a follower of his Lord. What is a harem? Anybody know what a harem is? He's the servant of the king's harem. The goddesses and wives that the king has, not only is this man a servant to the king, he's a servant to the king's women too. They're over him too. He's a servant of the king's harem and of the hereditary princess, greatest of praise and wife of the king, Sinuwasret and Kemamutset, and daughter of the king, and Amenemhet, and Ka Neferu, Nefri, possessor of the honored state. He's a servant of the wives. He's the servant of his Lord. He's a servant of the king's wives. He's a servant of the king's major wife, as they call it. He's a servant of the king's daughters. He said to me, how shall that land fare without him, that efficient God, in awe of whom throughout the foreign lands, like Sekhmet of the year of pestilence. The man is calling the other man the efficient God, and then comparing that man that he worships, that is his Lord, comparing him to a goddess. They're in awe of him like a goddess. So men were not ashamed of being compared to a powerful woman. Does that happen in today's conscious community? I'm strong like Francis Cress Welsing. I'm strong like Queen Nzinga. You don't hear the men saying that, but here is the follower of his Lord who follows the Lord, and he's a servant of the wives of his man, the king. He's a servant of the king's daughters, and he's comparing him to the power of a goddess. All that is females right there. All that is females right there, giving the male the energy, and then the males being compared to Sekhmet. Interesting. So in the year of pestilence, I said to him that I may answer him to be certain, his son has entered the palace and has taken over the inheritance of his father. He is a god indeed, without peer. Is that a shadow la ilaha illallah? There is one God and he has no peer? Well, this is what black men said about other black men. Now we say it about invisible gods in the sky. Ashhadu alla ilaha illallah. Ashhadu alla ilaha illallah. Now we say that about some invisible God. But here, in actual history of the Nile Valley, black men said, see that black man? He is my Lord, he is a God, and he has no peer. And I serve his wives and I serve his daughters. Where's that today? How could you follow Maat and not talk like that? Because your ego? Okay, so he's the God indeed with no peer. No other came into being before him. Doesn't it sound like the affirmation to Allah and God? He is the master of knowledge. No other God came before him. He's the master of law, excellent in planning, efficient in commanding. Isn't this how you hear the brothers in the podcast talk about me? But do you hear other conscious brothers talk about this, like this, about any of the other conscious brothers? Because we echo the vibration of Ma'at in here. This is the Ma'at that none of the black men want. This part right here. They want the gold. They want to wear the unks and the staffs, and I'm the king and do that, and I'm the baddest, I'm the best debater, I'm the best. They want all that, but they don't want to talk like this. That's giving up too much of their power, so they think, not knowing that it's actually giving them power. That man over there, that's the God. That man has no peer. No God came into being before him. He's the master of knowledge. He's like Sekhmet. He's excellent in planning, efficient in commanding. By whose command one comes forth and goes down. It is he who controls the foreign lands. While his father was in his place, he reported to him what the father had decreed had come to happen. He is a champion who acts with the scimitar, that's that blade, a fighter without anyone like him. Nobody is like him. When he is seen attacking the bowmen, engaging the fray, he is the one who bends back the horn and renders the hands powerless, so that his enemies cannot muster their ranks. He is vengeful when he cracks skulls. No one can stand up to him. He steps wide when he annihilates the fugitives. There is no success for the one who shows his back to him. He is adamant in the moment of contact. He comes again and does not show his back. He is the stalwart of heart. This is how Sinahu spoke about Amenemhet and Sennacherib. It goes on. Don't worry, we're not done. I know this hurts a lot of brothers because brothers are like, oh man, we're not. This is how we're supposed to speak to each other? Yes. And that's why you only hear it here in the podcast. When he sees a crowd, he does not allow cowardice around him. I know Ahati loves this guy. When he sees a crowd, he does not allow cowardice around him. He is eager when he falls upon his retinue. And he is joyful when he plunders the Baal people. As soon as he takes up his shield, he strikes down. He need not repeat the act of killing, for there's no one who can deflect his arrow, nor one who can draw his bow. The bowmen retreat before him, as if before the might of the great goddess. Let me look in the screen. Hold on. What does it say about this king? The bowmen retreat before him, like the might of the great goddess. This is totally flipping around how we think today, huh? How many men have you been here? How many men in all the years of consciousness have you heard being compared to the might of the great goddess? It's only women that compare themselves to goddesses. And in religion, they erase the goddesses. It's only men. But here, the man's might is the might twice of the great goddess. He is the Lord who has no peer. No God was before him. I follow him. He is excellent in command. And his power, all that power that I'm telling you about, it's like the power of a goddess. Because I serve not only him, but I serve his goddesses and his daughters. You'll never hear this in the conscious community. Huh? Any of you brothers heard brother talk? Let's go. Here we go, everybody. Here we go. The bowmen retreat before him as if he was the might of the great goddess. He fights on having foreseen the outcome. He takes no care for the remnants, but he is well favored and very gentle through the love he takes. His city desires him more than herself. Who's this herself? A lot of female energy mentioned in this power, huh? He is like the great goddess. The city desires him more than herself, and they rejoice because of him more than for their God. Huh? Ask any of the Kemetic priests. Ask any of your favorite teachers. Do you rejoice the man that you respect more than you rejoice your God? No, that doesn't exist in 2023. Now that he is king, husbands and wives rejoice because of him. While still in the egg, he conquered. His face was set from birth. They're praising him from the time he was in the scrotum, from the time he was in the egg. He was still conquering then. Why? Why is that? Go look up sperm wars. Go see what the sperm has to go through before it even gets to the egg, and the fights it has to go through, and what it has to conquer and become the champion conqueror to even be the sperm that goes in the egg. You start off as the great champion conqueror from the egg. To get into the egg, there's a war. Go look up the video called Sperm Wars and watch the battles that the sperms have to go through. And while it's trying to get into the egg, the female is battling inside that environment as well. Okay, so he was enriched, those born with him. He is the one whose the Netzer has given. How joyful is this land now that he has reigned. He is one who extends borders. He has vanquished southlands. He's the one who extends borders. He has vanquished southlands. He will not even have to think about the northlands. Forget about that. He vanquished the south. He won't have to think about the northlands, for he was made to smite the Asiatics and crush the sand crossers. Write to him and let him know your name. Do not utter sedation against his majesty, for he will do for you that which his father did, and he will not fail to do good to you in a foreign land which was loyal to him. That is how the ancestors spoke to other men. We didn't even get to the Netzer yet, because the Netzer are still invisible to you. The physical Netzer were the other men and women that were around each other, and they spoke to and about themselves the same way they would speak about Osiris, the same way they would speak about Jeb. So when you hear a Hati saying, hail a brother he never met yet, he's hailing Arkad. So when people see a Hati speaking like that, and they see the brothers speaking like this towards me, they say, oh, them brothers are soft, man. Oh, them brothers worship Tehuti. Oh, Arkad. Oh, Hati worships Arkad. Oh, man, you know, brother, you're a beta male. You're not supposed to be talking to other males like that. Tell that to Sinahu, Amenemhet, and Sesostris. But make sure you go back in time and tell Sesostris, because he'll have the blade waiting for you. You got to finish the sentence first. And tell Sesostris that he's a sissy. Tell Sinahu, Sesostris, and Amenhotep that they're beta males. Go ahead. All right. So now we get to today. Here are the people in the pod class. When people see brothers like this is kinetic energy who should be in the room right now. And remember over here, it began off by him saying, the efficient God, this is his Lord in whom he follows. And here's the energy of Kemetic energy. This brother argues with everybody. If you say anything, he will challenge you. I watch him in the Garfield rooms and the Killer Priest rooms on Sonnetter. He's ready to battle and argue with anybody. How does he talk to Tehuti? How? Thank you, my lord. Tonight's the main event. Outside of the Tehuti pod class, which brothers are speaking like this to each other? Thank you, my lord. This is the Tehuti pod class. Can't wait. What does he say? I will be in the Caribbean again this week. next week until I return to the States. I will send my contribution to the pot for help you requested from the people. You have always been here for me. Huh? Does it sound like an R&B song? You've always been here for me. You ever heard brothers talking like that? In public? Allowed me a spot, welcomed me, and displayed hospitality to me. For that, and you're intelligent, I am forever in debt to you. In that original spirit of giving, you have played tremendous part in my information analysis synthesis. Here's another 100 for you, Master Teacher. I hope my name can be added to the list of astonishing people who also help by contributing to a cause that births effects unseen and unheard in our epoch. Peace to you and your family. We will be greeted soon in the physical. Until then, check the Cash App. That is how this brother here, I believe he's from Jersey, one of the toughest areas, either Jersey or Detroit. I think it's Jersey. This brother right here, who argues and battles. You can't get nothing past him. That's how he speaks to Tehuti. Why? Because of the vibration we have here. Ahati speaks like that to Arkad. Hail Maat. Hail Arkad. Arkad says, I can only stand in your shadow, scribe. I only wish to stand in your shadow. You know, this is how men talk here at the Tehuti Pod class. Okay, here's Kamit. I didn't even have time to grab all the Kamit says. Kamit has paragraphs about me, but I just grabbed this quick one. Tehuti is the knowledge king. Here's a man calling another man king, but this is how we speak to each other and about each other in this Tehuti Pod class, because we revere and echo Ma'at. Here's Askari. Hail Tehuti, high priest, Ahati, the goddesses, moderators, the great brothers, the blessing. This brother Askari could probably kill you. This is a fighter, a weaponry man, martial artist. This man would probably kill you on the streets. So will Kamit. Kamit has all kind of artillery, all kind of, will kill you. But how does he speak to Tehuti? Like this. These are warrior men because they're enmeshing and imbuing the vibration ignited by what they're getting here at the pod class that they never got anywhere else. Here is the young brother Anu. Look how Anu speaks. This is how Anu and his family greets me almost every single morning. Uben Ra, Tehuti, Hotep, Uncle Jatsaneb. May you and your family rise bright and strong like Ra. May you and your family rise like Shu. May you and your family be forever entangled in Ma'at like Neith. May you and your family have a fantastic day. May everything go as your Ba pleases. May you have a fantastic and smooth pod class. May all of you and your family's meals be extra sustaining. Have a fantastic day. It's like his 8th time saying have a fantastic day. Due to the great Neter Tehuti Amenhotep Ra, have a fantastic day. To the great family of Tehuti Amenhotep Ra, your echo will live for eternity because you're thine pure of heart of Ra. You will always be solidified on Ma'at. Doesn't that sound exactly how Sinahu in 1800 BC was speaking about Amenemhet? Isn't that the same frequency? Because this is how brothers, men, can talk to each other once they get the teachings of the Tehuti Pod class. Then you become a man. You're not a man if you can't talk to other men like this who've earned this. You're still an egotistical person striving to be a man, but you have no circle of men or women that you talk to like this. But this is how the ancients speak. So, and for a live demonstration of this interaction between brothers, just watch how General Ahati speaks live. See, I put this together before Ahati spoke. So Ahati said it first, which is even better. So for a live demonstration of this type of interaction, or this interaction between brothers, just watch how General Ahati speaks live in the pod class of Tehuti and or Arkad. I wrote this before he said that about Arkad, and I have Arkad first, and or Arkad. Menku Ari Mary Ma'at, the scribes speak about Tehuti or each other on the pod class, and on Sundays, 5 p.m. Pacific time on the Teachings of Maat channel. Only here will you see such manifestation of reverence between black, brown men. Boom. Ooh, just a little tribute I wanted to do for the brothers to let them know and let the world know. Only here. Ahati, I'll tell you right now, can kill everyone in the pod class. Okay? So can Arcad, I think. I think Arcad can too, but Ahati, I know, can kill everybody here in the pod class. So if any of you think that Ahati's soft, meet him downtown LA and see how soft he is. If you think Arcad is soft, flick his daughter in the nose. Try it. Arcad, slap his daughter on the leg and let's see how soft Arcad is. But in the pod class, these grown men over 40 speak like this to each other. Even if I'm not around, Ahati saying, "Hail Arcad." When I'm not around, Scribe is like, "Hail Tehuti." This is how the gods spoke to each other. So I just wanted to do that before I answer the next question and before I give the tribute. So, brothers, you can say a little bit, and then we're going to go ahead. I'm going to put the cost over here. Just wanted to give you guys that respect.
Go ahead, Arcad.
To us, Saba. Go ahead, Arcad.
You brothers, go ahead. Scribe, I think Scribe has two after that, Saba. Yeah, it's beautiful because you're right. Because just let me show y'all something. So yeah, this is I was reading along as you was reading along, Saba. Yeah,
what's that you're reading? Oh, what is that?
The Tale of Shinu.
Oh,
I was reading along as you was reading along. But yeah, that frequency is definitely spreading. And just to tell everybody, like, I've been getting a lot of accolades and praises that I honestly was not expecting and I've never seen coming. And it's just coming out the woodworks now. So that frequency is absolutely real. And I mean, people at my job, like today, they was like, "Wait, don't go. I didn't even get my 10 minutes to talk to you yet." They just wanted to hear me talk. And I looked back like, wait, what? Like, it is amazing. So two-eye to you, Saba, for that. Hail to the best teacher on the internet, Saba Tehuti Amenhotep Ra, teachersofmaat.org. Hail to my young brother Scribe. Yes, my brother Scribe, I absolutely love you, and you continue to motivate me and inspire me. And I'm going to tell you, brothers, that my goddess told me that I have to present soon here. So, so just to let you brothers know that that energy is spreading. Man, you want
to go this week, brother?
Nah, not this week. I'm not ready. Tomorrow. Hey.
You said you have to present what? What, Arcad? What? She said you have to present where? What? I didn't hear that part.
I have to present. So it's on Sundays during Sundays classes. So
yeah. Okay.
I have to teach.
Yes, you do.
So my goddess say, yeah, she say, you know, you gotta. She say before we going out of town. So she say you have to teach. But that's the frequency that's spreading. That energy, the knowledge is spreading, and you know, it's a beautiful thing, and I'm watching it unfold and manifest in front of me in real time, and you know, I'm eternally grateful to you, Saba, and all of you brothers on the panel for continuing to motivate me, inspire me, and motivate me, and Tua to everybody, peace and love, and yeah, I don't know everybody, but I know me, and yeah, yes, sir. I'm good. I'm good. I got me. I got my back, and I got your back too, Saba, and hey, your back, Scribe, and Minku, and you too, Ahati. For sure, I got your back because I'm a defender of my art. Definitely. Mm-hmm. Yeah, y'all see the goddess behind me. I didn't even understand what it represented, Saba. I didn't understand it. And remember, I told you I'm understanding things on a deeper level. It's starting to resonate differently. The truth hit different, guys. So shout out to everybody in the chat that respect and value the truth. That's what we have to get back to. We have to get back to valuing the truth and appreciating the truth and recognize. Listen, real recognize real, right? So if you don't recognize what's real, then I don't know what to tell you. Peace and love.
Beautiful, beautiful. Yes.
Hey, Saba, that was beautiful. That tribute was well. Tua for that tribute. That meant a lot to me, and I absolutely agree. I know Senahu is your favorite, so that was really special. And I really liked that. I'm very appreciative of it. It gave me even more confidence to do what I gotta do, and it really motivated. It really motivated me more to. You're absolutely right. And we talked about this in a way long time ago that every other race has a ranking system. That's why they're successful. We're the only people that don't have a ranking system because we all think we're all can play the same position. It's just totally, you're right, total chaos. But it's interesting now we know our place. This is happening. And like you said, I don't see any other black people. I don't care the conscious community. I'm talking about worldwide, blacks worldwide, even ones that are in supposed power, that have this type of energy going within their system. And you have it. You have it. You are the one. So I greatly appreciate you, brother. I'm glad that I took that risk to come all the way out here that day and be called to you. So peace.
Thank you, brother. Peace. Thank you, brethren. Thank you. Scribe, you got something to say real quick, and then we're gonna make Quran. Then we gotta get into these the donations, and then into the next last question, and then see if somebody wants to send a donation for one of these people to jump up on the screen to talk to Tehuti face to face. Who's gonna do it?
Who's going to do it?
I know who's gonna do it.
Oh,
I know who's gonna. Captain Tazaria.
Yeah,
I hear tire wheels screeching down.
You'll talk to me when we're like 75.
Right.
Okay,
yes.
Scribe, what do you guys think, my brother?
Yes, Hotep Maat, that was absolutely beautiful. Saba, to bring all that together in one setting for us all to really recognize what you have set in place for us to be able to follow under the laws of Maat. And it's just absolutely beautiful. And, you know, I love the fact, you know, it's always been confusing to me as to why it's so difficult for brothers to give adoration and hail each other. And so now that we come across Maat, this is how I knew that this was my home and where I'm supposed to be, because this is right. This is natural. This is the way it should be. And like you said, you know, you see, there is no adoration given to brothers outside of here, you know, and even when there is a little bit of love given, it's followed right behind some isfet and name calling, and to the point to where you got to make rules to say, hey, no name calling, you know, it's a rule you got to put in place, you know, and you have absolutely changed the paradigm in way we can follow and know that what we're doing and the ability to give that adoration to each other and what it can do for you, even for your own self, you know, to give that feels good for yourself, you know, and by naturally doing that, you receive that back in return. And it's just a awesome system of reciprocity that goes all the way around. And this is why within the teachings of Maat and, you know, with reciprocity, this is not a physical thing. This is an energetic thing that we're doing. And it's absolutely beautiful. And as you know, as you said, the warriors are the ones stepping up and providing this first, which is what you don't see, you know. And as you you know, these are warrior brothers that are stepping forward and showing love and adoration and what they call today being humble and giving humility to each other. And but are not here to play no games. As we come up here every week, we're serious about what we're doing, and it's and I give adoration, and I give adoration to those in the chat often who are here consistently and give their attention to you in this podcast that goes on for 7-8 hours. That shows a lot of respect, because today attention span is very little. People have a hard time focusing in for longer than a few minutes at a time. So it really goes to show how dedicated the people, even in the chat room, who show up consistently here, how much respect that they give to you and give to the teachings of Maat. And we will forever echo your name, and you are forever solidified, for as long as we are here, and we're going to do everything we can to push and spread this to the right people. It's not about the quantity, it's about the quality of the right people to continue and echo and pass down to the generations coming up under, so they actually have leadership and guidance to walk forward in confidence and knowing who they are and where they come from. And for that, you will be forever in eternity held to the highest regard, Saba Tehuti. So Tua for everything that you do.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you so much. Okay, Vez. Excellent. You want to say something real quick, man, Karan? Then we're going to get right into it. We got a lot. I got this big Lillith breakdown, and then we're going to see what's going to happen after that. Go ahead, real quick, if you have something quicker to say.
Tua, for your intuition, Saba, and putting together that salute and that tribute. Real quickly, today I sent Saba a messenger regarding one of his ideas. So I had the courage to give him adoration earlier. And also today, I caught a line in a song and I shared it with Scribe, and Scribe helped me see it from a different perspective. And I gave him adoration and praise for his genius mind. So thank all of you brothers for what you bring. Maat, and how we live and how you teach, Saba, is what is necessary for us to regain trust and build community and love each other again. I think a lot of us have been disappointed in the leadership and disappointed in us not standing up for each other. And so I believe that Maat and your teaching, Saba, and you brothers in your leadership is what's necessary for us to see ourselves in the way that we need to see ourselves, and for us to see each other, So Tua, to all you brothers, and it's an honor and a pleasure to be amongst your energy.
Thank you, my good brother. Let me get back on the screen. Oh, okay. Thank you, my good brother. Wonderful. Appreciate all of you. Okay, we're going to go right into, I had to throw that in the class there because I had extra time because 3 questions got removed. So we're going to go right into the dedications. We're going to go right into the donations, a couple of them, the support, and then we're going to get right into the Lillith question that I see in here. So we're going to do share screen. Here we go. Boom. We're going to take care of a couple of these because look who's right up front, the very first, right off the bat. What do we have here? Boom. Give them some noise, guys. $100. This is Comedic Menergy. Do Dilly from Philly. Do Dilly from Philly. Thank you. Hey, gentlemen, I'm gonna I fixed my audio. Tell me if you all can hear this. So I can put on sounds too. I fix this situation. Let's hear this. How does this sound, everybody?
We can hear it.
Can you hear it, Chris?
It's a little quiet, but we can hear it.
Okay, that's quiet. I'm gonna have to fix that. How about this?
Yes.
Oh, you know what? Oh, wait. Hold on. Let me fix both of them right now. That's low, right? How about this?
Oh, there we go. Yes.
Is that better?
Yes, that's better. Yes, sir.
Okay, good. I'm fixed. Beautiful. Okay, wonderful. I'm gonna let you guys. Okay, good. I'm gonna stop this. Now I can add sounds to it. That's wonderful. Okay, so shout out to Kinetic Energy. Let me turn the music down a little bit. Shout out to you, my good brother. Shout out to you for the support. If he's still in the room. Shout out to T-Bull. Shout out to you, my good brother, Kinetic Energy. There's the $100 that he actually sent me a message for. Shout out to he actually set off the biggest donation at one time. Shout out to you. Appreciate you, my good brother. Boom. Thank you. We're gonna go into the next one, and look right off the next one. I have not even heard of this person. I have not. If this is what I think it is, what's this? Yeah, Heinz Haller. Who is this? It sounds German. It sounds German, and this is the first time if you brothers ever seen this name giving a donation before, let me know. I have not. But look what's about to pop up on the screen from Heinz Haller. Heinz Haller is that on the screen right there?
Yes.
Give him some noise, guys. I don't even know who this first brother is, but shout out. Shout out to Heinz Haller. Woo! And Heinz Haller says, Hotep Maat Saba, thank you for your service. Please, do you have a postal address where I can send a small gift to? I'm actually about to set that up. I'm gonna get the goddesses to go set that up. I have an address that Scribe sent something to, but I'm gonna switch that to an actual Tehuti pod class official address. Heinz Haller, I did actually send you a message on this PayPal, asking you for your email address so I can speak to you directly and then let you know what the address is and contact you. So Heinz Haller, if you're hearing this, Heinz Haller, also if you are hearing this, you could also send me a message directly, and I'll give you updates on when I get the postal box set up. So you can send me a message directly right here to mysticaltelevision@gmail.com, mysticaltelevision@gmail.com, mysticaltelevision@gmail.com. Go ahead and send me a message there. And shout out to you, Heinz Haller. So look at this, all the new people that are here, all the old people that are here. Look at the appreciation. We're just 2 donations in. We're 2 supports for Tehuti in, and we're already over $200. Have you ever seen this before? Shout out to Heinz Haller and Kinetic Energy, 2 donations in and already $200. This is what's keeping me here, because I can continue to teach and not have to go get some side job at the Magic Castle. I can stay right here. Shout out to you, whoever you are, Heinz Haller. Appreciate you. Okay, on to the next one. Oh, right on to another big one from Star Feather, who's in the room right now. He's one of the people that he retracted this question. This question is actually impossible to answer. I'm not sure where it even came from, but John, give this man some noise. 5555. Where is Neptune? Now, he took his question back. Shout out to Star Feather. Appreciate you, my good brother. Woo! Shout out to you, my good brother, Jonathan Hacker. He went and got a Facebook so he can communicate with me. I told him you can call me on Facebook. He wants to interact with me for a moment, so I told him to give me a call on Facebook. Let me see if I can fix this. Okay, call me on Facebook. So we changed this question from where's Neptune, so he's gonna have talk with me on Facebook about something. Shout out to you, Jonathan Hacker. Is Jonathan Hacker in the room? His name is Star Feather. Are you in the room, my good man? Is he in the room? He may not be. He wasn't earlier.
Yes, he's here. He's here.
Oh, he is here? Okay, great.
Says appreciate you, family.
Absolutely. Thank you, my brother, for the support. This is what keeps. I'm going to put support. Star Feather. Shout out to you, Star Feather. He turned into a support and just a conversation he wants to have with me. Shout out to you, my brother. $55.55. Shout out to you. It doesn't stop there. Hold on, everybody. What type of podcast is this? Back to back to back to back. What is this, gentlemen? This is the support that I'm talking about. Is that on the screen?
Yes, it is.
Yep.
Yeah, take it off. Shout out to you, support, Hika, huge support. Look at everybody. Look at this. You know what's interesting is that Comedic Energy said he's going to restart the trend. He said he's going to restart the trend, and he sent 100. None of these brothers knew that he sent that, but boom, look at this. He sent that. He was the first to do it for tonight, and then boom, every other one that came after that was 100, 55. So this has been an incredible podcast so far. Shout out to you, Hega Kepra, if you're in the room. If you're not, you'll see this on the replay. Shout out to the other donators. I see you. I'm going to give you a shout out when I come back. Amun, Maat, Ra, Arcad, Infinite, Daryl, Stedman, Scribe, SGII. Somebody else is here. Sarah Broomfield. Hey, Sarah Broomfield. How you doing? Okay, Sarah Bromfield, Sasha Wallace, DHJ, who is actually a new person. Let me go ahead and shout him out right now, actually. Let me go ahead he's the person that contacted me. Oh, that's Young Jew. Oh. Scribe, Lewis is Young Jew.
Nice. I seen Young Jew in the chat.
Yes, Young Jew's gonna come.
Young Jew? Young Jew? What?
That's your favorite guy. That's your son, man. That's your
favorite
guy.
Jew.
There he is. Hey, Ahati, look. Ahati.
Oh,
look at his name.
Oh, okay.
Look at his name. Look,
oh, you scared me
the other
for a
name
second. Okay.
No, look at the other name with his other name. Look at the name in the middle.
Oh, Brian?
Yeah. Wasn't that a Facebook name? One time.
Yeah, that was my undercover name.
Yeah, Brian was.
Brian
that was
Reynolds.
Undercover name. And Ahati's Brian Reynolds.
Is that still on Facebook? It's still on Facebook, probably.
Yes, it is. Brian Young Jew.
Brian Young Jew.
Brian the Young Jew, huh? Okay. He may come up to the screen if somebody gives the donation. He's already given 20, so somebody gives something else and he can come have a conversation with me. But he told me he was going to give a donation earlier today. He's been watching. He said he's been absorbing hours of pod class. Shout out to you, Young Jew. One Young Jew. I've never heard anybody name that like that before. Shout out to Young Jew. Shout out to you, my brother, if you're in the room. Owen Hythe, Netzer Ung. Shout out to you, Anthony Drain, Nito Campbell. We're gonna give you all shout outs when I come back from this answer. Let me go ahead and get into the answer because I see the numbers. The numbers are dropping. The numbers are gonna pick right back up once I get into this next answer, Neith, and then we're gonna give a shout out to the rest of the people. Is Young Jew in the room? Dude Dilly, straight from Philly. All right, here he is.
Oh, Jew
Young
for Judah.
Jew. My middle name is Judah. Let's go, Judah. Brian Young Jew. That's the best. That's the best. That's the best. That's one of my favorite names from now on. Brian Young Jew. Shout out to you, Louise. What name did you see, Ahati, when I said look at the name and you said, oh, what did you see?
Brian.
Okay, yeah. Louise,
and
Brian.
Then I saw Jew.
Yeah. Shout out to the good brother, Brian Young Jew.
I'm just kidding, Brian. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not judging you.
Ahati was ready.
If
Okay,
you
here
go
we
to
go,
my
everybody.
video,
Welcome.
you'll see why I said that.
Oh, yes. So here we go, everybody. We're going to get into the next question sent in by this man right here. Best podcast on earth. Jason Kirkland. What's it? Jason Kirkland, yeah. Okay, Jason Kirkland. Here we go, everybody. We're going to go into the next question here. Let me get this off the screen. The next question sent in. So we went from fungi to what else? Look at the diversity of questions from fungi to. Let's see what I can open this with. I gotta open it with. I guess I gotta open with Adobe. Okay, so here is this.
Saba, you're chopping up.
And everybody's locked up. Yeah, it's locking up. It's locking up. I'm gonna fix this. Okay, let me entire screen. Can you all hear me good now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, here we go, everybody. Everybody see that? Jason Kirkland, 2472. Give this man some noise, gentlemen. 2472. He's just here for your teaching. Thank you, my brother. Thank you. And he actually said the question in an email, and it was or in the Facebook, and it was he wants to know who or what was Lilith, and what was Lilith's connection to the Natiru. So in this message, he said, Unki and Maat, Uben Ra Saba, Tua for your teachings. Unki and Maat, Uben Ra Saba, Tua for your teachings. 2472 from Jason Kirkland. Shout out to you, Jason Kirkland. Appreciate you, my good brother. Okay, can you all see the screen?
Yes, we can see it.
You gonna be talking about Samuel, Saba?
Okay, here we go, everybody.
We'll probably have to drop off, so it's...
What'd you say?
I was scribe.
I was saying you're becoming choppy, so we'll probably go ahead and drop off.
Yeah, we'll log off, Saba, and come back.
Okay, yeah. Thank you, Jim. I forgot about that. Yes, log off. Let's get into this answer. Thank you.
Hotep, peace.
Hotep. Okay, here we go, everybody. We're gonna go just do some mic checks. Let me shut a couple things down. Make sure y'all can hear me good without the breaks. Okay, press a 1 if you can hear me smoothly. Press a 1 if you can hear me smoothly, please. Can y'all hear me smoothly? Beautiful, wonderful. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. Here is the next question, and it is, who is Lilith? What is her connection to the Natiru? So let's get into it, everybody. Here we go. All right, so this is where the popular story of Lilith that has influenced most people of today derives. A Jewish fairy tale. Let me use my finger. A Jewish. Oh, why is it doing that? Oh, it's not letting me do my finger. Okay, interesting. A Jewish fairy tale. Let me X this out. What's all this? What is all this? Turning colors. Okay, here we go. A Jewish fairy tale called The Alphabet of Ben Sirach. So the story of Lilith actually comes, the popular story that's influenced people today, has actually come from a Jewish fairy tale. People took a Jewish fairy tale called The Alphabet of Ben Sirach, and they've actually applied it to real life. So this is the Alphabet of Ben Sirach, Alphabetum, Sirachatis, Itijat Ben Sirach, Alpha Beta La Ben Sira, is an anonymous text of the Middle Ages inspired by the Hellenistic work known as the Sirach. Its date authorship estimated to have been anywhere between 700 AD and 1000 AD. By the way, that is the exact date of the Masoretic text, right? That is also the date when the when Judaism became the national state religion. That's where the Jews actually came from 740 AD, and the Masoretic text came from in between this time to 1000 AD. That is the Hebrew text that you see in the biblical concordance. When they go to Strong's Concordance, that was made up by the Masoretics and the Masoretic text, which is in the ADs. So the story of Lilith doesn't come about until 1000 AD. Thus, there's no ancient story of a Lilith. It's compilation of two lists of Proverbs, 22 in Jewish, Babylonian, Arabic, and 22. If you all have been to my classes, you know what 22 means. In Mishnaic Hebrew, both arranged as alphabetic acrostics. Each proverb is followed by Haggadic commentary. The work has been characterized as satire and contains reference to masturbation, influence, and farts, flatulence. So it's attributed as it's a Jewish satire story. It's a fairy tale Jewish satire story. It is not a historical story, and it came thousands of years after the so-called biblical narrative. Okay. So the text has been translated into Latin, Yiddish, Judeo-Spanish, French, and German. A partial English translation appeared in Stern and Mirsky, 1988. Okay. I'll shrink it down a little bit. Let's get a good look. So here is Adam clutches his child in the presence of the child snatcher Lilith. Here's where we started associating Lilith with the Adam story from these from this Jewish fairy tale. Okay. There's the Talmud readers, Adolf Berman. And here is the quick story. Here it is. This is the story they're reading. The Aramic Proverbs are the far older part of the book. 5 of them can be traced to Talmudic midrashic literature, the Hebrew commentary illustrating. Okay, so it says soon after the, let me blow this up a little bit. Soon afterwards, the young son, king, took ill. Said Nebuchadnezzar, "Hail, my son, if you don't, I will kill you." Ben Sira immediately sat down and wrote an amulet with a holy name, and he inscribed on it angels in charge of medicine by their names, forms, and images, by their wings, hands, and feet. Nebuchadnezzar looked at the amulet. Who are these? The angels are in charge of medicine. Snivi, Sinizavi, and Samalaglov. After God created Adam, who was alone, he said, "It is not good for man to be alone." Genesis 2:8. He then created a woman for Adam from the earth that Fungus made. and he created Adam himself and called her Lilith. Here is the Ben Sirach story of why people are even talking about a Lilith and an Adam, because of the subconscious authority that Jews and Hebrews have over everybody's mind, that if it's in their story, it must be accurate. So it is in a satire story. So Adam, the woman's name wasn't Eve, it was Lilith in the satire. Adam and Lilith began to fight. She said, I will not lie below. He said, I will not lie beneath you, but only on top. For you are fit only to be in the bottom position, while I'm to be in the superior one. Lilith responded, we are equal to each other, insomuch we are both created from the earth. But they would not listen to one another. When Lilith saw this, she pronounced the ineffable name and flew away into the air. Adam stood in prayer before the Creator, sovereign of the universe. He said, the woman you gave me has run away at once. The Holy One blessed, the Holy One, blessed be He, sent 3 angels to bring her back. Said the Holy One to Adam, if she agrees to come back, fine. If not, she must be permitted 100 of her children to die every day. The angels left God and pursued Lilith, whom they overtook in the midst of the sea, in the mighty waters wherein the Egyptians were destined to drown. They told her God's word, but she did not wish to return. The angel said, we shall drown you in the sea. Leave me, she said. I was created only to cause sickness to infants. If the infant is male, I have dominion over for 8 days after birth. If it's female, 20 days. When the angels heard Lilith's word, they insisted she go back. But she swore to them by the name of the living, eternal God, whenever I see you, or your names, or your forms in an amulet, I will have no power over that infant. She agreed. 100 of her children die every day. According to every day, 100 demons perish. For the same reason, we write the angels' names on the amulets of young children. When Lilith sees their names, she remembers her oath, and the child recovers. There is the story, everybody, of Ben Sirach that the Jews made up in the Talmud, and it goes back to 700, 1000 AD. There is your Lilith. There is the story of Lilith in the legend of Adam's first wife. You see these images here? Adam's first wife. There's Adam, Eve, and there's Lilith. You see? So this is the story of Lilith and where it came from, okay? Now, I want everybody to know who's new in the pod class. The older people already know. Did I answer the question? Yep. Obviously, she has nothing to do with the Natiru because the story came 700 years AD, 1000 years AD. It is made as a satire, talking about masturbation, incest, and farting. And it was a comedy for the Jews in the Talmud. And there was never a Lilith. Even to the Jews, it was a satire. So the answer is already done. But you know me, Tehuti? You know I got to keep going. You know I'm going to keep going. So here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Pod Class. Let's go. Boom. Now we're going to get into the PSYOPs. We're going to get into more. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the pod class. So now we're going to get into how this got into the Bible first place and the influence. So we have the green writing here of the matrix that I always write here. In the Bible, we see the word not associated with Adam and Eve, but with an owl. Uh-oh. Let me blow this up a little bit. So the word Lilith, when you actually look into the biblical source of the word, you see that it's not associated with Adam and Eve. It's actually associated with an owl. let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. This will be probably the first time you ever heard Lilith really broken down. What actually is this Lilith? We see where it originated from, but here it is in the Bible now. This is before the Talmud. When we look in the Bible, we don't see Adam and Eve in this Lilith story. What do we see? We see Isaiah 34:14. The wild beasts of the desert shall also meet with the wild beasts of the island, and the satire shall cry to his fellow, and the screech owl also shall rest there and find herself a place of rest. Let's shrink this down a little bit. Okay, let's take a look at what we're seeing here. What do we see? We're going to blow it up actually a little bit over here so I can show you. So the word there where it says fellow screech owl, we see here Lylit. Now I know you probably can't read that, but I can read the Hebrew. So I see it. L Lamed Yad Teh. That is Lilith for screech owl. There it is right there. So Lilith in the biblical text, in the so-called Masoretic script, the Hebrew, is an owl, a screech owl. What does this mean? So here it is right here. We look in Strong's Concordance. We see Lilith from Strong's Concordance H3915, a specter, night specter, screech owl. See that? Noun feminine, name of a female night demon. So it turned from an owl to a night demon, borrowed from Babylonian, Isaiah 34:14. Lilitu. So we see in the Assyrian, are the people of the Sugagi, or the people of the cuneiform, we see it's Lilitu on the development of the legends of Lilith in the later Judaism. So we see it comes from a Sugagi word, or what they call a cuneiform word, from the Assyrian. Okay? I'm going to shrink this down. So we see that Lilith is not a person, but Lilith is actually this. This is the mountain owlet called the nightjar. I don't know why the rest of it's not showing, but this is called a nightjar. Okay? So the Hebrew has been variously translated as screech owl, night monster, nightjar, night hag, night bird, vampire. Transliteral name as Lilith. Nothing to do with Adam and Eve. Nothing to do with that story. Let's pull this up a little bit. Scroll up. Okay, so we see it's talking about an owl, a night owl, or a creature of the night. Okay, here it is. So, it's just a word that became, let me see, it's a little glitchy here. It's just a word that became associated with sex. So it's just a word that became associated with sex. Genesis 19:33. And now we can see where the female energy gets linked in to this concept of a night owl. Because in Genesis 19:33, what did they tell us Adam's wife's name was? So here we go. Let me blow this up. So here it is. Okay, so here it is, Genesis 19:33. So they told us Adam's wife's name was Eve or Hawa, which they associated with evil or negativity, Eve from evil, or Eve. Think of Eve. I want you to keep thinking of Eve. Now here we're at Genesis 19:33. Remember when the so-called story of Lot and his daughters made him drink wine at night? That's when they raped him. So right when the Bible begins, it associates a woman with the evening time, Eve, evening, evil, evening time. And then the next stories of women go into a woman raping a man, getting him drunk at night. Now, when we go and read that, we see she is coming at night. What's the word night? Be Lily or Lilith. See it right there? So they associated the women raping their father at nighttime, drunkenness, sex, raping with the nighttime. You see it? So this is all the subconscious where they're associating nighttime with sexuality, a night hag, a night owl, and we're going to see why in a moment. Okay? So the story was Lot's daughters got him drunk at night and they raped him. So remember, Eve's name, Adam's wife's name was Eve. You see it right here? Here it is. We look up Eve. What do we see? I don't know why it's so choppy. Very strange. Let me shrink it. Now it's disappeared. This is odd. Okay, here it is. Eve. Look at the first definition, 1200. Evening. Eve is evening. You see? Eve is evening. Lilith is nighttime, night owl. They're associating the woman with the lady of the night. This is where the concept of Lilith became a person or a woman of sex in the night. And that's why the very first time you see Lilith mentioned in the Talmud story, they're arguing over positions of sex. The reason why Eve was created was so that Adam could have sex. So there was no helpmate found fit for him. The first law was be fruitful and multiply. In other words, have sex. So the creation of Eve was for sex purposes. Her name has the word Eve in it, which is evening and subconscious evil. Lilith in the Talmud becomes Adam's wife, arguing about sex. Her name is a night owl, and it's also the name for the evening time that Lot's daughters raped him when they wanted to have sex. You see the psyops, you see everything happening here. This is how it became, this is how it slowly, I'm showing you how the matrix slowly forms over the years in front of you. So by the time you get it, you say, I have the Lilith power. All of our black women, we got the Lilith energy. Lilith dwells in me. You're talking about a night owl called the owl of the night, which became the lady of the night. Here we go. Welcome to the pod class. So here we are. This is the Lilith incantation. I'm not going to read it all, but this is the Lilith incantation. These are known as the Lilith incantation bowls by way of the 8th century AD. Lilith incantation bowls. So this was pottery found, and it was based on incantation about protecting women, which are children, from the evil genie, because they associated women in their religion. Women were associated with evil, and nighttime were associated with evil, and women were associated for only sex purposes. Here is museum number 91710, and this is the incantation bowl, the Lilith incantation bowl of 6th century to 8th century, Middle Iraq. Okay, so this is the whole incantation bowl. You all can look it up. I have the whole translation here, but I'm not going to, due to limited time, I'm not going to read the whole translation, but I just want to show you that there is a Lilith incantation bowl that was created by these Jews in the 8th century. That's how serious they took the symbolism of this hatred for female energy. Okay, now the oldest mention of Lilith actually goes back to Uruk, Akkadian. So the Lilith story that you all have goes back to Ben Sirach, but the actual oldest story of the mention of a Lilith actually goes back to old cuneiform tablets, because remember it said they stole the word from the cuneiform, from the Assyrian. It goes back to Uruk, Akkadian, Bibalu, that they call Babylon, all the way back to 2000 to 700 BC. And here's the British Museum tablet, K3375. And what is it called? The Gilgamesh Epics. So the oldest time you find a Lilith mentioned by name is in the Gilgamesh Epics. Okay, here's the Gilgamesh Epics right here, which most people here are familiar with. Gilgamesh Epics. Okay. And we'll go ahead and read this little section. Okay, so after heaven and earth had been separated, mankind had been created. After Anum, Enlil, Arishkagal take his possession of heaven and earth and the underworld. After Enki set sail for the underworld. I'm going to skip down to where it mentions down here, because all the way down here. Brought it to Inanna in the garden of Uruk. Inanna tended the tree carefully. You see the story? The goddesses who were wandering among the banks seized the swaying tree. In behest, Anu and Enlil brought Inanna's garden in Uruk. Inanna tending the tree carefully, loving. She hoped to have the throne and a bed made for herself from its wood. After 10 years, the tree had matured, but in the meantime, she found to her dismay that her hopes could not be fulfilled, because during that time, a dragon had built its nest at the foot door of the tree. A dragon, a serpent. The zoo bird was raising the young in the crown, and the demon Lillith had built her house in the middle. But Gilgamesh, who had heard of Inanna's plight, came to rescue. He took the heavy shield, killed the dragon with the heavy bronze axe, who had built the nest at the foot of the tree. The zoo bird was raised, its young in the crown, and the demon Lillith built her house in the middle. That is the end, that is the beginning and end of the story of anything named a Lilith. They literally took the name, they grabbed the name Lilith, realized this was a story about a garden, a tree, and wanting to make a bed out of it. They took it, threw it in their Talmud as Lilith in the garden, replacing Eve, because Eve is evening, or Hawa, which means life. Eve is evening, Lilith means evening. And this was from the concept of the woman of the night, which is why they associated Lilith with arguing about sex. It was an ancient Babylonian or Sugagi story that stemmed from this name Lilith, combined with the queen of the night, which we're going to get into right now. And they stole that and made their Talmud story. That's why when we go to British Museum, plaque museum number 2003-07-18.1, what do we see? In Iraq, the same place that the Gilgamesh Epics comes out of. What do we see? We see the woman of the night. There she is. And look at the animal she's associated with. You see the wings? What are these two animals here? And what do her feet look like? You see? The goddess of the night. The sex goddess of the night. You see the two owls? Her feet are owls, and there's the wings of the owls. See how her wings are down like this? See how the owl's wings are down? So they stole Lilith's name from an ancient Babylonian, an ancient epic of Gilgamesh of Iraq, went back, stole the symbols of the owl, who was associated with the women of the night, took the word Lilith, put it in Hebrew to make it mean nighttime, and associated her with sexuality, because the ancient goddesses of Babylon were associated with sexuality, femininity, which is simply just fertility, giving birth. And thus they created the Lilith that you hear about today. But here's the ancient woman of the owl, and that's why when you look up in Isaiah 34:14 under the actual word Lilith, it translates to as night owl. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast, everybody. This is how we break things down. So we go take a closer look. Women were associated with fertility and the moon due to sexual cyclic cycles, menstruation cycles, and thus were associated with nighttime. You see the owl's feet, relief, Old Babylon, Mesopotamia, Iraq, 19th century, 18th century rectangular baked clay relief, H.49 to 50 centimeters. You see this? What does it say here? Let me blow it up. Uh-oh, what's it called at the bottom? What's it called? Look at the awesome detail. Look how it was made yesterday. What is this called at the bottom? What is it called? Queen of the Night, Museum number 203-07181. Queen of the Night. Why? Because women were associated with the nighttime due to cyclic cycles, menstruation, and also due to lovemaking and pregnancy. Why? Let me get back to the room. Why is that? Jason's like, wow, you didn't expect to hear all this, did you? This is what happens when you send in $25 for a question. You get the Tehuti answer. Why is this? Why is this? Because most people associate childbirth with nighttime. When you go to hospitals, they say a lot of women, when they trace back the birth to the date of the baby born, it seems to be on a full moon. Full moon is the light of the owl. Full moon is the light of Tehuti. Full moon is the light that guides you through the nighttime. It's the secondary light, the full moon, associated with nighttime. So when the babies are born and they trace it back to a full moon, which is why full moons became romantic. Full moons became associated with sex and romance. Sex and romance. And thus when the hymen was broken, when you had sex, when you got married, you were supposed to be in white, you were supposed to be a virgin. And what do they call the time right after a random marriage? Where do they go? To their honeymoon. Why? For sex. Why was the moon associated with sex? Very simple. Why was the woman the queen of the night? Why was the moon associated with sex? Pretty simple. Why? Because, remember, when I broke down the oxytocin and the periaqueductal, and how when a woman goes into an orgasmic stage, she goes into a passed out, almost an unconscious stage. She's unconscious. She's not fully formatted in the sexual act. That's why a lot of women, when they're having sex, their eyes roll back, they're moving all crazy, they're not fully functional. And some fall right asleep due to the semen and the orgasm and the periaqueductal. So who's left to look around for danger? Because remember, there was no houses originally. Huh? Where did people have sex? Right out in the open like the animals did. At nighttime. And daytime. But if you're having sex at nighttime, it's risky. What's the only way you can protect yourself? The woman was known as the protector, even though she was unconscious. Because what was protecting you? Your eyes. The man's eyes looking around. That was the protector. He was the examiner. What's the symbol of Maat? Of Ma'ah? Eyes. What does it mean? To examine. To investigate. He's the only one that's fully alert around the sex act. He's on top in the missionary position, protecting her. So if something comes and leaps on them, it lands on his back first. He's more conscious. He can fight. She's protected. It doesn't land on her first. He's on top of her. But he's the male with more testosterone that can fight, so that he doesn't have the effect of the periaqueductal, putting him into unconscious state. He's fully aware and ready to fight. But how does he see what he's fighting? From the light of the moon. Cut off the moon's light, and he doesn't know what's going around. So when does he have sex? At nighttime? When he can see the best. And when can he see the best? On a full moon. That's when he has sex. When he can be fully protected because he can see. It's a bright lit night because the fuller the moon is, the more light. So thus moon became associated with sexuality and womanhood. Because on that night when they had sex, she would get pregnant. thus tracing the fertility back to the moon. Thus the moon became associated with the moon female goddess, the woman of the night, called the Lilith. She represents the owl because the way you draw Ma'at is a pair of eyes and an owl. I'm done. I got more. I'm done. That's it. Boom. There it is. I got way more, but I think you got your answer and way more than you needed. That is the woman of the night. That is Lilith, a made-up story from a concept of sexuality, from a concept of what was happening in a garden of Inanna, the sex goddess, where she was making a bed. And there was a woman that was in the area called Lilith that was chased away so she could continue making the bed out of the tree. They took the name Lilith, took it, made it mean nighttime, made her Adam's wife, and then replaced it with Eve, because Eve is evening, really from the word Hawa, which means life. How do you have life? You have sex. When? On a full moon. So this was associated with the full moon and the animals that could see in the full moon, because their rods in their eyes were so thick they couldn't move their eyes. They had to move their head in a 27 degree, and that became the owl. So the owl saw at night. So it was a representative of someone that sees at night, because darkness is considered a state of unconsciousness when you can't see. So thus Ma'at is drawn as an owl and eyes, because Ma'at gives you the ability to see when you're in darkness. I'm a being surrounded by darkness, and I come forth as conscious light. That is a symbol of the owl. So they took that and they put that in the Bible as Lilith means a screech owl. Yeah, because it's a bird of the night. It's an owlet of the night, symbolic of the sexuality of the night goddess, who is drawn with owl feet and two owls by her side. Boom! Let me go check the chat and see if you all got the answer. If you all are getting this from anywhere else, could you please just put the link in the, go to the other channels, just say who is Lilith, and if you're getting this answer, put the link in the room, and we'll shut down the podcast, and I'll bring everybody over there and get the information. If not, please support what you're seeing here. If you're not getting this anywhere else, please support. If what you're getting here means more than the waiter bringing you your steak that you paid for, support the Tehuti podcast. The Cash App is at the bottom, so is the PayPal. Boom! That's my answer. That is Lilith. There's much more, but of course I have much more because I have 30 years more. Okay, let me go ahead and check the room and see who got the answer and what's going on, and see if Jason Kirkland heard any of that and what's happening. Here we go. That's right. Eve is for evening. Yep. Eve is evening. Lilith is evening. Woman of the night. The oldest humanoid statue carving that was made, the oldest on earth, is a woman holding up a crescent that looks like a moon and has 13 etches. You know, the moon is only full on 2 days because it's in a crescent on 13 days, pointing this way, and in a crescent 13 days pointing that way, going from crescent lower to higher, and then 2 days it's full. So 13 became the number of the woman. That became the number of judgment, Ma'at. How do you say judgment in Hebrew? Dan. What is Dan? From Dina. Dina is the other name for Ishtar. Dina, Dan. The Danites, the Dinah. What's the 13th tribe of Israel called? Somebody just look that up and put it in the room. You know there was 13 tribes of Israel? You know there wasn't 12, there was 13? Go look up the name of the 13th one and go ahead and tell me what it is. Was it Dinah? 13? All right, man, I'm done. I can go on for 30 more years, but here we go. Let me check the room and go into and see the appreciation and see if the brother heard the answer and see what's going on in the Tehuti pod class. Okay, here we go. We got Eve is from evening. Crazy. Ooh, we got the Tamu, some sickos. Okay. We got Hega kept Ross saying, wow. Okay, there we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. Owl feet. You saw the owl feet? You saw the owl feet? Yep, yep, yep. Woo! Supreme gratitude from the brother who asked the question. Thank you. I'm just the Saba, the doorway. This is what I do for a living. Keep me here. Keep me here, and I will keep giving this. Okay. Ooh. Rigo said, very simple. 28-day cycle. Yep. All crazy. Trill said, I've made a couple eyes roll back. Hilarious. Hilarious. Young Jew says, nice breakdown. Hey, Young Jew, if you could type in the room, if you could, the name of the 13th tribe of Israel. There was 13. There was a female one. If anybody who knows, just type in the name. What's the name of the 13th one? I want to know, what's the 13th one called? I don't wouldn't have anything to do with judgment, would it? And they tell you who Allah is when you get into Islam. Follow the deen of Islam. That's from Diana. Okay, let me go. Okay, here we go. All right. We got Jason Kirkland saying deep. We got a Trill. We got Ariel Trill putting fire. We got Jason Kirkland putting Tua. He kept Rob puts fire. Ooh, that's right. Moonlight is nightlight. Yep. Right. Imagine there was no moon. It'd be pitch black. Pitch black. Right? It's guided you for miles. So moonlight is real nightlight. Witness this in Puerto Rico visiting bioluminescence bay. You dock the boat that is guided by the moonlight from miles to the bay. That's right. Okay. That's right. Anybody ever find the 13th tribe yet? Anybody ever heard of the tribe of Diana? Oh, but anyways. Okay, so Atro says, I need to write this down. Mm-hmm. Okay, good. Jason Curlin put more fire, more arms. Ariel Cho said, Tehuti is definitely valuable. Thank you. And show forth with support. Show me my value if I am valuable. Appreciate that. Ariel Trill Productions. Humble LLC is back in the building. I've once again learned something new and phenomenal. I'm highly grateful. Isn't that beautiful? Humble LLC, when you can pop into the pod class that's based on sending me questions, and you could literally pop in 2 hours late, and end up getting information on a question you never even sent in. If there's 87 people watching that never sent in a donation, and they're getting the answer, and that could change lives. Now people that are saying, man, I was going to name my daughter Lillith because I had the black woman Lilith energy. Oh, wait, Lilith is from a Talmud? Wait a minute, Lilith is the nighttime, wait, what? It changes everything when you start believing the fairy tale stories and get into the history. Oh, here we go. Misha put Dan. Does Dan mean judgment? Judgment, like Maat? The Hall of Judgment, the Hall of Maat? Dina? All right, here we go. Boom, 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 boom. All right, we got the sister Dinah. There it is, Dinah. That's where they took it right from and made her the 13th one. Right? That's the 13th one that you don't see. Go into any of these debates where we are the Israelites and I'm the tribe of Jan. We have the 12 tribe chart. I'm the tribe of this and I come from Jamaica, so I'm a Benjamin and I'm a this. And nobody mentions Dinah. Why? Because 13 is the hidden one. That's the female. All of her sexual organs are hidden. You don't get to see what produces with her. Go on an elevator. Take a picture of you on the 13th floor, please. Oh, it's hidden? Boom! Okay, here we go. All right, everybody, thank you. Thank you, and you're welcome. You all appreciated the knowledge, the information. We're going to go into some of the donations. I'm going to put the brothers back in the room, go into some of the donations, and then we're on to the last section of the Tehuti podcast, which has not been done before, where people can actually send a donation and put in the donation that they want to see me speak with any individual to come ask me and talk to me live questions. And you'll see how I talk to somebody of a different faith very smoothly and accurately. And that is how I'll teach my students, and the person I speak to will get to learn. If there's nobody that steps up, then I will just shut the class down. But I'm giving opportunity right now for donations to be given. And instead of me spending 40 minutes answering a question, I will spend 30 to 40 minutes talking to somebody of a different faith. And you will never hear me say, "Brother Hoodbugger, you stupid knucklehead sucker, you sucker man." You're never going to hear none of that. You're going to see smooth talking, and you're going to see an anaconda moving. All right, let me go ahead and get the brothers in the room. And we'll go ahead and give the, that's right, the child the Hebrews ignore because she's a woman. The 13th floor on the elevator. She's unseen. All right, everybody, here we go. You ready? Brothers, jump in the room, and I'm going to go ahead and give the shout outs to some of the donators that have supported. And let me see if there's any donators that sent donations in since I gave that breakdown. Let me refresh the page. I don't think there was one. Wait a minute. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I'm gonna go be a waiter, y'all. I'm gonna go be a waiter. Okay, here we go. So, nope. No support from that breakdown. I'm gonna go ahead and give the shout outs. The shout outs, close all tabs. We got to get the brothers in the room, and we're going to give a shout out to the donators, the supporters that keep Tehuti here. And then we're going to go into the live session if any will speak to me live. Of course, it will be donations and paid for because I don't do I am not here for free, and neither is the waiter. Okay, here we go. Let me go ahead and give a shout out to the supporters. So the next one up after we got John Presley. Here we go. John Presley. You don't know what you have till it's gone. I don't know if y'all realize that was actually the music that you're hearing in the background. You notice my music has changed. This music started with the relationship series. And if you listen to the woman singing, she says, "You don't know what you have till it's gone." Because that's what actually happens in most relationships. So I put that in there as a little subliminal. All right, we got okay, we got all the brothers in the room. Let's go ahead and give the shout out to the donators. Woo! The supporters. Let's go. And then I'm gonna do the shout out and then let the brothers do their talk. Hey brothers, real quick in the room, Arcad, Scribe, any of you? Have you all ever heard of Lillith before this?
I hadn't.
Yeah. I know Samuel too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I came across Lillith when I started doing research into Inanna when I asked you about, I sent the question about the owl.
Yep. There it is. There it is. Okay, shout out to John Presley, $19. Give him some noise, gentlemen. Give him some noise. He actually sent 20, I think. Some change fees off of it. There we go. Boom. Shout out to John Presley. Appreciate you, my brother. My brother. Great support. Let's move on. The next one is Nito Campbell. Give him some noise, gentlemen. Give him some noise. I don't know you know what? He must want me to show this because he actually put a message with it. So I know some of his donations, he said I don't have to show the donation, but He actually put a donation with. They put a message with this. So there is Nito Campbell. Give this man some noise for donating every single week since the podcast started. Give this man some noise. Boom, Nito. Thank you, brother Nito. And then we have the most consecutive. Wait a minute. Let me fix this. The most consecutive supporter who every single podcast before the podcast begins, this man is guaranteed to give $10.72 or $20. It's always like those numbers, and he always gives a shout out to the women. This is Zep Tepi Slim. Shout out my brother Zep Tepi Slim. Thank you so much. Appreciate your support, my brother Zep Tepi Slim. You get a gunshot for that. Thank you, my good brother Zep Tepi Slim. On to the next one. Oh, this brother here. Netzer Uncle Tep L. It says this. Okay, I got you. Shout out to Netzer Uncle Tep L. Appreciate you, my good brother. He's given some major supports in the past, and I appreciate you, my good brother. Thank you. Thank you, Netzer Uncle Tep L. Appreciate you. I'm going to save you right now. And boom, Netzer Uncle Tep L. You are wonderful, consistent donator. Appreciate you. And who is this? Oh, that's Netzer Hotep L. Okay, it went through. And the man of the hour who always donates, 2172. And he actually started the trend of giving praise to a hottie. This is who started this. Owen Hythe, otherwise known as Ascari, almost a year, half a year ago or something, he started this trend. You all see that on the screen?
Yes.
Give him his noise. Give him his hand clap. Give him his bomb. Yeah. Yep. He says, support the high priest and Ahati and the crew. He's the one that invented and started the trend of putting Ahati's name in the tributes. He's also the first one I started seeing saying Hail Ahati and all of that. Shout out to you, my good brother. Put you as 8. Okay, good. All right. So we have the monster donations in the beginning. Let's see if any monster ones pop up before the class is done. Okay, we got Sash Wallace. Give this man some noise. Give this man some noise. He's another consistent donator, always throwing in 20 or so. Give him some claps, gentlemen. Boom. Sash Wallace. Thank you, brother Sash Wallace. Wonderful. We have Sarah Broomfield, who came to her first. Oh, hold on. Let me fix this. I don't know. Sarah Broomfield gives sometimes she gives multiple donations, little ones, but a bunch of little ones. But here's one of them, or here's the only one. I'm not sure yet, but Sarah Broomfield 555 supports. She came to her first Meta class. That was a powerful class. Shout out to you, Sarah Broomfield. I'm gonna log you in. Appreciate you, good sister. I'll put you as Sarah. Thank you, my good sister. Appreciate you. Boom. And we got, this is the God Spencer. Yes, the God Spencer. Shout out to you, God Spencer. $10.11. By the way, this is also the only pod class that shows the cash apps. that gives shout outs to the people. Not only says, hey, I saw my Cash App, shout out to you, Mark. Actually shows the Cash App on the screen, gives noises and bombs for Cash Apps. This is the only pod class I know that does that. We are very unique in multiple facets. We want to make sure our family is respected. This is all about worshiping each other. That's what this is all about. Worshiping each other and getting your confidence back as the gods on earth. Okay? Shout out to oh, I did that one wrong. Hold on. Let me fix that. That's 11. Let me fix that. This is a support. Okay, so this is a support from God Spencer. Right? 10, 11. Okay, good. All right, I'm gonna do a couple more, and then we'll get into. Oh, Jonathan Hacker keeps sending more. Odd numbers too. Very interesting. Oh, the scribe. What is he? What? Oh, this is from Meru.
No. It was that's where the question came from.
Oh, okay. I see. I got you. Okay. Look at this, everybody. Look, we went from Fungus to Lillith to the Bible to the second. Do you guys see this on the screen? The second Sphinx off planet. What kind of question is this? Give him some noise, gentlemen. What? Oh man, what is that video? Is that the he had on colorful clothes with like a afro? I can't remember that. What is love? That brought back some memories. Okay, shout out to Stedman. He's a new donator. The Great. Shout out to you, Stedman. Thank you very much. Shout out to Stedman. Oh, Arcad, did the brother ever figure out how to send a donation? Your friend there in Australia.
I'm not sure. I don't know what his hesitation is, but we gonna try something when we do the live part. I'm gonna be him. I think there's some hesitation. It's definitely appreciation, but I don't know. But I'm gonna show him something. If you
he's
allow
in the room,
me to.
right? He's in the room to come into the live part.
I just text him. He's in Australia, so their time zone is really weird. So I just texted him to see if he was still up. He hasn't responded yet.
Okay.
But if not, I'm just gonna be him.
Okay. So we have Daryl, Arcad Infinite, Maat Ra, Kamesi, Jonathan Hacker again, Israel Hoyley. I'm gonna give these shout outs after the next section if the brother if I see a donate, well, if there's gonna be a next section. So let me go ahead and explain. So let me go ahead and explain. Take it off the screen. Okay, so everybody, is somebody off the somebody missing?
Scribe went out to go to his voice was deep. He's coming back.
Okay, so let me go ahead and explain. We got 82 people in the chat, 82 people in the viewership. We have at least 20 people or more in the chat. I can't tell how many are in the chat. I'm going to take a break. The brothers are going to talk, explain how they felt about the Lillith answer, break down whatever they need to speak on, Sunday, anything they need to talk on. When I come back, it will either be the closing of the class, or it will be somebody sending a donation. If you want to see me speak to someone in the class on the panel here live. So I will read it as a question, just like a question is sent in. It could be $25, it could be 20, it could be whatever. But if you want to see Tehuti speak with somebody here live, when I come back, I will check the Gmail messages, and I should see a Cash App or a PayPal saying this is for live talk, or put the name of the person if they're here. If you want to see that happen, and I will call that person up to the front and have a 25 to 30-minute dialogue in front of everybody with someone of a different faith. If I don't see that, we'll just give the shout outs, and I will close the class down, and we'll probably do that again in 2026 or something. I'll try it again. I only do that every once in a while. It's not something I'll do it if the Cash App is sent in, but right now I feel like that's the vibe. So everybody take opportunity of the vibe. If not, we'll just close it out. All right, so I'm gonna step off. Brothers can talk, and we'll see you in the room who wants to talk with Tehuti. I'll look for the donations. Peace, support, please. Peace.
Peace and love. Hotep to the chat. Scribe, we cut your bill earlier, so brother, I'm gonna let you go ahead and finish presenting to the website and stuff. Peace and love to the chat. Hotep Maat, everybody.
How do I sound, Arcat?
Great, my brother.
All right, thank you. All right, yeah, that was a beautiful breakdown of Lilith. You know, that's when, of course, they take everything, flip it, and reverse it, and it's good to, you know, as I seen someone write in the chat, to unlearn all of what you thought you knew, and that really is the process, step by step, day by day, understanding etymology, these words and these stories, and where they come from. And you know, and as I stated in my first, when I was first talking, how initially it may sting a little bit, because when you place your faith and your belief in something for so long, and then come to find out that it's a lie, it's painful. But once you're able to get through that, then it becomes blissful, and you get to live in what's actual truth. And you know, that's what we bring here at the Teachings of Maat, at teachingsofmaat.org. That is the website. Everyone, be sure to go there, bookmark it. If you want to be able to reach out to ask how to join in the membership, all you have to do is just go to the site and send in the question. There is a live chat box right here, and we'll get that fairly quickly, and we'll get back to you. So there's many different ways to figure out how to get a hold of us and what we're doing as the movement. Of course, Saba Tehuti's donations as well. The contact us. If you go to contact us, he has his email right here if you ever need to contact him. And so we also have a newsletter that we put out every single week. And so all you do is you put in your email address right here on the subscribe section, and you'll be added to the newsletter list. And it's packed full of wonderful information. We host a Study Guide Sunday live stream, where this coming up Sunday, the great brother Ahati Maat will be talking about, we put a poll in the chat on our YouTube, and we asked you what you all would like to learn about next and see, and there was a lot of support for talking about the Saba fiends. So if you haven't heard about the Saba fiends, you can come to our class on Sunday, and the great brother Ahati Maat will be teaching about what that is. So, you know, this is where you sign up for the newsletter here. And of course, we have the different sections here. We have all of our live streams here, so you can always go back. Last week, I brought and taught about the original meaning of hero and where the word hero comes from, which is Heru Behutet. that you see right here that they place in these modern day movies, especially the biggest cinematic universes between Marvel and DC. Everybody knows about these movies, and so I teach and show where this originates from and how it connects to the heart and that sleeping gods, you know, and how to wake up. And, you know, the week before that, Maat taught us about being stars, the Ba and Soul, the star connection. So we have some very unique and powerful teachings that we're doing over here at the Teachings of Maat. So be sure to go there and subscribe to our channel and hit the notification bell every Sunday at 5 p.m. Pacific time. And, you know, so here is the Tehuti podcast section, so you can always come here as well. And, you know, put these videos in your archives, you know, so you want to be able to hold on to these. We have our shop section right here, and this is where you can purchase the official Tehuti's Teachings of Maat merch. And eventually, we would like to add more to bring forth to you all. But of course, you know, as Saba teaches and states, it depends on what you all want. So, you know, so for now, we have these beautiful shirts right here, short sleeve, long sleeve, and we have hoodies as well. And yeah, it's very beautiful. When you sign up for the newsletter, you get 10% off your first purchase. And when you become an active member or a non-active member, you'll get 10% off the entire time you're a member. And so, and there's we have the, right here on the home section, when you go to the home section, we have a PDF here that you can download on becoming a member. You know, looking for writers, creators, editors, managers, digital designers, social media content creators, those who are good on social media to help us expand this out. So any skill that you can bring forth to help Saba Tehuti and the Teachings of Maat organization and spreading Maat to the masses of the people. So if you can fit any of these roles, just reach out to us here on this website, and we'll definitely find a place for you. And it's always extremely appreciated, all those that are doing work for us in the scene. And we have some great brothers and sisters who are putting in a lot of work for the Teachings of Maat organization and helping us to build what we're doing. You know, so it's a lot of information there. And so just click that link, you know, bookmark it, go there, reach out to us. The Discord link is there too. I encourage everybody to be a part of the Discord chat, and so we can continue to communicate with one another. And you know, it's a beautiful system, and you know, I'm just very appreciative for each of these brothers here on the panel who are leading the way for others to have a system to join, you know, outside of, you know, the chaos, you know, to be able to stand on Maat, learn and inspect, and then live the life to enhance your consciousness is just an absolute beautiful way and journey to travel, you know. So with that being said, you know, I'll leave it right there. Medu Monday, I definitely want to put that out there. We had some new people in Medu Monday this past Monday. The guy Spencer was in there. Sarah Bromfield, she was in there. It was an excellent class. If you can't make it physically, you can still send in your donation, your reciprocity, and you will be sent the recording. You'll be sent the video recording of the Medu class, so you won't miss anything if you can't physically be there. And of course, you know, being there physically, you're able to interact with us and Saba Tehuti on a more intimate level. So there are its advantages for being there live, but if not, it's okay. You can still receive the video teaching. And it's an excellent way to start to incorporate a true language of light and start to replace and understand and break these English spells, so we can start to reprogram that subconscious and become back in control of our realities. Because without that, you don't have that oar to the boat, you don't have that rudder out in the middle of the sea, the ocean, and the waves can take you wherever when you don't have control of that row, which is this analogous to the karu, which is the tongue. So we have to be able to be in more control of our tongue and what we're speaking. And the Medunetta class is the antidote for that. So join in with us. You can reach out to Saba Tehuti at his email and let him know. And it's beautiful. We'll definitely, I love seeing new people come into the class. And there's a lot of perks for coming in. Saba Tehuti sends out a lot of information regarding the Medu, different PDFs, so just by joining in. And so reach out to Saba Tehuti, and I look forward to seeing some more new faces in the Medunetta class. All right, so Hotep Maat to all the great brothers and sisters in the chat room, to the viewership, to those who will watch after the live stream. Peace and love to all of you. And with that, I will pass the mic to either one of you brothers. I don't see the other brothers on screen, so if you want to speak, great brother Ahati, the floor is yours, my brother.
Yeah, sure. I come out and support us on this Sunday again. And if you're new, it's a little bit more interactive, meaning you'll have a chance to join the panel if you want to, as long as you're respectful, and we'll give you a chance to speak and share. And it's kind of zoning out there for a second. This is usually my leg day, and that's on a side note, but anyways, Describe did a great job on the website, and I like the Discord. I'm actually new to Discord. I'm trying to figure that out too. But it is a great way to connect, because hopefully we'll get people off of the Fed book and the Twitter and all that, and we can really get to know each other on there and share ideas and thoughts and examples of how it is to be a community, because that's what we're building here right now. This is not a fun fad or a phase we're going through. We're actually doing something that's serious and building something that's serious, actually, that's never been done before, if you're listening now or in the future. And we would like you to join us if you seem fit to do it. Like the scribe said, there is a lot of sisters and brothers in the background that's doing a lot for us, even though they may not show their faces. Sometimes you may see them in the chat, but most of the times they are hidden like a moon. And that is the best way right now, because we can accomplish many things that way. But I'm definitely excited. It's definitely a new time, a new era. And like I said, we're creating something great. And the brothers that are here with me, they're consistent. They're always coming up on the panel. They're always sharing their thoughts. One thing that I admire is that they're not scared. They're not scared to speak. They're not afraid of being judged. And if we're going to call ourselves leaders, we've got to get to a point where we become that. We just got to be ourselves and speak what we feel. And it's great because what we feel is what we know, because we're taught not to share our opinions and to speak from the heart and what's on your mind. And that's what I admire the most. I admire brothers that are honest with me, and sisters. I admire sisters that are honest with me. And we're not, like Saba said, we're not afraid to praise one another. I never saw praising as weakness. I actually enjoy it because I see other nations that praise themselves and what it could do to them to revitalize a people that were beat down, abused, and desperate for anything. So I've seen what praising can do for them. So I said, heck, let me try it with us. So it all started with a simple hail, a simple hail. And this is before I looked it up in the Metanetter to see. I knew we were hailing each other. I just didn't know what the deeper meaning was to it. And when I looked it up, it made sense. And it was very interesting because I found a statue of Osiris, and they're calling him Min in the statue, and he's doing a hailing position with his penis erect. So the symbol of great manhood with your penis is an erect penis, meaning that you're fertile, you're strong. At the same time, he's giving the hail. And that blew me away because now I had something that was original to us that really shows we create everything. And back then it wasn't a thing if brothers were hailing each other. So I started hailing. I started hailing actually Saba prior to coming online with the YouTube and all that. But hailing you brothers too on the panel because it's a reciprocal relationship that's going on. It's not one-sided here. If I don't encourage and hail you, eventually there's resentments that are going to build up. This is a known fact. So I want to prevent that. But I also feel good hailing people because I know that energy will be reciprocated. That energy is what produces growth. And you can't do that when you're insecure. You can't do that when you're negative. You can't do that when you got resentments. You can't do that when you're in the black state of mind. And we're no longer in the black state of mind. We're in the Maat state of mind. And that is something that I had to be taught because I was one of these guys that was part of the Black Power movements, And I didn't realize that the state of mind of black has nothing to do with what Maat's state of mind is. Maat's state of mind is about growth. It's about empowering one another. And it's about not being afraid to come up here and just be yourself. We don't ridicule people for the questions. We don't do that here. So before I give it back to Saba, if you got a question and you actually want to get up here live, here's your chance. We would love to meet you. We'd love to see you. And I hope somebody donated, Saba, because I want to see an interaction between you with somebody new other than us, because everybody's seen us before. So I'd love to see something new. So let's see if somebody donated.
Okay, wonderful. I am back. Although I would like to talk to you, Arcad, but I can't talk to you because you're already Arcad. So the purpose of it is to take somebody who truly has another belief system, maybe they're on the edge, maybe they're totally against it. Like the people who came in the room in the beginning said Egypt are pagans, and then there's people in the middle making a decision. You have to see the live, genuine interaction of me and a person that is like that to truly get the class. So no matter what you pretend to be, Arcad, you'll always, in the back of your head, nobody's like our Saba as you're pretending to be the other guy. No, come join us while you're pretending to be a Muslim. It has to be a person who actually is for real, and that's when you can see what it is that I do. So I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna go to my Gmail. There's supposed to be two new guys, two brothers in here that may step up. And all somebody has to do is put in the donation and put the person's name, and I will talk to them. So I'm going to go ahead and check my emails right now, give the shout outs to those who did donate, and hopefully as I scroll up, I will see that donation from for that event, and I will put in time. I have a little bit of extra time tonight because I had 5 pod class questions that came in, and 3 of them got either personally answered or changed to something else. and so I do have a little extra time tonight. Let me go ahead and go to the. Let me go ahead and go to the donations, and let's give everybody their due dilly. So we're gonna go to that was Stedman. We're gonna go to Daryl with the magical 508. Let me go ahead and get to the room. Daryl with the 508. Okay, let me go ahead and do Windows. Hey, hold on. Something's. What is that? Okay. 1 second. Nana, can you do me a favor, my dear? Can you take the take that tank off of the tarantula tank and put it anywhere? I think it's blocking her air holes. Okay. Okay, great. Okay, awesome. Okay, let's go ahead and so let's share. Shout out to Daryl. Shout out to Daryl. Do y'all see that on the screen? Yeah, 508, the magical 508. He says for the pod class. Thank you for your time. Thank you, Daryl. I think Daryl. I remember Daryl's all the way in the UK, right, brothers? I believe he's all the way in the UK.
Yes.
He was in the. Yes, awesome. He was in the testimonials for the tribute you all did. Oh, okay. Shout out to Daryl. Okay, let's go on. Let's see. So we're shutting down Vortex Ninja. If you can hear me, if I don't see a donation, we're going to be shutting down soon. So if you want to creep up like a ninja for the last minute donation, we should be closing out soon. If I don't scroll up and see, it's not going to be one of those late pod classes anymore. Okay, here we go. Arcade Infinite. Uh-oh. It doesn't say 777.
Hey, Saba Tehuti, you sound a little bit muffled. I don't know if it's because the microphone is a little far.
Let me see. Let me see something here. Okay, let me do this. I think it's been wrapped up too much. Let me see. This is still plugged in nice. Okay. Okay, how do I sound now, Scribe? Okay. Still muffled?
It sounds a little different, but you're clear.
I'm clear? Okay. All right, let me go ahead and... do you see that on the screen, Arcade Infinite?
Yes, we could see it.
Boom, give that man some noise. Give that man some noise. Give that man some noise. Support.
Hey, Saba, so the question, because he can't come up and do the question, his phone is dying, but I sent the donation, he sent the energy, so I'm going to just tell you the question when it comes up, and then you can just say what you want to say about the question.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So, okay. Thank you for that. Does this phone have a charger?
Yeah.
You plug it in and it will charge. It's a new technology that came out with this new.
Yeah, I'm trying to invite him to Sunday's class as well. It's a little it's more it's it's more open dialogue. But I'm gonna definitely tell you his question though, what he said.
Okay. Okay. So shout out to Arcade. Yep, there's Arcade. Shout out to you, brother, for the 20. And it says, oh, let me read it. It says, gift. What's going on? Gift Shem Im Hotep. And let me ask you something, Arcade. When you put Shem Im Hotep, what were you saying with that? Were you saying coming? Where were you translating that to?
Support.
Okay, Shem Im Hotep. Thank you, my brother. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, so we got oh wait, no, that was not Arcade. Wait a minute, hold on. Oh, you said what's showing up on the screen? You
Mine is
are
still on the screen. Support 2023.
Oh, okay. Thank you. It's I'm looking at something else on my screen. Mine is Amin Maat Ra. I haven't put him. You haven't seen him on your screen here, right?
Not yet.
Okay, he's the one that said Shem Imhotep. Okay, here we go. Amin Maat Ra. Give that man some noise. 3333. Blow him up. Nice. Thank you, my brother. Support. Amun Maat. Shout out to you, Amun Maat. Okay, appreciate you, my good brother. We got Kem Usi. Who's Kem Usi in the room again? Is that Kem Kumasi? Kumasi. He's in the room. Shout out to Kumasi. I keep getting his name and another name mixed up. Shout out to Kumasi. He's definitely in the room because he said support for the lipid breakdown. He really liked the lipid breakdown. That's 707. Is that showing up on your screen, gentlemen?
Yes.
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, support Kumasi. Okay, boom. Support Kumasi. And Jonathan Hacker with his interesting amount. I don't know. He already gave 55.55. And now this one came out as $2.69. I don't know what's going on, but shout out to Jonathan Hacker, $2.69, because he gave more after this. Maybe he pressed the button too quick. I don't know, but shout out to Jonathan Hacker, and then he came back to back with $13. So we can give him some noise because so far that's like $70 he gave. Give him some noise. Thank you, Jonathan Hacker, for the $55, the $2 and $2.69. And then $13. So that alone is 55 and 13 is 68. That's like $70. Thank you, my good brother. Thank you. And yes, reach out to me on Facebook, and we'll set up a quick call. You can introduce yourself on the call. Okay, shout out to who's this? Oh, Israel Hoyley. Shout out to you, my good brother. Israel Hoyley with the $8. Shout out to you, Israel Hoyley. Shout out to you. 16. Okay, good. We're almost done. Jason Kirkland again. Support Tua God Saba. He already gave $25. He gave some smaller amount too before that, and then he's giving $7.72. So let's give this man some noise because I can't keep track of the donations. But shout out to Jay. He's the one that asked the question too. Shout out to Jason Kirkland. Appreciate you, my brother. Solar Flyer. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, support Jason. Okay, everybody, let's go. Where are the monster donators at before we close down? Where are you? Where's everybody watching? 80 something people watching. Okay, here we go. I'm refreshing the page and I see Arcad Infinite. Oh, we're at you, Arcad. We're at you. Look at this. This is give this man some noise. Arcad Infinite But the question was from the other brother.
So
Other noise. Was that a can falling? Some other noise. Sound like a tin can falling. Okay, let me go ahead and save this. This is a I'll put RCAD again. RCAD. I'll put a question.
So I'm gonna tell you what his question was.
Okay.
Is that for Kelson Knowles?
Yes. Okay. Yeah, he put in the chat his phone is charging.
Come on up to the panel, brother.
Yeah, I'm sure it's charged by now. That was like 15 minutes ago. But here you'll be at 30% by now. But you can go ahead and ask the question, then we'll see if he wants to come in. But what's the question?
So the question was is without being explicit, but his question was how can Maat benefit a real street guy, basically. And then second was
it's good.
Second, yeah, was it's supposed to be a conversation. So second was and you're right, I can't be him, but second one was it was how it's kind of similar, but it was how can Maat, if possible, can you basically how can you practice Maat? This is his words. How can you practice Maat but still having Islam as your faith, basically? So those were the two questions that he wanted to ask. Similar, basically being from the environment that we come from, how can Maat benefit him? Now I simply can answer that question, but it's definitely the question was for you, and he said that too. He said he respects what I have to say about that. So I just want to hear what you have to say, Saba.
Okay.
And he definitely said he definitely supports though. He definitely supports you.
Okay, good. So man, I'm gonna wait a couple minutes for him because the two questions, one question actually helps answer the other. I would love to show you how I talk to him in a type of snake style to let him answer. He's going to answer the question himself, but I'll wait a couple of minutes and see if he can get his phone at least to 20%. Does he have a computer?
I'm not sure.
Young Jew, if you come up to the panel, I'll send in a donation for you to come up to the panel, my brother, if you come up.
Yeah, I want to give him a couple of minutes. I would really like to dialogue. The one question is a little vague, and I would like to talk to him to see what situation he's in. He says street dude. That could literally be anything from a street preacher to a pimp to a drug dealer that sells drugs and then goes home and prays 5 times a day. I mean, that's such a
well, yeah, that's true though. That's true though. Right. those things rang true at one point in time. Just being in the streets and just coming from that environment that we come from. How can Maat benefit us? That's the question. Which to me, that's an easy answer for me now to answer that. But yes.
Yeah, and he's saying how can it benefit him as a street person, and then on top of it, and here's where I really would like to converse. Where's the screen? Where are you all? Let me get back to the screen. Well, let me get your screen off the thing. I really would like to converse with him because he's already claiming that he has a spiritual system that he's using to help himself as a street dude. Is that right? He's he says, how can he practice Ma'at and be a Muslim? Is that what he said?
Well, he's if possible. He said, can he still practice Ma'at? No, even though Islam is his faith. That was like pretty much his exact words.
Right.
And then he said he mentioned some things about us having the goon hand and the bully foot and just different things that
what's that?
that we used.
You know what that is?
What
is that?
The goon hand and the bully foot?
He said, who has that? We have that in Ma'at?
No, that's how we used to move back in the days. With the goon hand, Saba. We had the goon hand.
So he wants to know how to still have the goon hand and practice Ma'at with the goon hand? Oh. I gotta talk to him, man.
No, not now. But he was saying it was basically coming from the streets. How can Ma'at benefit a person coming from the streets? And
when he comes from the street, does he still have the goon hand, or is he another kind of coming from the street? Without he's from the streets, but he let go his goon hand. He put down his belly, his bully foot, and his goon hand, but he's still on the streets. What's he doing on the streets? I gotta talk to him. I have to. I want. This is personal. That I have to. The interaction that I would have with him would pull out the answer. But I would simply say that he's practicing a religion called Islam, right? And how is Islam benefiting him on the streets? As soon as what would you say his answer is? Because as soon as he begins his answer, watch what happens. So he's a Muslim. How is Islam benefiting you as a street dude? What would he say? That's why I need to talk to him, because he's gonna answer.
Yeah, I'm not gonna answer that for him. I'm gonna let him answer if he wants to come up. But I invited him to Sunday's class as well, so hopefully he'll come up or come to Sunday's class. So he's definitely studying, because since I spoke to him the last few weeks, he's been definitely researching Ma'at and different things I had long conversations with him. So he told me to tell you he's definitely appreciates your knowledge and wisdom and your breakdowns and everything. And he's very, very similar to myself. We used to call ourselves Israelites because we used to move very, very similar. We're very close. We did a lot of things together. And he's actually moving back. He's actually focusing a lot of his resources to move back to the States in the next couple of weeks. So hopefully you'll get to meet him, Saba. Hopefully, if he don't come up tonight. Shout out to you, Kelson, and everybody in the chat, Young Jew. You brothers, come on up and dialogue with us. Just take advantage of this opportunity.
Yeah, I find that we'll see. I just find that a lot of people, I'm not one that people want to talk to anymore. But hopefully the brother's phone will charge and his computer can turn on, and he can log on and click the button, and hopefully his computer can plug in and he can just click the button and come on, because that question, because he asked the other question about Islam, I'm actually going to walk him through that part and answer the Ma'at part. But I have to know about what Islam is doing for him as a street person, and how he's able to balance the two, and what the one is doing for him. And if you remove Islam, what would he be? And how is Islam helping him? Then from that answer, we're going to go right into Ma'at. And then I have to tell him what. I have to definitely talk to him. I've raised up a lot of brothers on the streets. I have a lot of students that are street dudes, as they call them, and they protect me on the streets. And I can go to places that are violent, and because they're still on the street, nothing can happen to me. And they do what they have to do on the streets because that's their survival. And then when I'm with them alone and teaching them, they apply what they can to their household. But it depends what they're doing on the street, because there's different extremities of what's happening on the street. There's guys on the street just moving packs. Then there's guys that are actual pimps. There's guys that are on the street. They're the hitmen. There's all kind of on the street. So hopefully he can charge his phone, and then he can come up here and we can talk to him. I'll talk to him and definitely break it down. One thing I don't want to do is give an answer to that which does not apply to him directly. So I'm kind of talking around him, and he says, "Oh, I'm not even that kind of street dude. I'm not even that kind of. I'm a Nation of Islam Muslim now. Do you know what kind of Muslim is he? He's a Nation of Islam Sunni.
Sunni Muslim.
Okay, wonderful. But so what I will do is we'll wait to see if it's been almost 20 minutes now, and we'll see if his phone charges. If not, that donation that you gave, Arcad, will always apply. Will always apply. And as a matter of fact, I'm coming to visit. Ahati, when you have me? You have me next week for Sunday? Which weekend is it? It's not next weekend?
It's probably the following. It's in March.
Oh, it's in March.
Next week is a presentation.
Is a presentation?
Yeah, okay. 26.
Okay, no problem. Okay, wonderful. Okay, so okay. So yeah, if the brother is able to come on and explain his situation, because to a point, almost everybody in this room still has a street mentality. So I need to talk to him directly and find out what is the street mentality that would even interfere with Maat. It may not even interfere. Ask Ahati. Ahati said, I'm the only one that didn't judge him. Ahati would tell me some of the things that he would have to do. And when he told me, I didn't tell him to stop doing it, did I, Ahati? You were surprised. I didn't condemn you. I didn't say stop doing it.
You can't do that.
Yeah,
You're
I never said
God.
that. I never said that. And I actually said what you're doing on the street is actually a part of the war against the Tamahu. Keep doing that. Right? Keep doing that. So if you're in war with somebody and you have to go into war and steal your enemy's gun, steal his grenade to throw it at the other enemy, keep doing that.
Yeah, it's interesting. Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's interesting because you used the example of the Matrix, and you said, show me where in that movie they were asking to use the weapons and take things throughout the movie, and I couldn't tell you. So,
right.
Yeah, there's no judgment here.
There's guys on the street that do credit card scams. There's guys that do welfare scams. There's guys that, there's so many street mentalities, and I've taught pimps, I've taught hustlers. I can go around them, still teach them, and they say at this point I can't give that up because that is my main income. But I'd like to transition. So when I'm not on the street and I'm not doing these particular things, how can I take this home, your teachings home, and how can I apply it at the house? That's actually where it matters. How can I apply a Ma'at at the house? Even if I'm on the street, purple ragged up, shooting out of cars, and I'm Ice Cube and NWA, but then at nighttime I go home and I have a family and I have a little baby girl. How do I teach them and raise them with Ma'at? That could be another question. So when he's ready to come on and give me the details, I'm definitely open to talk to him. Arcad, I don't know what's going on with his phone, but if he's whenever he's ready, he can come on, and that donation you gave will always apply, even if it's next week, if it's next month. If I pop up in the Sunday class, your Sunday thing, and he's there, and he says, I'd like to get it now. I'll pop up on the panel then. It always applies, okay? So talk to him, see what's going on, and I'll definitely Definitely address it, because this section of the conversation, this section of the pod class, is for interaction. Okay, this is not sending in a question anymore. This is for strictly for interaction, because I'm going to end the pod class early and finally get to bed at a reasonable time. And is he in Australia?
Yeah, he in Australia right now.
How is the street
he's
life?
moving? He's moving. Nah, he put in the chat. He put in the chat. He's no longer in the streets, but he still has a street mentality.
Okay, yeah.
In the chat.
Right, because I'm thinking of I'm trying to formulate an answer for a guy with a street life in Australia. I don't know if that's like beating up kangaroo. I'm not sure what the street life is in Australia. It could be like stealing kangaroo babies. It could be beating up white people that are on your farm. I don't know what the Aborigines have. So yeah, when he's ready, he can tell me more, and I definitely would love to talk to him. Peace to you, Kelson. I can't see the chat right now because I have a different screen up, but peace to him if he's in the chat. Shout out to a young Jew. He never wanted to come talk either, right, Scribe?
I'm assuming not. I asked the brother to hit the link and come have the conversation with us, young Judah. Would love to see you and meet you, my brother, and have the dialogue. That's all.
Yeah, so shout out to Kelson, shout out to Young Jew, shout out to the guy that came in and said Salam, that said Islam, Egypt is a pagan religion, and then took off. Shout out to all of them, and when they are ready to come and speak, this internet world has actually created a system that never existed before. So in the days of Malcolm X, Elijah Muhammad, Noble Drew Ali, and Marcus Garvey, for you to speak to somebody, you had to speak to them. It was upfront and personal. There was no panel. You had to speak to them. So that was black men and black men looking into each other's eyes. With this internet world, they removed it, and now it's all computerized, and black men are not used to looking and dialoguing. If I could have the Tehuti pod class in person, that would be great. Because then I could actually see people. If you're in the chat, guess where you'd be? In the seats in front of me. So there's 82 people in the chat. That means I'm looking at them. There's 82 people in the seats. Okay, how come you're not supporting? How come you're not asking a question? There's no hiding in the chat. So when brothers are ready and whenever he's comfortable, anybody else, step up. I will do this again whenever there's a time where I only have a couple of questions. I will open up the floor again. So shout out to Kelson, everybody.
He said he'd like to thank you, Saba. He put in the chat. I'd like to thank you, Saba.
You're very welcome, Kelson. That's Kelson talking?
Yes, he put that in the chat.
Okay, I'm going to shift my screen. I'm going to take a peek at the chat. I usually don't take a peek in the chat, but you're welcome, Nini Ook, to Kelson. Shout out to you. It's open. I would love to talk to you. I'd love to help you with whatever you have in your subconscious that you feel you need to get out in order to purify yourself, to be a good man, father. I don't know if you're a father, a good mate to your wife or girlfriend, or just be good in general and just clarify, purify. And then from there, we can step up to the higher levels of Maat, spirituality and out of body. But let's talk about cleansing first. I would love to do that with you. Okay, everybody, this has been an awesome, wonderful, fabulous. Oh, there he is. He's in here. Okay, there it is. I'd like to thank you, Saba. You're welcome, Kelson. Thank you. Now that I'm looking on the screen, I can put these on the screen. Okay, thank you, everybody. This has been a wonderful Tehuti pod class. I believe we did all the donations. Let me go ahead and refresh. Uh-oh. No, it wasn't. I don't see the ninja, but I do see another ninja by the name of Stephen E. He also creeps up at times, and there's a little surprise donation. And yes, he did. And here he is right here, Stephen E. Very grateful and thankful. Sometimes Stephen E. will give the donation the next day. I appreciate him. Him and Big Vapes do that sometimes. Oh, and Octavius does that too. Okay, so shout out to, let me put this on the screen. Give him an applause, gentlemen. Give him props. Oop. 2222, Stephen E. Let's give him props. Give him noise. Is it on the screen?
No, it's not sharing.
Oh, okay. Let me fix that. The computer world. Hold on. Let me fix. I have to share window. Somebody has a pet lion. It's like a real lion. Okay, shout out to, there he is, Stephen E. If you're in the room, shout out to Stephen E. Thank you, Stephen E. We're about to shut down the pod class. Maybe there'd be another hour and a half where people could come in and donate, but I'm gonna shut this down early. Anybody who wants to give their last minute donations, this is the time to do it because we're shutting down in a couple of minutes. If you appreciated what you saw the Tehuti pod class, support the brother support what it is that I'm doing, support the mission that you saw, support, you see the brother setting up the website to keep things moving for Sundays and newsletters and all of that. Appreciate what it is that you see. We all support that which we like to do. It could be our children's baseball game. It could be going out to the club at night. It could be Netflix, Hulu, going out to see Avengers. I think the popcorn is $8. I remember when movies used to be $8. The popcorn is $10. So, and I know people are, I go to the movies. I haven't gone in years, but you go to the movies, everybody has the popcorn. I'm like, yo, there's 3 people with popcorn. That's $30 for the popcorn. You gave the popcorn $30 and it's grease and flavors, and your mouth is shining, your cholesterol is going up, and you're cheering in the theater, and you're saying, man, times are tough to support the Tehuti pod class while grease is coming down your mouth from the night before. So shout out to all the supporters that support the Tehuti pod class. Shout out to all the popcorn eaters that don't, and I give much respect to those dedicated.
Hey, don't hate on popcorn, man.
I don't. I love popcorn. So shout out to all the popcorn. Shout out to all the popcorn eaters and everybody. Shout out to all those who support, those who don't support that are working their way up to support. And I appreciate everyone. Shout out to the viewers. The viewers show bring the views up, and that helps in a certain way. So shout out to the 80 viewers. Okay, we got Solar Stone. Shout out to you, Solar Stone, who said, thank you for your time. Thank you for your support, Solar Stone. Okay, so did somebody donate for Young Jew yet? Or I see him trying to come in. Let me check the, check.
I'll send it in for you. I'll send it in right now.
Okay, good, because I heard a boop. We're all here, so that got to be Young Jew.
Saba, Kelson said, my knowledge is limited, so hearing you explain certain topics is very enlightening.
Oh, good.
Peace and blessings.
Peace and blessings to you, Kelson. Kelson used to be surprised the people in the room that have the street mentality. They are my dedicated, loyal students too. I have to teach them in a special way, because sometimes some of the street mentality in this war that we're in, some of it is actually needed. You have to learn how to compartmentalize the street mentality, change the street mentality into a war against the Tamahu mentality, and I can show people how to do that. Okay? Because the actual mentality doesn't come from the streets. The thing that people are calling a street mentality, it doesn't come from the streets. Because when I look outside and I see the sidewalk and I'm like, sidewalk, can you give me a mentality? No. The mentality comes from people. People create a mentality. And just like you create it, you can direct it to something else. There's literally nothing that comes from the streets if the people aren't on the streets. If the people aren't there, it's the people. And that's in Afghanistan all the way to Brantford, Ontario. So it is a certain mentality, and sometimes it's a war mentality, survival mentality, biological imperative that I can use to actually help you start a business. We'll talk about it though. So shout out to you, Kelson Knowles. Appreciate it. And let me go check my Cash App and see. Oh, I got 3 more. How did that happen? That was fast. In the same minutes. Wait a minute. Mankuran Scribe share the same Cash App or something. It came the same second. So shout out to so we have Scribe. Here we go, everybody. So I guess I'm going to be here another 20-something, half an hour, minute. We got Scribe, who has donated. This has never happened. I don't think this has ever happened for Young Jew before or anyone, where somebody has actually donated $27.72 as if they sent in a question, and they're actually taking this donation money and giving it for time for another brother to speak to Tehuti. So I'm gonna go ahead and give this man Scribe some noise. Give him some noise, please. Okay, good, wonderful. Let me get let me go check that boop, and that should be the brother Young Jew. Here he is. He is here. Young Jew, welcome to the Tehuti Pod class in person. Let me get this off the screen.
Thank you. I want to say
right,
thank you to Scribe too. To Scribe, I appreciate that, brother. Sure.
Wonderful.
You're welcome.
Before we begin talking, good brother Young Jew, I'm gonna give the last shout outs to the last 2 donators, which is the awesome brother Menku Ara. Menku Ara is one of the greatest donators.
Meaning Saba, real quick, I was supposed to mention what I put in the messenger today too, so we may not have time, but the message that I sent you wanted me to mention it, and you would address it in the pod class, but we could do it when we could do it next time if we don't have time tonight.
Oh yes, yes, I got you. Sean Wall, I've never seen this name before, and shout out to Sean Wall, new brother. Oh, wait a minute. Did Manku get his bombs and noise? Hold on.
The screen's not sharing, so.
Oh, that's why. This is very interesting. Okay. Here he is, Manku. Let me see if I can put it back on the screen. And present. Screen share. Windows. Okay. Is that on the screen now? Boom. Shout out to Manku Aran, says Uwa Saba.
Right, we sent the same amount at the same time?
At the same time.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. I can show it. I don't even want to show my Gmail, but this doesn't have the time, but it was 11:41. Same amount, same time. That's awesome. And then the last one here is Sean Wall. Let me put him in. Sean Wall's a new brother. Oh, ignore that. Let me hide this so you can see the whole screen. Sean Wall. 1 second, gentlemen. Sean Wall. I like your scarf, Sean Wall. Okay, here we go. Sean Wall. Okay, there we go, gentlemen. Can you see that?
Yes.
Yes, we can see it.
Yes, top.
Oh, great. We're gonna go 20. Okay. Thank you, Sean Wall. Appreciate that, my good brother. Oh, for support. Wonderful. So let me Let me retitle that. Hold on a second. Where is he? Where is he? Fourth, right? Rename. Support. Sean Wall. There you go, Sean Wall. Thank you for the support, brother. Brand new brother, never seen you before. And thank you for the wonderful support. You are excellent. I'm going to refresh the page, and that should be it. And okay, all right. Okay, okay. So welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. This is a section where I'm going to speak with a good brother live, which I usually don't do, but hey, why is it moving like that? Okay. But we're setting this up. Good brother Scribe sent a donation in for me to talk to the good brother young Jew who looks like he may be in a plane or on a car. I can't really. Are you in a place with low lighting, brother?
Yeah, man, I'm in the truck right now.
Oh, you're in the truck. Okay. Oh, that's way.
Yeah,
Okay, I can see you good. I can see you good. I see you great. Okay. All right. Welcome, my brother, young Jew. So you were the Louise that sent me the message earlier. Is that you?
Yeah. It's Louisville. The city.
Louisville. Okay,
Yeah.
Louisville. Okay, peace.
Yeah.
And you had another name, BH something? BH.
Yeah, that's my full name.
Oh, okay.
My initials.
Okay. I got you. Okay, my good brother. Nice to meet you. Welcome to the pod class. How long have you been watching?
I could say a good 4 or 5 weeks, man. I never caught one of your lives though. Just recaps of everything, man. Yeah, you always lay it down. You always lay it down.
Okay, 4 or 5 weeks. Okay, this is okay. You're just getting here, but that's good. That's 4 or 5 classes.
Yeah. I caught a couple of your debates too. Yeah, my cousin actually turned me on. Yeah.
Okay.
He probably been
wonderful.
on for a minute.
Your cousin, right?
Yeah.
Okay, good. We're glad to have you on board. And are you coming from what? You're coming from where do you mentally stand right now? And how is the pod class? How is that merged into what I'm teaching in the pod class?
Well, my pops, man, he always told me about Doc since I was a little boy, man. So, I always, rock with, comedic spiritualism and, the whole nine. And, I do identify as an Israelite too. He also turned me on to that too. But,
okay.
I don't discriminate with any knowledge, any information, man. We all black, you know what I'm saying? So it's all beneficial. That's how I kind of look at it.
Okay, good. Okay, good. I appreciate you showing a lot of respect in the message, in the text, and I'm glad you're learning. You said your father. Did you say Doc?
Yeah, that's what he called him.
Oh, Malachi. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Okay, yes, Malachi. Okay. So did you have anything that was on your mind tonight? I do have about 20 some minutes or so.
Yeah. I got a question. I got a few questions, but mainly I wanted to know, is there a difference between the Tamahu, the Sashu, and the Hyksos, and kind of like Caucasian origins? What would be your perspective on that? And if it all ties in?
Oh, okay. The Tamahu. So, hold on. I'm gonna that is a very vast question. I mainly wanted to, I'm gonna answer it briefly, but that's a big pod class question. But I wanted to after I comment on this, I wanted to speak with you on where you are, say, religiously, as opposed to where you see. What is the difference between where you stand? Where you stand, where you want to be, and say where you see the brothers in the pod class stand. Because in the room, I'd say right now you'd be the only brother who still identifies as the. Is it the tribe of Judah? You say?
Nah, that's my
Judah?
middle name. At this point, I can't really say, what the tribe I'm from, but that's my middle name. So yeah, but
okay. I will say this.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll just answer verbally because that question is a lot of charts and such. But I will say that the Hikakasu is the real way to say Hyksos. Okay, and it's Hikakas, and they translate it to sometimes as the foreign kings. But I will say this: it's the exact same name for one of the titles of what people are calling the Nubians. When they say Kush and they say Kas, there really is no Kush because there's no U. It's actually Kas from the word Ka, and Kas or kiss. It's not. It's actually from Ka itself, and the Hika is actually one of the tools that the pharaohs use to represent their power, and it represents the power of a shepherd. And this is why some of the translations of Hyksos, they say they don't know whether it's foreign kings or shepherd kings, but it's the same Hika that all the pharaohs in Kemet have across their shoulder, which is a word that means power and magic, and it means to control things. Okay, this is those people are completely different from, that was 1600 BC. Those people were never called by the Kemetians Temhu. So Temhu is a term that you will find in the Senuseret, the Ramesses mural of races, as they call it. The Ramesses, this Seti Ramesses mural of races, where they're actually describing a group of people that they think are wicked, and they call them Tem, which means to be completely, and Hu was a word that meant to be sick. When they describe them in their imagery, when they show them in their imagery, they were pale. They were pale individuals. When you see the Hika Kas, they're not pale in their imagery. They don't look anything like what's called the Tamahu. People mistakenly confuse the two because in black racism today, they associated invaders with another race. Whereas in that day and time, invaders were not of another race. There was no such thing as race back then. Oh, somebody got kicked out? Let him inscribe? Who's that? Okay. There was no such thing as race back then. You were separated by your belief system and the area that you controlled. So when there was a war between Set and Heru, it separated the Nile Valley and Kemet. Some of the Netiru and the people took the side of Set, and some of the people took the side of Heru. Some of the people in the area were so for Set that they even took it upon themselves to name themselves after everything that was the enemy of the Netiru that was for Heru. So you'll find that Hikakas had pharaohs and rulers that were actually worshiping Set and named after a Pep. The actual letters and conversation that was going back in the time of Ahmes and the Hyksos was a Pep. He named himself after the enemy of the Neter. So they were considered separate because they were on the side of those who believed in Set, not because they were of a different race. Whereas when by the time the Kemetian created the race separation, what appeared to be the race separation, which that wasn't the race separation either, but the Kemetian made up the term Tamahu to describe these pinkish skinned people, but never in the writing is the Hekakasu, or the Kas people, called Tamahu. I'll say that for right now because the breakdown is vast, and I actually wanted to show my students how I talk to someone of a different say belief acknowledgement that either wants to learn more about this side or completely thinks that it's pagan, as opposed to even though that's a great question, you can send that question in, as opposed to answering a question that is strictly about Kemet. That's for like the pod class donations. But I wanted to talk to about that. Like, do you feel right now you're just open to the knowledge? You don't really take a stand on being an Israelite. You were just raised up in it, but now you're open to anything?
Well, you know, as far as being an Israelite, I just look at it like a nationality and, you know, keeping the commandments. That's basically it. You know, I'm not going to stray outside the lines and, you know, do something that's, you know, would be considered wicked on either side. So, you know, I mean, they two different thought processes, but, you know, as far as the commandments and Maat, you know, they similar. You know, of course, the origin, you know, Maat would be the original, you know, a minor spin on things and, you know, dealing with, we're going to call them the Tamahu. Dealing with them, they put their hands on everything, you know, distort, you know, pervert. So that's kind of how I look at it, though. You know, I identify as an Israelite and I keep the commandments, but as far as information is universal.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. One thing I want you to analyze is Israelites and actually everybody on the planet who's of any faith or any nationality. One thing we all have in common is we're very proud of the nationality, right? We have flags, we have schools, languages, we have multitudes of aspects of a culture that let people know that, hey, we are this. We're the Japanese. We have the Japanese flag, we have the Japanese language, we have ancient Japanese writing. We are the Kemetians. We have the pyramids, we have the Purim Haru, we have all of the records of the king's log, we have the dating system of who was whose son, who was whose daughter. Very proud. And even today you have the Hebrew Israelites who are very proud. They're on a lot of street corners with the garments, you know, the purple garments with the golden sashes, and they're on there screaming, "We are the Israelites." They have flyers, they have shirts, "I am a Hebrew." They have 12 tribe charts, and very, very proud. So that's something that is similar with all the cultures. What I want you to think about is that human aspect of being proud of who you are. Would you find it strange that if one particular culture just started it recently, but they've been around for thousands of years, but only recently they started being declaring who they are? Would you find that strange in human nature? And has it ever existed before?
Nah, not like, you know, the way we are, you know, as far as the book, it say that, you know, we the valley of dry bones, and, you know, you look back 100 years, 200 years, the position that, you know, all of our people was in, you know what I'm saying? We was in a place where we couldn't identify with anything, you know, but whatever they called us. So you know, that's kind of how we lost grasp on everything, for real, for real.
And then we came into, then we learned who we are and we became proud of it, right?
Yeah, most def. I mean, you know, it gives strength mentally because, you know, without a nation, you really ain't got nothing to stand on.
Right. Now, the interesting thing about the Hebrew story is that the bondage in the biblical narrative took place several times, didn't it? Nebuchadnezzar, the Babylonians, the Egyptians. It kept going on. The 400-year bondage that we went through, that's not the first time the Israelites been in bondage. They've been in bondage from Egypt, the Nebuchadnezzar, the Syria, all types of people have taken them into bondage. And when they came out, while they were in bondage, they were suppressed. And then when they came out, they should have been as proud as we are now.
Yeah,
but do you find it strange that when you go into history, you actually don't find any record of anyone even saying the sentence for the last 5,000 years? There's not even a sentence found where any black man has ever said, first person, I am a Hebrew. Isn't that weird?
Yeah, I mean, you know, we got modern terms for it, you know, as far as like the Hebrew, because Hebrew, it's a lot of different nations as far as the Torah that's under the Hebrew umbrella. You know, you got, you know, it's a lot of different nations up under that umbrella. You know, I believe the term comes from
is the Israelites. The Israelite is the most important of all the nations. Do you find it interesting that nowhere on any document did any doctor, any teacher, any poor man, any nurse, any woman in 5,000 years, there's no document where any black person, first person singular, says, I am an Israelite. But today, you find shirts of it, you find rings of it, you find people with flags of it, you find websites of it, you find guys on the corner, we are the Israelites, you find schools, the Israelite Nation School, ISPUCK. But in the last 5,000 years, we don't even find one person chirping, hey, guess what? Not even saying the sentence, I am an Israelite. Not even the sentence. Isn't that weird?
Yeah, I mean, we've been through it, man. We've been through it, you know, throughout history. Like, you know, if you try to go back to the 1600s, you know, the 1700s, 1800s, you know, them other people, man, they destroy everything. You know what I'm saying? The only stuff left is the stuff they couldn't find to destroy, or the stuff that they try to take as their own. You know, if they can't take it as their own, or if they, you know what I'm saying, they're going to destroy it. Like, so, you know, it's going to be hard to find, you know, specifics like that. It'll be kind of tough.
It should actually be kind of easy to find a sentence. A sentence, just a sentence of anybody. And they could even say that was them. Because the Jews say they're the Hebrews, right?
Right.
So the white Jews say they're the Hebrews. So even if we found the sentence, they could say, yeah, that's us. We're the Hebrews. But nobody, white or black, there's not a ring, there's not a piece of paper, a papyrus, where anybody said the sentence in the last 5,000 years, I am an Israelite.
Well, I mean, you know, with what I was just saying, like, you'll see the opposition say it, and, you know, sometimes, you know, if I'm beefing with somebody and I'm not really gonna respect their name, you know, I'm gonna disrespect their name, you know, I'm not gonna show their name respect. So, you know, you'll find derivatives of the term. You know, I could give a few examples. you know, but you're not gonna see it from the Israelite, but you'll see it from the enemy of the Israelite in a form of disrespect.
But it should be from the Israelites, being that it said over 6 million Israelites came out of Egypt. Do you remember that part? 6 million Israelites. And the Israelites and the worship of the respect of Abraham has been here on this planet Earth with school systems, languages, toothbrushes, chairs, pants for at least 4,500 years. And there's not one writing in ancient times that have ever been discovered where anybody ever said that I am an Israelite. That sentence doesn't exist for black people. And so when you tell your child that we are the Israelites, and they say, that's great, Dad, that's great. When did we start claiming that? Only after slavery? Where's the record? So we can go to ancient China and find multiple potter shards, multiple writings of old China, the Shang dynasty, saying we are the Shang dynasty. They're going to war. They're leaving archaeological evidence because there's millions of them, and you can't hide millions of archaeological evidences because every culture has left something to show that they existed. But when it comes to Hebrews or Israelites, there's not one thing. Everything we read in the Bible is something somebody said about someone else. It's nobody first-hand person. And if you're a proud person firsthand, you'd be the one saying it. You wouldn't. The slavery was when they called us names. They said, that's a Negro. That's a such and such. And then eventually we started saying it. Now here we are in 2023. I'm an African American. I'm an American Negro. I'm the NAACP. But in the beginning, we were never saying that about ourselves. We didn't come here from Africa saying, I'm a Negro. I'm a black Puerto Rican, da 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 da. But then eventually, after they pushed it on us, we started saying that. But that has a time beginning. So if you go back before the invasion and the rape and the slavery, you'll find that black people never said in history, I'm a black person, I'm a Negroid. And you find the exact same paradigm with Hebrew. We don't find anybody prior to invasions where any black person said firsthand on a paper, on a book. Because remember, if you have 6 million people that escape Egypt, when you come out, you have to have school systems. You have to teach the children about their heritage. They got to learn about Abraham. There's nobody saying, I believed in Abraham. Nobody's saying, there's no record of anybody saying, we read the Torah. That sentence should be by the billions because everybody's doing it. So everybody should say, children, say it with me. You read the Torah. Write down Torah. This is the Torah. But there's absolutely no archaeological record of that. Just like there's no archaeological record of ancient black people calling themselves Puerto Rican because we didn't until slavery. So I just want everybody to just think about how that doesn't match history. When you go to the Aztecs, whatever tribe they were, they have on their temple walls, we're this. This is Quetzalcoatl. This is us. China, everywhere. The Hindus, except for when it comes to this group of people that seem to only come from a book. They don't seem to come from actual history. And then the book was given to us, and now we are saying today, I am a Hebrew, just like we're saying, I am Puerto Rican, my Dominican pride. In an ancient Dominican area, nobody said, I'm a Dominican. It was a name placed on us, and then we took pride in the name, and now we're saying, I'm a Dominican. You're Colombian, you're different from me. Well, I'm Venezuelan. All of that is Spanish words. And Hebrew is a Greek word.
I mean, I got two examples I want to ask you about.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure you probably know more about them than me, so I'm not gonna necessarily take the affirmative, but I'm kind of familiar with them. Like before I give them, like you were saying earlier, all of the bondages that the Israelites went through. Each time, one would assume that the enemy would destroy. Like if I had a house and a person came in and like came in and took me from my house, you know, they would probably burn the house down. They wouldn't leave nothing, no trace. But so that happened a lot. So it'll be, you know what I'm saying, a lot of that stuff could be getting uncovered in the future. Some of it could be destroyed. You know what I'm saying? But that's how the story goes. But the two examples,
Have you ever,
you know,
have you heard that in the Bible? Did you hear that in the Bible?
It say that. Yeah, it say that. It say that in a book.
That the Israelites, every chair was destroyed, their school books and every piece of evidence, their clothing, where the 6 million people were buried. Somebody came and like destroyed 6 million coffins and.
Well, I mean, nah, not everything, cause you know, like I don't know why it's not broadcasted or public news, but it's kind of like, I don't know, it's kind of like hidden, man. Like I give you the examples. This is a third one. The Tel Armana tablets. I mean, if you familiar with them, you put two and two together. The skulls at Lachish, they found a cave full of skulls and they did cranial analysis on them. And then the black obelisk, you know what I'm saying? I think that's Shalmaneser. I think that's him. But, you know, them three things, you know, popular society looks at them with a different eye. Like they don't see it, you know, the logical way, you know, as far as like the location and the time period. And
well, let's deal with one of those things. Let's deal with one of those things. What does one of those things have to do with anyone saying they're a Hebrew, an Israelite?
Okay, well, look, the Tel Armana was, you know, I believe it was letters from, you know, the lands east of Kemet, and it was from you know what I'm saying, the leaders of those lands sending letters to like Pharaoh asking for assistance, you know, with a people called Haparu, you know, like, and you know, like I said, 2 and 2, you know, what would be a Haparu? Like, how can we identify those people? You know what I'm saying? Who would they be? And, you know, the time frame is kind of the same time frame as, you know, the supposed Exodus. So that's why I say you can kind of put 2 and 2 together with that one.
Okay, wait, so let's slow down. Let's slow down a little bit. Okay, so you're speaking of, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Okay.
So you're saying that the Haparu are what exactly? What are the Haparu are the Hebrews?
Yeah, I would take it that they have to be. And
so do you know that the Haparu is a Sugagi word, so it's what people are calling cuneiform, the cuneiform language, right?
Yeah.
And it's a term used that means dusty and dirty. That's the Sugagi word for it, going back to the 1800s BC. And there were a group of people. This was an insult word. Okay, so this was an insult word. The Sagas is actually the name of them, but that was also an insult word. These are words that were rendered and given to these people as an insult. So they don't have their root in a word that is supposedly coming from when Abraham crossed the Tigris and Euphrates, and he was called Eber, the one who crosses over. This language actually has absolutely nothing to do with the so-called language of Hebrew, as they call it. This language existed before there was, this is 2000 BC. This language existed before what you're calling Proto-Canaanite. Proto-Canaanite is 1500 BC. This is Sugagi language of a group of people that are called Dirty and Dusty, and they're called the Robbers, going back to 1800 BC, 500 years before there was Proto-Canaanite, and it's coming from a whole different language. And there are images. There are images of these people, and the images of them do not represent any type of Israelite culture. There's absolutely no connection between the Haparu, which are actually called the Iparu, and Hebrew, even though it sounds good to our ears, but there are actual names of the Haparu. There's names, and these names don't match any of the names in the Bible. So somebody threw that at you. Somebody said it, but they didn't actually walk you through the history of these people. It just sounds the same, but they're actually not they're not the same people at all. The name is
I kind of found them myself though. You know what I'm saying? I kind of found them. I found I found a whole bunch of little tablets and stuff, that I've been, what I'm saying, researching and stuff. But,
they're trying to. People are trying to take ancient cultures and put them in. Here's one of the major problems. So when you have the Shang dynasty, or you have the Egyptians who also went into bondage. The Egyptians were also conquered on different occasions. The Cometians, they were conquered. When you go to find Ramesses, he's Ramesses. He's not some Chinese name that you have to go investigate. His name is Ramesses. When you go to find Khufu, he's Khufu. When you go to find the people of Kemet, they are writing themselves, we follow Maat. This is Kemet. But when it comes to the Hebrews, you know what people do? They try to find them in other people's cultures. Let's go to the Haparu. Well, see, the Haparu sounds like Hebrew. No, if they were Hebrews, they would say we're Israelites. The name of the kings and their culture and their dress code have nothing to do with an Abraham. Completely different time periods. The language is a cuneiform language, which means that if this was the Hebrew language, then the oldest Bible would be in cuneiform. The people in the area that wrote cuneiform, they never changed their language. When they go to archaeology, when Austin Henry Layard found 35,000 to 40,000 tablets in the same area, the Iraq area of the ancient Armenians, the language is the same cuneiform going for thousands of years. They never changed their language. So there would have to be an explanation to Hebrews to say, how was your name Iparu? And when we look at what's written in, it's written in cuneiform. But the Bible is in a whole nother language. And if you read Hebrew, you can't read cuneiform. When did you all change the language? It couldn't have been bondage.
Like the Hebrews didn't write those tablets though. Like, they say some Asians came to my city as far as like war, and they speak a completely different language. I don't know if they Japanese, Chinese, or not Filipino, but Taiwanese. I would probably call them, something similar. You know what I'm saying? Something derogatory if we was at war like that. I wouldn't call them, by their name. You know what I'm saying? So that's kind of why, I even thought that when I seen it, and in the context of the letters, they kind of coincide with the book. Just the context of like what they were writing to Kemet, you know what I'm saying, at that time. That's kind of why I took that all perspective on that.
Okay, so here's the major issue. Moses is 1400 BC, supposedly, around 1400 BC. I don't know if you heard that date before, but Moses is supposed to be about 1400 BC in Kemet as a servant. the Hipparu or the Iparu people in 1400 BC, they have a king. They have a king Idrimi. See? They have a king Idrimi in the exact same year that all the Israelites are supposed to be in bondage. But there's a king found in archaeology, Idrimi, and you can find the statue of Idrimi in the British Museum, and it's at the exact same time, 1450 BC, that the Israelites are not supposed to have a king. They're in bondage. But the Happaru people have a king living fine in the Armenian area in 1400 BC. So when you do research, you find that these are somebody is trying to make somebody else. It's not, the Happaru people never talk about an Abraham. That's one thing about the Hebrew Bible, is that all the Hebrew people are proud of their heritage. All of their rituals and their rites and their holy days are based on heritage things. We do this because Moses went into Egypt. We have Rosh Hashanah. We do this, we do that because of heritage. Where if you look at the Hipparu in 1450 BC, they mention, and they have writings, there's cuneiform writings that are found in the area, with a king exalted, ruling, living fine. He's not in slavery. They say nothing about an Abraham. They say nothing about a Jacob. They're living a completely different culture in Iran, writing cuneiform language with a king ruling fine. And guess what? This is the Hittite area where Akhenaten is around in the exact same time. And this is the time the letters are going back and forth with the Hittites. There's no letters going back and forth with Hebrew slaves because they have no power. They're slaves in 1400 BC. So they're slaves.
So let me ask you this.
In 1400 BC, the letters are going back and forth from king to king, from king to king, making agreements based on their power of kingship and what they should do in their areas. They're two people of power. In 1400 BC, the Israelites are like this. There's no king talking to Ramesses. They're like this in 1400 BC, waiting for Moses to let my people go. In 1400 BC, with the people you're mentioning, there's king's letters of Armana going back and forth. They're negotiating, men with power. How come they didn't save their people? They should have saved their people. If the Hebrews had a king right here in 1400 BC, and they're in bondage right here, and the king is writing letters, you know what's interesting about that theory? In the Armana letters mentions nothing about Israelite slaves. Isn't that weird? Imagine you're the king of the Israelites, you're the Habaru, and you're the Hittites, and you're writing letters to the Egyptians while they have your slaves, and you're writing back and forth, negotiating things that have nothing to do with slavery. You don't even, the people aren't even mentioned, and you're negotiating a war. You're not saying in the letters, let my slaves go. Moses is coming, he's gonna come get you. Yahweh's coming. So somebody, wherever that theory that you found actually has existed with the Hebrew Israelites for decades. And every time they mention it to me, I just mention the kings of the Habaru around at the exact same time that the Israelites were in bondage.
Well, let me ask you this.
Didn't help them.
Is it possible that, because you said that Haparu means dusty and dirty, so is it possible that they could have called two different nations of people the same thing?
Well, first I want to let you know that in this boundless, beautiful universe, you'd be surprised, but anything is possible. This is a beautiful universe where I just say you have a class on fungi, right?
Yeah,
so
yeah.
anything is possible, and that's why we should never argue possibilities. Because I can show you a little, we can discuss possibilities, but possibilities aren't tangible. So therefore, when we discuss possibilities, anybody's right. I could be your dad. It's possible. We don't know how old I am. I could be your brother. But when they come for the inheritance, when your parents pass and they write the inheritance letter, and I pop up there, you're going to say, I don't want to hear it's possible. You're getting 90% of the will and I'm only getting 10. I don't even remember you as a child. But it's possible. I'm your brother, bro, you know?
Right.
We just talk about facts, and the fact is there was a king at the exact same time that the Israelites were supposed to be in bondage, and that king mentioned nothing about his people being in bondage, and the king was negotiating on equal grounds with two kings negotiating. The Israelites, if they were the Hebrew, that means they had a king with weaponry and never came in to save the Israelites. They had to wait for a Moses. And Moses never mentioned that king. We would have the king to help us. Moses had to come in with a staff. That's crazy.
Yeah, see, some of them letters kind of, you know, when they get kind of twisted when they get to asking Pharaoh, you know, for help. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's strange. Wouldn't that be strange?
But they saying them Haparu is like taking their lands, you know, coinciding with the story, because you said 1450, right? And then you take 40 years from 1450, wandering in the desert and shit. And that's when you get the tablets start to twist, and then they start to say these Haparu is trying to take over. You know what I'm saying?
Because they have power. How are they taking over? They have a king with soldiers and an army, so they can take over. Wandering nomads, the Hebrews are slaves. They don't have any power to take over anything at the time of 1300 and 1400 BC. They're supposed to be in bondage under the Egyptians. Moses hasn't come yet, so they've got no power. The Haparu, people are writing letters that the Haparu are trying to take us over. Why? Because they have an army. We need your help, Egyptians, because there's another powerful people. Those can't be the Hebrews. Hebrew man had no weapon. What Hebrew man even had a knife? Where's the Hebrew man's horse? So he'd be a threat. He'd be a threat. Imagine, so the Hittites, I did a whole class on the Hittites and how powerful they were. I don't know if anybody here remembers that class of the Hittites and how powerful they were, equal with Ramesses. You were going back and forth, and they had power. And here they are writing about the Habaru. We need help. We need help. We need help. This powerful nation that was able to fight Ramesses, we would like help. Because the powerful Hebrews have an army with weapons. King David isn't even there yet. Remember, the Hebrews didn't become powerful as an army until King David. That's 900 BC. This is 1400 BC. The Hebrews are like this. Yes, Massa. Yes, Massa.
Right.
So nobody's afraid of the Hebrews in 14. Nobody's running around in 1400 BC saying, we need help from the Hebrews are coming. We need some help. They got powerful weaponry. Yeah, so it's we have to go by. We can't trust anybody, brother. We can't. Right now, it's only about archaeological facts and finds and comparing the facts that have been actually found, because people try to pull the wool over your eyes. And the biggest enemy of the Hebrews is not Ha-Shaitan. It's not Beelzebub. The biggest enemy of the Hebrews is dates. Dates is the true Shaitan of the Hebrews, because once you bring up dates, everything crumbles. When you bring up dates, then the powerful Haparu could never be the Hebrews, because the date matches slavery, so that date doesn't match. And guess what the Hebrews say in Genesis? That they built the area of Ramesses. Ramesses isn't until 1200 BC.
Right.
The dates don't match. Moses is 1400 BC. When they got into Egypt, they built Ramesses' temple, but they were there already for 400 years. And then Moses came. That means that Moses would have been arguing with Amenemhet in 1800 BC. Nothing to do with Ramesses. Ramesses dates is the Hebrews' enemy. And back when we were in the days of Roots in the Color Purple and Noble Drew Ali and all those days, it was easy just to say things because there was no internet. Blacks didn't have any access to archaeology. It wasn't like today, so you could just come and just talk. It was a talk game back then, but now, we can look it up. Oh wait, the dates don't match. Wait a minute, Haparu. Wait a minute, they had a king, Hebrew. They were in bondage. Wait a minute, 1400 BC. Ramses isn't even around yet. Wait a minute, that's the Setis. 1800 BC, that's Amenemhet. Wait a minute. And the whole story of the Hebrews crumbles because you can't put Spider-Man, even though Spider-Man stories were made up in around the 1960s or so, but you can't put Spider-Man in the history of the actual 1960s, because in the 1960s nobody saw Spider-Man. But in the 1970s and 60s, everybody loved Spider-Man. If you were to ask anybody, if somebody was to come from another culture and say, who's your favorite hero? Who's your favorite? Spider-Man, the Incredible Hulk. They would think Spider-Man and the Incredible Hulk are real.
All right.
Until somebody says, oh, no, no, there wasn't actually a Spider-Man. This was a story we liked. You can't find archaeology on it. There's no Peter Parker. That's no. And that's the Hebrew story. It only exists in a book. No other culture ever seen them. And nobody ever said that they were that. It's hard to swallow.
Jabari, he tried to pull that Spider-Man out. I was like, nah, bro.
That's
he
where
was
he died.
tripping in that debate. Yeah, he was tripping, man.
Yeah, he was. So I'm going to say this, brother, because I do got to close up, but I do want to say that, yes, you're doing, where your mind is perfect. Your mind, where you're at is perfect. It's perfect for exactly where you're supposed to be. And that is, you're not some crazy Judah Nazareth. You're not JJ 7000.
Yeah,
what's that?
Yeah, I seen him too, bro. I was like, what the hell is he? He was a character, man. You know, he was a character.
Yeah, he matches the Hebrews perfectly because he was a character. So the thing is that you are an actual real being, and you have an actual heritage. You have a heritage that goes back all throughout the world. It just so happens that when we were at our height, that's when we built the Nile Valley. Our heritage was all over the world. I never tell people we were just from Kemet. We built Kemet. Our heritage goes back to our people. It's the people that I want to be worshipped. The people, we're the genius, not Kemet. Kemet is dirt that Fungus made. Kemet is just dirt. You can step on it. You can make a ball out of the dirt, throw the sand. Kemet didn't produce anything on this planet. Kemet produced absolutely nothing. Nothing that we have came from Kemet. That's the white man, the European, had you focus on the land area. You built Kemet. It's you. It's me. That means if you go somewhere else and you have that mind frame, you could build it again. Kemet never built the people. The people built Kemet, and they want to get you away from that. So they give you all these stories to get you away from. None of them compared. When we were making math, and you can't have a Hebrew culture without math.
Right.
There's not one mathematical Hebrew writing. There's nothing to prove the Hebrews knew what 1 + 1 is. That's crazy. The Hebrew children didn't know what 2 + 2 is. Not even a school. Nothing at all. Can be pulled up with Hebrew mathematical papyrus, with Hebrew writings, with mathematics on it, going back to the time of Abraham or any of them. It was all Nile Valley. They stole the Nile Valley stories, made up Hebrew stories. That's why you can't find any Hebrew writing written in Phoenician. Moses was supposed to be writing in Phoenician, or what they call, it could have been Proto, they have different names for it, Proto-Sinaitic Hebrew, or Medu-Neter. But we don't find any writing of any Hebrews in that language. The only writing of the Hebrews we find are in Greek and the Masoretic script in 1000 AD. There's no writing of anybody claiming Hebrew culture. And it's sad. I used to be a Hebrew too. I was born with a Hebrew name. My birth name on one of my birth certificates, because I have more than one, but my birth certificate that came from the actual government is a Hebrew name that nobody, both birth certificates are 2 Hebrew names, and one of them nobody knows. I have a Hebrew name, And when I got into the knowledge at first, when I was under Malachi, I was a Hebrew. It hurt. It was a crazy feeling when we started realizing, oh, the stories are stolen, but they're still. Wait, it wasn't Moses, it was Thutmose. Oh, what? It was crazy. It was crazy. But I had to swallow it and say, I wasn't there, so all I can go by is the research. When I found out there was no Moses and all of that, and I couldn't claim black Jesus, when I found out that Jesus was really white, the real Jesus is a white man. There was never a black Jesus ever on this planet. I was hurt. When I found out the God of the Bible was like a reptilian, I was like, hey, but this is what it is. And guess what? At the same time I was finding that out, I came into the realization that I was the God. And then it didn't hurt anymore. I was the God. It was me all this time. I'm way better than Moses. I am the netter. I am the being. They're writing about me. And those stories there don't imagine 6 million people. You know how many people? 6 million people come out of Egypt. And no trace of 6 million people. 6 million people are out running horses. Remember the story? The Cometians had horses and chariots. The Hebrews were slaves. 6 million people. How many of them were newborn babies still on the breast? So the mother's running with the baby on her breast. There's at least 500,000 mothers running. They have little 5-year-old kids too. They're holding in their hand. They got a newborn here, and the horses and the Egyptians are on black stallions going 60 miles an hour, and they can't catch them because that mother with that little baby, she's running about 70 miles an hour. She's taking off. She got the baby on her breast. She's dipping about 70 to 80 miles an hour. That horse cannot catch her. It's crazy. The Israelites were some superheroes.
You got up through there. You got up through there with that baby.
What's that?
I feel you. I said she got up through there with that baby.
Yeah, and they had to go from one side of an ocean to another. So even though it said God separated the ocean, they still had to walk on the mud and climb up a mountain. Because when you take the water away from the ocean, you have a big dip, and then you have about a 20-mile mountain to climb because there's no ocean there. You got the baby, your 5-year-old, just 6 million of you, and you're getting out of there.
Right.
That's awesome, man. I wanted the story to be real because it was so beautiful. It was like, wow, we're awesome. I can't believe we're outrunning horses. They had horses with bow and arrows too. You know, when every time you see the Egyptians when they have a horse, you know they're always like this.
Yeah, he on the back.
They got a bow and arrow. So if the horse can't catch you, you know how fast a bow and arrow is?
Mm-hmm.
So the little 5-year-old babies are running. The Egyptians got bow and arrows. They can't shoot one. Not one of the 6 million Israelites are getting shot. And Ramsey's chasing with bow and arrows. They're just shooting all over. They're shooting blanks. They're shooting bricks. The Egyptians are going crazy. They're just shooting all over the place. The horses are going backwards. The little babies running about 70 miles an hour. Moses had the staff in his hand. This is crazy. The ocean closes up on the Pharaoh and kills the Egyptians. Was the Pharaoh in there? Because that means there'd be a period of time in Egypt where there's no Pharaoh. That means that in the Egyptian history, the next son would have to take that Pharaoh's place. And they'd have to write down why. Because he was closed up in the ocean, chasing 6 million people like a nut.
All right.
But anyways, man, this is, it's fun. It's a good story. It's crazy. It's crazy, but we're coming to the truth and you're open-minded, and that's all that matters. That's all that matters. I wish the Bible was real. I wish the Bible was real. Because that would just give me more black people to claim. I would love it. Oh, I'm the Cometians and I'm Jesus too, your savior, and I'm Moses, and I'm had King David too, and I'm Solomon, and I'm David and Goliath. I'm the Egyptians, and we were flying around in the air and levitating. We could resurrect the dead like Jesus, and I'm Daniel in the lion's den. The lions are just looking at me. They can't move. I'm just looking at them. They can't touch me. I love it. That's, man, we'd be the powerful people on earth. And I wish I was Spider-Man too.
For sure.
But
For sure.
But anyways, we're gonna close up, brother. But this has been good. You're actually a wonderful you're actually in a wonderful place because you don't have any crazy ego blocking you from learning. You're not too attached. You just happen to be born. That's all you kind of know. You've only watched the podcast for 5 weeks, so where else are you supposed to be?
For sure.
So you're great. Just keep flowing, keep watching, send in that question. Send in some of the questions, and I'll give you the whole book breakdown like I give everybody else. I would love to answer in anything that will help you break out of something that's not true. I will put my time into it and answer.
Sure, I appreciate that, man. I appreciate that.
I appreciate you, my brother. I appreciate Scribe for getting you up here. You're great. I got no problem. I got no problem with where you are right now. You are in a great mind state right now. Stay right there for the time that you need to grow and learn. You're wonderful. I could be talking to some Israelites right now. They'd be screaming at me right now. Dude, in Nazareth would be.
They get passionate, man. They get passionate.
Yeah, but
tripping out.
No, yeah, and there's no need for it. That's why when I teach on these things, I'm kind of laughing because it's absolutely no threat. It's not really real. And when I tell the story back and I'm laughing, one thing I notice about you and other people that I talk to, when I tell the story back, the religious story, I notice that you all are kind of laughing too. Because it sounds crazy when you hear it without the religious Isaiah 54:25. Without all that, and you hear it back, it sounds crazy. Lot got raped by his 2 daughters. He didn't know he was having sex.
Wild.
What?
Yeah, that was wild.
He didn't know he was having a threesome with his 2 daughters. Where'd you get this? Where's this wine?
It's in the Talmud.
That sounds like some high drug. How drunk do you get where you don't know you're having sex with 2 of your daughters and they're taking turns on you? You don't know what's going on. Yeah. It's crazy. Wow. And then you come out, and then your uncle's wife looks back, and she gets turned into a pillar of salt.
Yeah, that was tough too.
But you can have sex with your 2 daughters, and the daughters. Did they ever get punished? The 2 daughters? Anything ever happened to them?
Supposedly, not by him. But supposedly they kids incest, so they came out.
But the daughters, they never got punished for gang raping, right?
Nah, because they bore children.
Right, so they never got punished, but the lady that looked back at Sodom, she just looked back and got turned to a pillar of salt. But you can gang rape somebody and live your life. But don't look back at a city because you get turned to salt. But go ahead and gang rape people and you're all right. These are craziness. Craziness. Like as if looking back at a city is a greater crime than drugging your father, raping him. I just want to look back at my city because I got memories back there. We were there for 40 years. So, I raised up my children there. I want to look back at my old house. I'm just looking back. Salt. Anyways, let me that's crazy. Okay, let's close out, guys. This has been good. I really like you, young Jew. I really like you, my brother. You're great. Let's go ahead. Fire
Sure,
from the
man.
sun.
I appreciate y'all boys, man. I'll be checking in. I see y'all got something going on tomorrow, man. I'm gonna try to tap in when I get some time.
Tomorrow?
It's Sunday. It's Sunday. Sunday at 5 p.m.
Oh, Sunday. Okay,
Yeah,
Sunday.
Sunday,
I'm
5
thinking
p.m.
Sunday.
Pacific time. Tune in, brother. And you can come up on the panel and we can discuss some more.
Yeah, I guess
Sure,
technically
sure.
it is tomorrow. But yeah, Sunday,
Sure.
Sunday, join the brothers and definitely keep coming to the pod classes, and we'll definitely build. We're gonna go ahead and close out, everybody. This has been a wonderful class. Thank you, young Jew, for coming on. Your demeanor is awesome, and thank you, Strive, for having him on. That was a good talk, and that's how most of my talks in person go. Most of my talks with people in person go just as smooth as that. And behind the keyboard, a lot of brothers, not him, but a lot of brothers are aggressive. When it's face to face, that's how it goes. And a couple months from now, that brother will have no interest in he'll have interest in the Hebrew stories to try to disprove them. So glad you guys got to see that. And that's how it goes. Shout out to everybody. I'm gonna let you guys do a little end shout out. I have new donations. Oh, nice. Thank you, family. Thank you, family. Cash Peden. Cash Peden. Shout out to him. He said, "Did you already answer my question about Mao?" I don't know what. Okay. Shout out to Cash Peden. He said, they put him in the room here. He sent $3.45. Let me stop the screen. Let me present the screen. And he said, "Did you already answer my question about Mao?" Gentlemen, do you remember any question about Mao? Did I miss something?
I don't remember seeing a question about that from Cash Peden. Was this recent?
I don't know. I don't recall any. Cash Peden, if you can hear, brother, send in a screenshot of the Cash App or the PayPal with the date of the question. I don't ever remember a question coming in to me about Mao. Send it in. I don't ever remember announcing it, but maybe it could have came in and I could have overlooked it, or maybe it didn't get to my Cash App or PayPal. And just send in the actual question because I don't remember this. But shout out to Cash Peden. Appreciate you, my good brother. He's a good supporter. And go ahead and send me a screenshot of that, what the actual question is, and maybe that will recollect my memory, or maybe it never even came in to me. Shout out to you, good brother. Appreciate you. Let me go ahead and save that. And we can close it out. We got two more. Okay, I'm going to put Cash Peden question inquiry. Okay. All right. Thank you, Cash Peden. Appreciate that. And now we have Vortex Ninja. What did I say, brothers? Vortex Ninja. Go ahead and give this man some. Oh, wait a minute. Let me fix that. Oh, it's not. Okay, here we go. Go ahead and give this man some noise. Appreciate you, Vortex Ninja. You all see that on the screen?
Yes.
Thank you, Vortex Ninja. I'm glad Glad I kept the podcast open a little bit longer, because here comes Terry Patty. What would a podcast be? And look what he says. Another example of how brothers speak to each other who are associated with the podcast. What did he say? Terry Patty with a 3546. Hail to you, Saba. Hail to the brothers on the panel. Was Maat ever used as a tool for conquest? Oh, it's a question in here. Was Maat ever used as a tool for conquest like Christianity or Islam? Absolutely not. No. No. I don't know how to answer this question elaborately, but no, there's no record of Maat being used as a tool for conquest where they were going around. Christianity and Islam went around most of the world, especially Christianity, killing people, conquering them to force the religion on them and steal their religion. There actually has not been any record of the pharaohs traveling around to different parts of the world trying to convert anybody into anything. There's actually no record of the Cometians having any interest in enforcing that anyone read the Purim Haru, anyone read the coffin text. Absolutely not. As a matter of fact, the interesting thing is that when the people of Kemet battled other people other than the Hittites and the Assyrians, the people that they battled actually wanted to follow Maat. The people that came in and conquered Kemet and battled Kemet, they were all imitating. Every single one of them was imitating the pharaohs. So the pharaohs actually never went around killing and forcing Maat. You'll find that the Ptolemies wanted to be like the pharaohs. The Phoenicians dressed like the pharaohs. The Hikakasu that we just talked about, even though they took the bad side, they still took the story of Set and Apep. So no, there's actually no record of conquest, which is taking over land masses opposed to yours, going from Italy, from Rome to all over the world, like Christianity did, Islam traveling all the way down from Saudi Arabia all the way down to Ethiopia, killing people, forcing children to be Islamic, killing them if they speak in their language. Absolutely not. So Terry Patty, no, Maat was never used as a tool of conquest, anything like Christianity or Islam. When the so-called Egyptians fought the so-called Nubians, supposedly they're separate people. When the Nubians fought them, they were practicing Maat. The Ptolemies were trying to imitate Maat. The Phoenicians were trying to imitate Maat. The Canaanites took Asar. The people around Kemet were actually trying to imitate the Cometians, and the Cometians were never trying to push their religion on anybody. There's no record of it. But thank you for that, Terry Patty. Appreciate the 3546. And hail to you for being a great donator. Thank you very, very much. Let me go ahead and log this. Terry. And Terry, if you ever want to contact me on Facebook or email, if you want this question elaborated on because you saw something specific, and you want me to thoroughly go into it, like how I write book answers for people, I will do it for you on a specific thing. But right now, there's actually nothing actually to write about because it actually never happened. There's no comparison whatsoever. Most of the times when Kemet was at war, Kemet was actually being attacked. You don't really find Kemet leaving the Nile Valley area and traveling to China or traveling to any. They did not find interest or any power in their neighboring areas that weren't trying to be like them anyways, other than when they got into the battle with the Hittites, which I have a whole breakdown on that. But thank you, my good brother. Appreciate that. You can contact me directly if you want. If you have a specific thing that you saw, I'll put my email here that you want to get into more specifics because you saw some type of something that sparked the question. We can get into that. If not, I don't have a big elaborate breakdown for that, but thank you for the question. Appreciate that so much. Thank you, Bev. Shout out to Bev, who gave for love. Bev, with love. Thank you, Bev. Thanks for your love. Thank you for your support. You support every single class. Appreciate that. I'm going to put here love support. Did we give any bombs or noise for Terry Patty?
No, we didn't.
Okay, hold on a second. 1 second. Hold on. Support. Love Bev. Okay, hold on 1 second. Let's go back to the awesome Terry Patty. Give him his bombs, give him his hand claps, give him his respect. I appreciate you, good brother. You always donate big in every single class. Give this man some bombs. Thank you, Terry Patty, 3546. Thank you very, very, very much. Thank you for the hail. Hail the brothers, hail you for being a supporter. Thank you. Without the supporters, there is no Tehuti Pod class. Thank you, my good brother. We have one more. Arcad. Hey. For 3 times great. Okay. Arcad Infinite. With the pet lion. For 3 times. What'd you say?
I said peace and love, Saba. 3 times great.
Thank you, brother.
I wanted to say that was a beautiful breakdown, and I appreciate that. And shout out to my brother Kelson. This is what respect looks like. Like, that was beautiful, that breakdown, that conversation.
Oh, which breakdown, my brother? You mean the conversation I just had with the Hebrew brother?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Wonderful. Wonderful. I wanted to show you and the other students and him and everybody. You see how smooth a conversation can go. And one of the techniques I use, which is actually natural, it's not even a technique that I'm trying to do, but it happens naturally, is when I'm talking to somebody of a different faith, I want them to laugh at the joke that I make about their faith. That what that does is that breaks through the norepinephrine that's blocking their mind, and what they think is critical thinking, but is really not. I'm trying to get them into critical thinking by having them laugh. You know, they say that if you talk to a girl and you can make her laugh, you can get far. Well, if you're talking to somebody who's not really for your faith, but you can make them laugh about something in their own story, I could end the conversation right there. I don't need to convert that person right in that conversation. I just want to make you laugh at something in your own faith. That's all. That's all. You see? And then you're open for change. So thank you for the appreciation, Arcad. I did that for you and Scribe and everybody. I was the top converter in the organizations I was in when I was on foot. I was the top person to go and change people. I went to the Nation of Islam meeting and walked out with converts in their meeting. That's what I used to do. So I would take the pod class, this class right here, that would be in person. I would say, you know what we're going to do today? We're not going to have class today here. Let's all get in the car. We're going to do a carpool. Where are we going? Where are we going, Amenhotep? Oh, we're going on a school trip. Where's the school trip to? Oh, to the Nation of Islam Quran study. We're all going. All 30 of us, all 40 of us are going. and we're all going to walk in. And we're going to go in there with 30 people, and we're going to walk out with 40. And I would go to the Nation of Islam with my class and walk out with everybody that I came there with and people in the Nation of Islam. Because my job was to not to argue, but how do you convert somebody into the truth? So thank you, my brother, for that appreciation. Okay, Cash Peden sent something. What did he send? Oh, the Maat. Wait. Oh, the way back in May of 2022, the Ma'u and Ma'at's male counterpart. I did answer that long time ago. I remember that. I could go over it again, but I did go over. I do remember this. Whether Ma'at was had a male counterpart, was Ma'at's male counterpart. Yep, I did answer this, Cash Peden, but I can go over it again. I can save this and go over it again. Thanks for sending that in. It was I do remember this though. Okay, I'll save it. I'll save it. Yes. Let me go ahead and save this. I actually enjoyed answering this question. So I'm going to answer it again. I'll answer it next week. Or if I find it in between the week on my pod class, I'll actually refer you to where I answered it. If I can scroll down to around May, June, and see if I can find it. If not, I'll just go ahead and answer it again. So I put from Cash Peden. I remember these days, 2002 May. These are the days when I was the donations that people were sending in for questions were like $7, and this is before the big donation days. I remember this. Thank you, Cash Peden, for reminding me. I'll look for it, send the link, or I'll go over it again. Okay, boom. Okay, everyone, we're gonna go ahead and close the class up. Okay, brothers, go ahead and do a little close. Well, let me do this first. Let me get back to the screen because I can't see everybody. Thank you, everybody, for coming to the Tehuti pod class. I appreciate all of you, brothers. You can go ahead and do a little quick close, and then I'll go ahead and shut it down. We ended up going for almost 7 hours today, better than 8. Go ahead, my brothers. Do a little close. I'm gonna step away for just a second.
All right, Hotep, everyone. This was a great class. Peace and love to all the great people who are viewing, who communicate in the chat and are interactive. Adoration to all of the great supporters who support Saba Tehuti and the pod class, and for asking great questions that everyone who watches will benefit from. So, of course, peace and love to all of you that are a part of that. Make sure that you are subscribed to our channel over at the Teachings of Maat. We have our class at 5 p.m. Sunday, and we'll be talking about the Saba fiends that's written about in the Per Im Haru. So it'll be a great class, so be sure to be there in the class, and as well as the Meta Nature Monday that Saba Tehuti has, which is 1 p.m. Pacific time on Monday. And if you can't be there live, send in your donation and you'll get the video, and continue to keep building with us. Join our Discord group as we continue to have our communications throughout the week, and continue to keep growing and expanding our consciousness and our knowledge. So Hotep Ma'at to all the great people And peace and love, and have a great and excellent weekend. Peace.
Peace and love. Hotep Maat. That was a beautiful, beautiful class. 2 out to you, Saba. 3 times great. That was incredible. I really, really appreciate that. Man, I'm Saba, that's why I don't talk. Cause I just want to learn. I appreciate everything that you say. Listen, Kelson, that's what real look like. Understanding that street mentality that he's talking about. When it comes to respecting the real, you just want to learn. I just want to learn. Listen, oh man, 2 off for that side, but that was incredible. I love it. I appreciate you. And oh man, listen, this is why I don't talk that much, Saba, on the chat, because I'm like rebel minded. I don't want to waste my questions. Like I want to know everything. I'm just listening. I'm sitting listening. I appreciate you, Tua. And I was talking to somebody and I was telling them that one of the most important things was the knowledge itself and really understanding that. So now I'm just, I got all the books. So it's better than the movies. It's better than TV. It's like, the knowledge itself and just, yeah, that's me in them stories. I'm over the moon. So 2 out to you, Hotep Maat. And what time is it here? I don't even know what time it is, but I'm excited for this knowledge. And I know it's late. I know you was trying to close it down early, but you Tua, shout out to everybody in the chat. Listen, Hotep Maat. Have a beautiful weekend.
Thank you, my brother. That was great. Thank you for the appreciation. Yeah, thank you. I'm glad you saw that. And that was live. That was good. That brother be on the panel soon. Okay. All right, Scribe. Did you already go, Scribe? I had stepped away for a second.
Yes, Menku Ara hasn't gone yet.
Okay, Menku Ara's been quiet tonight. How you doing, Menku Ara? You're not your usual flying all over the screen self.
No, I spoke quite a bit tonight. To Saba for all your wisdom and your guidance. Peace to everybody in the chat. Peace to the brothers on the panel. Tonight was very powerful, very enlightened. It was good to see you interact with that brother, and I think he got a lot out of it. So that's what it's all about. I like the patience that you had, your grace, and so always a wonderful experience to be in the pod class. So tour for all of you brothers and your leadership.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you for everything that you do and the role you play and the energy you give to keep the pod class when it is. Appreciate that. Thank you, all you brothers. I think Hatia dropped off. But thank you, all you brothers. Thank you, everybody, for coming to the Tehuti pod class once again. I want everybody to know that Medunetter Mondays can be attended or ordered. Okay, it is about 2 hours of information I'm giving. It's supposed to be an hour and a half, but I go over every time. It's 2 hours of information and wisdom I'm giving, not just on the Medunetter language, but it's hard to describe what you're getting. It's just a lot of information. It's another mini pod class. It's just a private one. Okay, you can contact me directly if you want to know how to get into the Medunetter class. It's actually very, very simple, but I will put this my contact here. Where'd it go? Oh, here it is. Oh, okay. This is the contact right here. Mystical Television. We discussed the donation of what it is for the class, and on the day of the class, you get a link sent to you right before the class begins. Okay, shout out to all those 4 new people there last week. If you can't make it to the Medunetter class, you can order it. You can order it, and I will send it out to you. Octavia, he's trying to go back from class 1 and start from there. So there's a lot of class that happens. So shout out to those who support. Appreciate you. I'm sure almost everybody by now has the books, but if you don't, this is Melanin Dark Consciousness, which you can inquire about how to get by emailing me directly or going on the website. There hasn't been much of any book sales on the website that I've seen lately. Maybe everybody already has it, but for those new people, I do see new people. That is Melanin Dark Consciousness, and this is Stepping Out of the Matrix. Please support the pod class with Cash App TT Moon and PayPal Rocky SV. And is it showing on the screen? Nope. My screen is locked. Wait. The book is locked on the screen. The book is trapped. There we go. Cash App, that is the AI moderator. Shout out to her. Shout out to the moderators. The moderators, again, who are in the room, helping this room run beautifully. They are, should be on the screen, but everything is moving slow and strange. But the moderators are Nania Setmer, Ankia Maat, Ahati Maat, and the Scribe. Those are the moderators. Shout out to them for keeping the room running smoothly. Peace and love, everyone. Shout out to everybody who's still here. I think Bev is here. I don't know who still made it because it's not showing me the chat now. Okay, Cash Peden, Bev, Shannon, Bev, Scribe, Alvin Capone. Yeah, Islam is pure hate for anyone who isn't Muslim. Yeah, that's true. Okay. Shout out to Alvin Capone. I don't think I've seen that name before, but shout out to you. Shout out to all the people who made it through the class and supported. Everybody's still here. Israel Hoyley. Fire from the Sun, that's a new name. I think that's a Kuaku. Okay, so shout out to everybody who came in. Appreciate you all. I'm going to go into big screen, fellas, so I can close this out. Appreciate you, brothers. I'll see you, brothers. I'll see you, brothers, tomorrow, Sunday in the class. Peace and love to you all. I'm going to go into big screen and close out the room.
Hotep, Saba.
Hotep, good brother. Hotep, Arkin. Hotep. Oh, you know what? Hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on. You all stay there. You can stay on the screen. I'm just going to do a closing, and then I know Arcad likes to do the affirmation, so I'm going to do it again. Okay, smiling. Okay, hold on. I don't want to close out just yet. I know Arcad, that's a special thing to him. He likes it, so 70% of the time I'm going to let him do that. Let me fix the camera. Let me do this. Boom. We're on a new. I'm in a new system here. Okay, good. There I am. Okay. All right. So I'm going to get this comment off the screen. Peace and love, everyone. Thank you for coming to the Tehuti Pod class. Arcad is going to go ahead and do the affirmation, and then I'll come on the screen one last time. We will close out. Arcad, are you ready, my good brother?
Yes.
Okay. I will get this banner off the screen, ticker. And I'll turn the music down just a little bit. Okay. All right. Go ahead, Arcad.
Okay. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Unki and Maat. N-N-S. Nintet Aset and Maat. Men have a pet and Maat. Her and Hukiwi. Her Iku. I live for Ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light.
Lights. Thank you very much, my good brother Arcad. Let me get that off the screen. We're closing up the okay now. So thank you very much, Arcad. I'm gonna exit solo. Thank you very much, Arcad. Thank you, Menkura. Thank you, brothers. Now I'm gonna go close out. Appreciate you all. Thank you, everybody, for coming to the Tehuti pod class. We love you all. Thank you to all the supporters who continue to support constantly. That's what keeps the pod class alive. We greatly appreciate everyone who comes and learns, everyone who is learning and changing their perspective, changing their frequency with Ma'at. That is the goal here, is to change the frequency on the planet, to change the information on the planet, and to kill all the psyops and to bring truth. Peace and love, everyone. Ma'at Hotep.